Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
¡Ajas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
First BO5
Are you ready?
of the weekend.
Full health from the side of Fnatic. No one needs to regroup with this team.
Hook goes wide with the shockwave, lands, Alvaro's just deleted.
Holy f***, I'm one-shotting them.
Potential on the back line, and even with Elioya locked out, Humanoid will pay for it with his life. MDK gonna get a clean ace. A-side, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes, put them in close meeting.
We don't have our coaches.
I mean, they'll come soon, I hope.
We don't have coaches.
It's fine, we draft.
Oh, Merwin tried to trade in with the needle work. Oscar able to dash away. Merwin's used two other Qs, and Oscar slams the Intopos in his face. 8-0.
Good luck, boys. You have it.
The chase continues. Razork hasn't got a hope in hell of escaping this one as Super claims another. MDK2 all up and hook. Make it 3. Will he be able to get away from this one? Knocked out by Oscarinin, but Oscarinin could just change forms and auto. Elioya flashes back into the bush. Elioya flashes back. No way does he get out of this?
Oh my god.
My god.
Got John on the backline. Nature's Scars coming out. Gwen is immune, but Noah is not. And because it went to Gwen, Noah thought he was safe. He's locked up. And MDK absolutely outplay Fnatic. They are the pride of their region, and they are pride of very mad lions.
Joder, sorry guys, I love you. I fucking love you all.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Winter Playoffs, where we had an epic start to the finals weekend, and today Mad Lions Koi face a new challenge in the form of Team BDS, with Genax, who you see right there, taking the spot of Adam in the top lane. Oh, but I loved that video to kick off our day once again, to remind us of how awesome it was for the Mad Lions Koi yesterday. Broxa, you got to watch it from the comfort of your hotel. I assume that you feel the energy that was in the air here.
Oh, definitely. It felt great watching a series so close, so much on the line, so much excitement, and yeah, I hope we're gonna get more of that today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they can do today, because you know that clip of Ibai and the whole gang celebrating. It just shows how much it means to them and how much they're exceeding expectations as well. Because usually when someone is like so confident in themselves for having such a deep run, they're a bit more reserved. But now it's like, you know, you see so much passion and they have so much confidence and believe in themselves.
Yeah, definitely so. Knowing that it was the full 5 games for them that they had to fight for it, Odowame. So what made the difference? I mean, yes, the last fight, but overall, can you point to anything, or was it really just that 10 seconds?
Yeah, no, I think it's just Mad Lions found a lot of cracks in Fnatic's game plan throughout the series overall, because they've been doing a lot of unconventional things, you know, the way they approached objective setups and the way they set up traps pretty much everywhere on the map, you know, in the most random places. I think that's what sealed the series for them, because they managed to get more and more creative as the series went on.
And you said it already about Ibai, and I want to take a longer look at it because they went absolutely berserk yesterday for the win. Let's see it again.
Scowie, level 18, here we go.
Erwin goes in. Looks for the Pathmaker. We'll just try and dash away. He is taking damage, as you say, but look at the damage on John on the backline. Nature's Scars coming out. Gwen is immune.
No, Mikael, no, Mikael. Hemos cazado a Real. Vamos, hemos cazado a Real. Matamos a Razor. ¡Dios! ¡Hemos matado a John! Terminamos, Matías. Terminamos.
Happy Spanish noises! Oh my god, that's incredible.
Yeah, I should have brought my point up like right now about how much it means to them, because seeing this is just incredible.
It's crazy, right, Brox? And it just goes to show, because none of us had them pegged as a team that could make it this far, and you see just how much it means to everyone around them, to the players, also the fans here in the studio, and it really is an indescribable feeling, probably.
Yeah, I really love Ibai's reaction in particular, because everybody else were yelling and screaming, and he was just sitting there like completely shocked, trying to take it all in. And yeah, all of us put them at the very bottom of our tier lists, like every analyst, every caster, because expectations just aren't going to be that high for a team with so many rookies. But it also goes to show how impressive it is that they're now at the very top of the ranking.
What is their X factor then? Something that we didn't see coming that they have done and that they have built on, because I also think we can't ignore that they're improving also, right? They're not the same team we saw in week 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think their confidence is the X factor, because I think Merwin said yesterday is we just go with the flow, you know, and that's usually something that doesn't work for a team that doesn't have a lot of confidence, you know, because we've seen them in different positions. Players are kind of, you know, so interchanging their roles. Okay, what are we going to do this game? Okay, you have the, like Fresco, he has the position to, you know, flank a lot and look for stuff like that. So it's just confidence and belief in each other, I feel like, is the thing that drives this team forward.
It's all about that confidence, but they do have to play BDS today, and there was, of course, some news on that front. So for more on them, let's check in with their coach, Striker.
Thank you, Sharks, and Strikers, thank you as well for joining me. Maybe not the ideal conditions for BDS, especially very last minute. Tell me about the quick turnover and adaptation to be ready for MDK today.
We don't have much time, right? 24 hours is not a lot, but Genax came yesterday, had one scrim with the team, and we'll do the best out of this situation, but we are still confident.
We know that, I mean, scrims don't mean everything, right? It matters of synergy, and for me, BDS was stability, BDS was discipline, and this is something that you've been telling me also during interviews. What is the plan now? What is the team going to look like?
I think it wouldn't change that much, in my opinion. We did brief Genax over how we want to play with him and what we are waiting from him. So he basically is to be integrated in the team system, and we are not going to make massive changes in how we play the game for this change.
I mean, I think it makes sense if for people who don't know Genax in the LFL, there's a lot of Aatrox that we know from him. He used to play this kind of champions in the LEC, but you can pretty much expect any meta champion from him, so I'm going to take the other standpoint. How do you think Mad Lions is going to attack you today?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. I'm not sure how to ask them, but I guess there is two options, right? You could either try and focus the guy that just arrived, or you can basically ignore him and think that you can do something more on the bot side of the map. But that's on them.
Any advice on the players, the mindset that they could keep, and also words of wisdom for Genax? He used to be in the LEC, but it's been a long time since we saw him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he will be fine, to be honest. He's a good player. He's a good laner. He's confident. We also have full trust in his capabilities. And for the other guys, they know that we are still here to win. Like the circumstances, do not define us, and we are here to do the job once again.
Yeah, got the gun mental for it at least. Merci beaucoup, coach. Thank you so much. And GB, over to you.
Thank you so much, Law. Great breakdown by Striker as well. We're also here by the Telestrator to break down not Adam's strength, but rather the team play that we've often seen from BDS and what made them so good. And I wanted to draw examples out of the 3-0 series they had against G2, because despite getting smashed, we still saw good moments for them. So Odo, in a scenario like this, where G2 has first moved from bot lane and solo lane, how does BDS actually retake this dragon?
Well, BDS is doing a very, very good job here, because they know where G2 has vision, and they've managed to find a crack in the vision line, because right now the weak link is Caps on this rotation to Drake. So now this is kind of the only window where they have to force a fight, and they pick it well, and that just goes to show how good and how rehearsed they are about these neutral objective setups.
But you also feel at the same time that G2 let them have a little bit of an opening here. How much came down to it from BDS himself?
I think G2 just didn't expect BDS to be this quick, because, you know, it's kind of like on a knife's edge, where Shio instantly made the decision to go and find that vision, that gap in the vision line, and look for Caps. And I think, yeah, it's more on BDS just pouncing on the opportunity.
So one of the things that Mad Lions have to be ready for is the pace as well. In this scenario as well, we're in a cross-map situation. First, BDS lose a tower, but they see on the mid side right now that they have vision on hands, and of course they see Caps down towards the bottom. So they're engaging in a man advantage. Everything goes well in the beginning when they get a pick off Broken Blade. What's the deal in this scenario? What are BDS looking to really elevate their lead here?
Well, BDS just wants to catch the mid wave right now with the fact that they have numbers advantage on top. Nuke is doing a good job by bouncing between waves to neutralize Caps' play, because right now they just need to be careful about what Caps wants to do on the bot side of the map if he wants to take this tower, because they're playing with numbers advantage right now. And since Kalista is also moving here, they have all the time in the world to cut this play and retreat.
So quickly, this looks like a great play right now, Odo. But what is it that then goes wrong? Because it does go wrong.
Well, the problem is that G2 does this thing where they're kind of pressuring you into thinking that there's going to be a fight, and Orianna makes a big mistake right now, because Caps is in fog of war, and Orianna misses this wave on bot lane. She doesn't collect it before the TP, and then Cap just sees, well, oh, now it's just a freebie, you know, it just calls everyone on his team to retreat because he's about to get the tier 2. And even though at the end, you know, they got an extra kill for it, now Dazir is getting funneled. He gets tier 2 gold, he got tier 1 gold as well earlier, and now Caps all of a sudden in the win condition.
Yeah, so there's still great reason to be excited by BDS. They're not G2 level just yet, but that doesn't take away from the fact they're still a great team. So thank you so much for the analysis, Otto. I'm going to throw you back to the desk.
Thank you.
Throw him over. Yeah. Let's see that walk.
Yeah.
Suave. What a strut. Wow.
Wow, amazing.
Yes, but I think it's great that you did that Telestrator breakdown because, Broxa, BDS, we are focusing a lot on the news of the top lane, obviously, because Adam is such an integral part to the identity that you think of when you think of BDS. But they have been an extremely solid team in other places as well. That's why they did so well in the playoffs until they fell to G2.
I think something they've done really well is finding a really clear identity in how they want to play. Like, you're almost always going to have Nuclear on a control mage, you're going to have Sheo on like a bruiser / engage jungler, and everybody just knows their job so well within that entire system.
Yeah, and I agree. I think the loss of Adam is more of an X factor because, you know, BDS still has this plethora of fundamentals that they're doing very, very well at every single objective.
And we can see it right here as well. If you look at the amount of champions that Mad Lions Koi have played, they have played way more in 4 out of the 5 roles. Only support is actually close. And I think that is something really interesting about them. They're coming in as so many new players, but despite that, Freshkawi, Mervin, they can play like any champion you could come up with. And being able to have that flexibility, I think will put them in a really good position coming into today.
Yeah, I think this is just, the champion pool is just a preview of what we're gonna see today, because even yesterday when they faced Fnatic, I think MDK found a very great way to counter Fnatic's objective setup, which they play so heavily, kind of similar to BDS, how they will do it today, is that they're just interchanging roles, big champion pool where everyone is, you know, creating chaos everywhere. And for me, that's just goes to show what we're gonna see.
Yeah, and that will be also the question, right? What approach will Mad Lions Koi take, and will they be able to disrupt a lot, knowing that BDS is not completely on their comfort? And I want to highlight Freshkawi specifically from yesterday as well, because we didn't really talk about him too much in the regular season, but he stepped up by a big margin, specifically on that Gragas and how he played him.
Yeah, I think he was absolutely incredible yesterday. I also love the confidence we're seeing from him. He said a couple of times already in the split that, you know, he's not afraid of anyone. In fact, according to him, the mid laners in the league are a lot weaker than he thought they would be. And obviously taking down Humanoid, well, not only taking him down, destroying Humanoid yesterday was the first step in the right direction, because now the final boss is Caps, and he's pretty close to making it to
tomorrow, though.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Still has to make it though.
I agree. I think it was a statement game from him yesterday, especially in that Gragas, because he's put in a position where, as a rookie or someone new to the high stakes pressure game, it's hard to navigate vision and knowing where enemy has vision and finding the gaps in the vision, and I think he did an amazing job.
He absolutely did, and I think they are absolutely brimming with confidence, and the question that needs to be answered is, will BDS's momentum be shaken so much by this top lane change that they cannot get it together for this, or can they fall back on their fundamentals?
I think it's, again, I think Adam being their X factor, I don't think is going to change much, but MDK does, you know, they kind of found the recipe for success, you know, how they crack open these objective setups. And I think, especially now with the Adam change happening, for me, they are my favorites.
Okay, predictions then, Broxa?
Well, I think Mad Lions Koi will be favored. The top lane change is one thing, but I think them being able to adapt, being able to play so many different champions is going to make it really impossible for BDS to come in really well prepared.
Okay, so they're winning?
I think Matt's 3-1.
Okay, I need to pull it out
I would say 3-1 as well. I think it's not going to be as close as I would have thought with Adam, but for me now, it's MDK favorite.
Okay, well, how the tides have turned. Mad Lions Koi has had an incredible journey so far, but will it continue all the way to the final? Team BDS stands in their way, so let's see what happens.
The expectation we had since the start was to win everything.
Gwen is immune, but Noah is not. And because it went to Gwen, Noah thought he was safe. MDK absolutely outplayed Fnatic. They are the pride of their region, and they are pride of very Mad Lions.
Sorry guys, I love you. I fucking love you all.
We are not going without any fear. If it's Fnatic, BDS, and then G2, so that's going to be really high.
Mirwin now looking to knock back here, desperate to get the 1v1 back. Oh! Oh!
Enemies are coming to get us, you know. If we are the #1 target, everyone has a target on us, and every team is fighting for their lives. We will have to be ready, no matter who we have to face.
This time around, Hansama does have ultimate immediately. The bomb is there. Severing bolt from the sky. And another kill to the side of G2.
The enemy team is standing up, hugging each other after winning. I want to be that guy, you know. I want the enemy team to be salty. I want them to be hungry to beat me, to beat us. That is, for me, the greatest feeling, to be on top and everybody's chasing you.
Here comes Frescowi immediately onto Noah, gets the knockback onto Humanoid as Jin will follow suit, a double for Super.
I don't care about Fnatic or Madline or anything. It's just getting ready for G2 rights, because this is the real challenge that we have to face to win the title.
He should go step by step, basically. And don't focus that much on G2, because maybe he faces and he will go and create home.
And here we are, the penultimate day of winter. In the penultimate time, one of these two teams will walk out onto the LEC stage. The other will be left in ignominy, discarded as we make our way to the finals tomorrow. BDS versus Mad Lions Koi. BDS playing with a substitute. A surprise, to be sure, coming into this series, but once again, you can only beat the team in front of you, and so far, MDK have been doing that time and time again.
We can see that the pride supporting Mad Lions Koi is as strong as they were yesterday.
Wow.
The support was incredible. They've come prepared with a bunch of chants, and they are giving all of that energy to Mad Lions Koi. Can they make this rookie run happen, or will BDS stand in their way? Let's not forget BDS, even though they have lost a player, sat at the top of the regular season for the entire split. They didn't drop a game throughout playoffs until they ran into G2. They are a team that has found their formula, found their style on the current patch, and very few teams have been able to break them. Only G2 and KC were able to do that during the regular season.
It does feel like, though, your opportunity to try and break that becomes significantly easier with Adam gone, right? We talked about how unique he would be in a draft phase. Now it's kind of a question of, okay, let's see, how does this try and change now for Mad Lions Koi? I thought they put a little bit more pressure towards Nuke. Maybe look at something like an Azir ban, but already you can see Maokai and Kalista taken off the board.
You're looking at Avara's first pick here for BDS. Mad Lions Koi. We know that they have a very deep AD carry pool towards the bot side of the map, but actually they're going to remove it. So with the Ashe available, I wonder if this is something that Ice will lean towards. He's been playing a lot of it throughout playoffs. It's something that teams would ban away from him to not allow him to get his hands on it. Let's see what direction BDS choose to go as their first pick.
I think it's also just that flexibility that you can put it into the support role if you want to. Could it lead towards it? But I'm going to go for the Azir.
Pick.
So this is where I'm curious to see if we get to look at Alvaro going towards something like the Renata. He's been favoring that a lot, and I think an incredibly strong pick on the current patch. A lot of the pairings with it, though, kind of removed with the Kalista and that Forest gone, but still an opportunity to try and bring it out here if you want to try and go for that.
The risk if you play something like Renata is you can be matched into double range bot lanes. With the Varus taken away, you don't have the Varus Ashe, but Ashe plus something can still be very powerful, and into Renata, if you're able to dodge away from a handshake, you can put a lot of damage and a lot of pressure down on that bot lane. So instead, Mad Lions Koi looking to give Elioya something he can make plays on in the form of Vi.
They might just lock in the Zyra Khan here. It depends on if they just want to lock themselves in a strong bot lane. No, they're going to answer with mid. Something that we would see Mad Lions Koi do a lot is they would usually save their mid lane pick until later on into the draft, but if they see their opposite mid laner, they're more than happy to give that counter pick then to Alvaro. So I imagine that we're going to be seeing some sort of AD carry lock-in for the side of Mad Lions Koi next, as Team BDS now filter through their options, and lo and behold, we're seeing a very typical BDS draft. Aphelios, Azir, Cassante. This is very tried and true to the style that BDS have found so much success with this split.
I do agree with you, though. I think I would have preferred to see BDS take something like the Xayah here. You got that safety from the Vi, you got an opportunity if you try and go for a flick back here in the Talia, you're in perfect good shape, and already Mad Lions Koi is setting up for some sort of dive composition. So I think I agree with you, buddy. I would have preferred to see a Xayah, maybe the Rakan come through. This now leaves the opportunity to go for a Jinx and just respond with, hey, we're going to go for the late game scaling, and at the moment on BDS, there's not an awful lot of backline threat, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad Lions Koi take away those supports that can be those engaged tools.
Really like the rel ban here from Mad Lions Koi, getting rid of some of those big primary engaged junglers. We've been seeing Maokai and Rel are usually ones that rise in popularity. They could look to also remove something like the Xin Zhao. Sheo has been playing a bunch of it this split, and makes no reason not to get rid of a powerful champion. Poppy is the other one they have to be concerned about. We saw how devastating Razor could be on the champion yesterday when played into the Poppy, and how much it can mitigate the playmaking potential. course, they do only have one ban, so which direction they go is still up for debate. As BDS are removing those top laners, wouldn't be surprised to see something like either the Akali or the Zac ban coming out from the side of BDS.
Yeah, I'm curious if we end up with something like even the Melio here from Mad Lions Koi, just going like, hey, with the Blitzcrank backed away, let's just go for mega long range.
Could also be Renata here.
Could be Renata as well, just to make sure that you're going to be in a perfectly fine spot. Just set up this Jinx, so she's going to be able to attack from long range, and then leave the counter pick for Mirwin. I think Mirwin has been doing a ton of work with those counter picks. The Akali, I was about to say, had a great performance in that game 1 yesterday. It's going to be taken away out of respect, as it was into that Cassante as well.
Yeah, but he called it as a possibility, but TF was banned in every game yesterday. Played likely in the top lane here, with the Talia already being locked in for mid. We're seeing a lot more AD TF on 14-2 and 14-3.
TF was a consistent ban yesterday. Yeah. We've been seeing it from G2. We also saw it from Mirwin throughout playoffs. It's a champion that is very obnoxious to deal with. Early laning phase, definitely room for it to be punished. But when we saw Broken Blade playing it with the Ghost and the Flash, it just has so much potential map impact that's very difficult to deal with.
I think, though, taking the Melio away here means that you can... Okay, they're going to go with the TK. Essentially, same idea was, hey, I can keep the person that Twisted Fate jumps on safe, because essentially what you're working with Mad Lions Koi is this 2 to 3 piece combo of Vi, Talia, and Twisted Fate, gank a lane, murder a person, then try and take the fight after. So I think the idea of Tahm Kench here is like, okay, whoever gets gold carded, we gobble them up, we try and reset the fight, and then put our front line into position here. Because for BDS, I mean, stock standard, right? Front to back team fighting. They love to play for dragons, and this is what this composition allows.
Okay, not what I was expecting. They're going for a little bit more mobility. And when we look at the potential flanks that are available on Mad Lions Koi, the beauty of Twisted Fate is you can make your own flanks happen. You don't actually have to try and run around behind. You can use that ultimate to create these flank situations. Alvaro is going to be looking to do the same thing. And a lot of dive, a very strong mid-jungle duo with the form of Vi and Talia means that we could see some potential early investment in that mid lane, with Super being that backup scaling hyper carry into the late game. But as you rightly said, I feel like the Mad Lions Koi have a lot of agency, a lot of options. There's versatility in their draft in the way in which they can attack side lanes, they can look for picks. I think their team fighting and front to back is also fine, but BDS just have that strong, simple, we have our tanks in the front line, we have peel for the back line. It's very easy as long as we can hit the people in front of us.
And just crazy skirmishing power on MDK as well. I mean, when we look at the games we saw yesterday, it was we want to fight now, we want to fight every opportunity we can. And the fact that you've got, like, even from level 3, 4, the Vi, the Talia, ton of opportunities to play off of that 1-2 combo. When you look up towards like 3-man topside, a lot of opportunities. And also then Rakan, I mean, into a Tahm Kench, he wants to try and eat someone and jump away, but the Rakan denies that in a lot of situations because of that charm. So I love what MDK have gone for, but if they can't get the ball rolling early, BDS, their late game team fights are absurd.
That is the risk for MDK. Their bread and butter is this skirmish fight heavy style, but BDS don't often like giving their opponents the chance to find those fights in the early game. Last time these two teams met was Spring Finals last year. BDS went 2-0 up, were 1 game away from their first ever title in the LEC. And MDK slapped them back into their place and claimed their third. A different look for both lineups today. MDK very changed, 4 rookies on the roster. And will they continue this winning streak going?
I'm actually surprised to see Mad Lions Koi on the bottom side here. Traditionally, when you get the Twisted Fate, it's actually 5-man top, because you want to try and get a ward down to let the Twisted Fate play aggressive into the lane and make sure that there's no like funny business going on with the Cassante. But I'm kind of surprised to see them. Sorry, hey. Yeah. Sorry, I was in my...
Yeah, you were in analyst mode,
like,
so I had to get you back into the normal person mode for a second.
No, that doesn't exist for me. I'm just, I'm off the deep end already.
All analysis all the time. Janex will get a ward in towards this red buff. And Leoya on his way across here, looking across the runes. Nothing too surprising. Aftershock on Janex, Lebrov running the Guardian. Alvaro running Guardian as well on the Rakan, kind of what we expect to see. Footwork for Mirwin in the top lane will make him even more difficult to deal with. Can just top up any bad trades that he takes. And both the junglers seem to be starting on the top side of the map. Yesterday, there was a lot of focus on 3 camps into invades. Now, with the bot lanes being more scaling orientated here, I wonder if we'll see the same from Leoya, or whether we'll see both the junglers just go for a full first clear.
I think it kind of depends on what Mad Lions Koi want to try and play off the bot lane, because there's two different ways you can do it. You could use Jinx's push to go, yeah, we will go for the invade, but what I prefer usually in this matchup is to go, hey, I'm going to push 4th wave, crash it, reset, get an early call for the Jinx, and then look to outscale. So you just very quickly start to gain leads, because the only way that you end up falling behind is if you ever end up with the Aphelios being able to match your damage. So as long as you can kind of stay that foot ahead, you're in a good spot here as the Jinx.
I feel like Sheo is looking for something bot. He's decided to go blue into Wolves, and now he's going straight towards that red. We'll give him the level 3. I wonder if he'll use this path into then immediately look to stack bot. For Skyway, looking to get a bit of information though. Love this priority and control. Oh, but he doesn't actually drop it. So information gained on the Raptors, this should indicate to them that, hey, Sheo right now is doing a full clear topside into a path bot, but they don't actually have clear information that he is starting on this red buff. This is going to give him the level 3. And you look at the wave state right now of Super and Alvaro, could be a window for a potential game.
It's actually really interesting for Super and Alvaro because they both pathed up towards the tri-bush as the wave was pushed in. Neither of them placed their ward in that tri-bush, but if I'm BDS, I'm saying, oh, they've just pathed towards tri. They've likely have just warded that, which means that perhaps Sheo decided he didn't want to go immediately for the gank. He went for the Krugs, now he's going down towards the bottom lane, but Super and Alvaro have been able to back off far enough, and they did see Sheo as he walked through.
I think a bit of a mistake from Labrov, though. Maybe he thought, as Betty was saying, that it was warded, so he tries to go aggressive first, but might have been able to wait for Sheo just a little bit, but still, it means you don't get that crash on bot side, and now you're in an opportunity where Ice and Labrov can have a bit of an easier time in this 2v2, although Sheo spotted here, and everyone on Mad Lions Koi is starting to collapse.
He still has the Arctic Assault, so even with the seismic shot coming out, Sheo is able to dodge away. Elioyo won't go any further, but he will get the Scuttle Crab as his prize for spotting out the BDS jungler.
So the pros of Sheo's pathing was that there was an opportunity for an early bot gank, maybe snowball, maybe get a couple summoner spells, but now his pathing is just awkward. His Raptors are now cleared, but his Gromp is still up. His Wolves are going to respawn first, and then his Krugs are going to respawn, so his pathing for the foreseeable future is going to be a little bit awkward as he continues with this aggression. He's determined to make something happen on the bot side.
Well, as well, because his bot lane is pushing the wave in, there was the risk that Elioyo could come down and gank them, so he has to cover for that. They then use the fact they've got the prio to gank Elioyo in his own jungle, and Elioyo was a little bit greedy there after he saw Sheo not respecting the BDS bot lane moving up.
And this just comes off that initial play, the fact that you were able to stop the push from Super, wave doesn't crash, you get the slow push back out, and BDS, they're the ones that actually go for the invade, so really nice early game here from BDS.
Yeah, no respect being shown there by Elioyo. Has the flash. I guess he just wasn't expecting Labrov to get there as quickly as he did, because the chain CC of both the knock-up and the Sejuani passive means that he ends up giving a kill over to Ice, of all people. Double buffs now on the Aphelios, 300 gold as well. And this AD carry, we've seen what Ice can do on Aphelios before. Was it 11 kills he had in that last game? I forget exactly. But when you give this man a lead, he can definitely run away with it.
I think they kind of need that as well. At least if you can control Super in this game, it feels like a lot of the fighting or team fight power is neutralized from Mad Lions Koi, and a lot of your pushing power on this bottom side can be neutralized as well. And essentially what Mad Lions Koi want to do is try and get a lot of these towers down early so they can play out this 1-3-1 opportunity and look for picks off of Elioyo and Alvaro. But if you're already kind of struggling a little bit on that bottom side, it's going to make things a bit difficult if BDS can start to stack the dragons in the way they like.
Definitely can. It was 12 kills, Vedi. 12-0-7 against Vitality. Ice has only played the Aphelios once this split. We haven't seen Super bring out the Jinx, although he has, obviously, as any AD carry main is, he's got a bit of experience on it. So we'll see how effective he can be throughout the course of this game. Slight early lead for BDS, only about 200 gold or so. That kill on Ice, giving him a 400 gold lead in the bot lane. But Mirwin, unsurprisingly, on the Twisted Fate that was banned against him in every game yesterday, is now sitting about 10 CS up as he destinies into the lane.
You're just going to see this keep going here, where you're going to be able to continually push this in. I was looking to see how they were going to try and approach it, because you had Sheo hovering up here for a little bit, but I think it was more to just make sure the Genex can crash this wave. From the looks of things, BDS just firmly want to try and make bot side theirs, whereas maybe Elioyo is looking mid here at Nuke, just hovering out of vision.
It was spotted. Seismic shove gets the knockback into the stun. The CC chain continues, but Nuke doesn't burn anything to escape.
Well, he's level 6, right? So you have to be careful about how aggressive you want to make that play happen.
What do you mean? I saw Humanoid try and fight a level 6 yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. That ultimate can be a little obnoxious to deal with in the early game if you get knocked underneath the tower. It does unlock an opportunity for Elioyo to move towards the grubs. You imagine the cross map should happen soon from Sheo as he makes his way towards the dragon. But I see Labrov already making his way back out onto the map as a reset has just happened for Alvaro. So a small tempo advantage game for Labrov, but based on the positioning of Sheo, it looks like they're not that interested in it right now.
Yeah, I think it'll also open up for Scowy to try and look for some sort of play. If Scowy can get some of these nice trades and shove Nuke in, you have the level 6, you could try and look for the bottom side, but with both flashes there, I think it'd be more of trying to like burn Summoner spells bot lane off of the initial play and then set up for Elyoya as he hits 6 to try and make another play onto that bottom side.
Both Elyoya and Sheo looking for their respective level 6. A few more camps and they should be able to secure it. You can see blue buff has come back up for Sheo, but he wants to be on this bot side of the map to have an opportunity to contest this dragon. His bot lane has the push. Talia, though, in the river right now. So it's a bit of an area of darkness that BDS are a little hesitant to enter. Elyoya very close to that level 6. Could make a big difference as this dragon fight is drawing ever nearer.
Ice ticks over to 6 as well, as Infernum and Gravitum. But Gravitum going to run out relatively soon. See how he decides to cycle these guns. Gravitum, obviously the ultimate, very powerful in teamfights because of how much root you can get down, but the gun in and of itself, not one of the more powerful ones that Aphelios can handle. Dragon started by MDK.
There is that jungle level difference. Ice, you already highlighted it, Medic.
Switches to Crescendum, stepping in with the Infernum. They look for the damage. Glacial Prisoner with the landing on Elyoya. He tries to flash away. Bolt Breaker as well. Dragon secured by Sheo as Elyoya falls to 100 HP. Ice has to dash away from the backside of the fight, but Sheo's going to get the first kill. Now Ice is trading onto Super. Crescendum Calibrum so powerful in these skirmishes. BDS force MDK away.
I'm shocked that worked out as well as it did for BDS. Frescowi was in mid, pushing the mid lane, but didn't want to come across. He had the ultimate, but was very late, so BDS immediately get the turn onto Elyoya, burst him out, and Ice just manages to skedaddle off the back before the chompers hit, and he gets out as well. Really good job from BDS to be able to play that edge.
One of the biggest differences, Sheo having that ultimate at his disposal. We were tracking those level 6 coming through. Elyoya needed one more camp before he could secure it. But just as Dagda was highlighting, you look at the mid lane, the rotation doesn't quite come through. Elyoya's already lost half his health. He's forced to flash away. Good ultimate coming out from Ice as well. Elyoya ends up being too low. Ice in kind of a 2 versus 1 is able to hold them off thanks to the gun that he's able to put down onto the ground. And they walk away with a dragon and a kill. Well played by BDS, securing another early kill. The goal lead, nothing out of control just yet, but BDS getting to the... This is how they love to play their games, right? Slow, steady early game, very controlled. They get what advantages they can. Often they find themselves in somewhat of a deficit in the early laning phase, but it is that mid-game team fighting where this team really shines.
He is, and Genax left on a bit of an island here in the top lane. Kind of to be expected with him being a late substitution into the team. We have seen him in the LEC before, back in 2022. Doesn't have the best record. I think it's 45 and 77 across the course of his career in the LEC. But currently playing for BDS Academy in the LFL as now he's just chunking out Merwin. Dodges away from the stun, does get locked up after he dashes forward, and Merwin has to pop the Ghost to escape. It's Ghost for Ghost exchanged in the top lane.
I don't think it'll lead to a huge amount. Like, Mirren has the pots. He could even go for the reset if he wanted to and has the destiny to get back into lane. So Genax just going to shove in this wave, but at least putting some pressure on means that he should be able to get a nice reset for himself as well. So becoming a little bit more self-sufficient in this top lane matchup, which is really what you want from BDS.
Mirren was just using the Croaks there to proc Fleet Footwork to get a bit of health back. So good awareness from him. Elyoya now hovering around mid. It has reached level 7. But really excited to see how these skirmishes and fights will play out. Yesterday we saw a lot of fighting in the early game. Dagda mentioned it during the draft. MDK loves to skirmish. They're more than happy to say yes to any given opportunity. For BDS, right now, it's their type of game. Slow, controlled, steady. Getting MDK to move to the beat of their drum for the time being.
I think that next skirmish, though, will probably be at the Void Groups, because if you get all 6 and you're looking at, like, hey, we want to play 1-3-1, that's a great spot to be in for Mad Lions Koi. So I think BDS is going to have to try and turn some of that attention there, but at the moment, they're still focused on that bottom side. But the Void Groups are up, so this could be an opportunity.
Pathmaker, Destiny coming forward as well. He's going to get stunned up. No all out for him either as Elyoya locks him up. Genax down to half HP. There's the cease and desist, and Merwin starting to really open up. Gold card locked. There's the stun again. I don't think there's any escape for the Cassante. MDK on the board.
Still looking bot side though, Super just able to step away from Labrov. BDS still zoning them off of these turrets on the bottom side though, so we'll be able to get 2 plates for Ice on the return play.
Cleanse was used by Super. Ice stepping forward, clearing out the wave, does have that Gravitum. Now Those grubs that we talked about will all be secured by MDK. So 6 for them. In a 1-3-1, very powerful. Obviously, the more grubs you get, the more true damage you do to the towers. You get the mites if you get 5 or 6. MDK will have pressure on turrets if they can get some time with them.
And it's actually kind of funny to see that we're like, these teams are still sticking to the stats we had coming into this week. It's Mad Lions Koi, best in the league at getting boy grubs, Dragons for BDS. So we're still seeing the identities of both these squads coming into this, but I do think for Mad Lions Koi, this is definitely where you want to be, taking these more, hey, get turret down objectives on the top side of the map, where for BDS, they want to set up for team fights, so Dragons are going to be their best bet. But Labrov, what are you looking at?
This of Origin onto Super, has to flash away. I think he thought Alvaro was no longer around, could have tanked it if that Rakan wasn't there, lying in wait.
I mean, the biggest beneficiary of this whole sequence was Ice, securing 2, maybe even 3 plates. I think it was actually 3 plates on the bot side. He's in a very powerful position right now, already working towards that first major item of his. Has the boots completed, wouldn't be surprised if he has enough gold on his base to even complete that. BDS just setting themselves up nicely. You imagine the next Drake. I wouldn't be surprised if MDK choose not to contest it. They actually leave that one be, and then it's the 3rd dragon where we see a big fight. But that's typically how BDS like to play. That's the style that they're used to. I like that we saw MDK looking to try and find some advantages in the top side of the map, trying to accelerate this Twisted Fate. You already talked about the 1-3-1 Dagda, and how I think that when you look at who's going to manage TF, it kind of has to be the Azir, right? In the late game, he definitely has strong dueling prowess and enough wave clear to be able to match the Twisted Fate on a side lane. But the problem is, Twisted Fate can collapse with his team that much faster than Izzy. Even if you have the TP, Destiny is just so much quicker compared. So maybe they can use that to an advantage and just kind of split BDS apart and look for picks around the map.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem, is that you kind of have 3 pushing lanes here for Mad Lions Koi when you get to mid-game. Super should be able to push on mid, means that then Yoya can group and push in towards like jungle, start looking for Sheo, start looking for picks off of the push from Mirwin as well. So I think there's lots of opportunities for Mad Lions Koi if they can make the plays, but I agree with Vedi. I don't think you take the Dragon fight. I would prefer to see them collapse onto Gen X top, get a tower and start to snowball the objectives, but here we are, and I think BDS are happy with the position that they're in right now.
Sheo stepping forward, gets onto Elioya, chunks him out a little bit with the help of a Sand Soldier. BDS not even starting the Drake as of yet. Maybe want to get the wave in mid and the wave in bot pushed in. Make sure that MDK have to react to it. Sheo there to bodyguard nuke. Lebrov stepping in as well. All the vision really in favor of BDS right now. Mirwin on his way across. There's the quickness. No flash, remember, on Lebrov. Weaver's wall coming in as Lebrov is stunned up, locked up, and sent to Davy Jones. Locker by MDK.
But that's the type of picks that we were talking about. BDS spread out a little too much, and within that small corridor, MDK are able to pounce. They get their first dragon of the game, and they equalize the kills.
Yeah, there was already pressure on the map for BDS. They could have tried to shove in mid and then come across and at least stay grouped up to keep as a unit moving over, but Yoya, you're very far extended. Sheo looks for him, swinging a miss though.
Notice as well, for Scowie went back to base, TP's top. They hand over the mid lane to Mirwin, which means that no farm was ultimately lost. Ultimate thrown out by Ice, but that's not going to connect onto anything. MDK bearing their fangs somewhat at BDS, as they show that we're willing to go toe-to-toe, and if you, for a second, leave any small gaps, we're going to look to exploit that.
Importantly for BDS, though, they did stop Elioya and Alvaro being able to get back before this push happened in the bot lane. You can see Lebrov and Sheo stepping into the jungle here because they know Alvaro and Elioya haven't had the chance to reset their resources, to use the advantage that they gained, but instead they're just going to dive in onto Lebrov. Double root coming out as Ice looks to turn it around, but Supra's already got one. TP in by Nuke, the tower will fall. MDK just took the fight in BDS's faces. Alvaro getting a good knock up once again onto Sheo. We are tower for a kill.
Beautiful read from Mad Lions Koi, because you saw Ice had already used his ult, Sheo had used his ultimate, so you just have the ult economy advantage on that bottom side. So like, cool, we can take the fight anyway, as long as we know where Gen X is and he can't TP into the play. So Mad Lions Koi take the fight on bot side. Now they have invested their ultimates though, so I think BDS, you can see them moving up towards Rift Herald. They want to try and get their advantage back there.
I think BDS is still the ultimate winners here though, because I want to draw your attention to the minimap. You'll see that Twisted Fate making a beeline towards the bot side to try and mitigate any potential bigger fight. While it was a great pick initially, the tower still ends up falling. The lane assignments get a little bit messy. You notice the Talia also going from top all the way back down to mid. They thought that something bigger was about to happen. It ends up not. And now they don't have optimal setup to contest this. For Scowie in the bot lane, no TP means that MDK do have the numbers disadvantage here. And it's going to be difficult for them to contest, but it looks like they're going to try anyway.
Lavrov finally having his flash back up, was killed 2 times during the cooldown. Good target focus by MDK. The Rift Herald down to 2,000, and Mad Lions Koi will back away from it. Lavrov's going to be able to clear out this ward, or at least spot it and stop it from giving vision. As the Rift Herald is taken, Dragon for MDK means it's a dragon apiece. 6 grubs over to Mad Lions Koi.
They were looking to try and exchange that for the bot tower, but not quite enough damage to secure it. Now Frescowi has moved to regroup with the team. They're creating a bit of a 4-1 here, but they recognize that they don't have enough of a siege threat to really get anything off the back of this. So BDS hold on to their 3 outer towers. They secured themselves the Rift Herald. You imagine that they're going to look to try and leverage this around the next Drake spawning towards this mid-tier 1. Try and unlock that map, giving them easier access to contest this 3rd dragon. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they even concede it to make sure that they have control and unlock that mid tower.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It is risky to give up Mountain Dragon in this position, but actually, yeah, BDS just going to toss it.
They've got everyone here. They've got bot lane pushed in. They've got top lane being answered by Frescowi, who doesn't have TP, and this should just be a turret falling. BDS overload the mid lane, and MDK a little bit slow to react.
I think the problem is that Mad Lions Koi are messing up where they're positioning Mirwin and Frescowi.
Oh, nice.
In so many different positions, okay. But I think it's like, as you see, Mirwin was pushing top. They're like, no, we don't want you against the Azir, so they're trying to swap. But as they're transitioning that swap, but now you've got a push on bot side for GenX, so that wave is being shoved in. You don't control the top side as well, and these waves are just being ping-pong back and forth, making it very easy for BDS to deal with. And then they group, which is when BDS is strong. So for Mad Lions Koi, I want to see them take a breather, slow down, and actually try and link up some of these pushing waves so you have pressure across the map at separate points.
Have we been watching the same Mad Lions Koi? Because take a breather and slow down really
that is
isn't
true.
in their
That
lexicon.
is true, yeah.
Just to kind of give an example of what Dagda was just talking about, you can see that Aljoya moved into the top side to mainly cover for the Talia to push in that top wave, but as he's moving into cover, Super and Alva are already backing. So you've got 2 people who are going back to base. You imagine that Frescowi is going to clear out this wave and then also go back to base, and so you've basically got different people out at different times on the map, whereas BDS, they're all moving back out at the same time, right? They're all working together as a unit. They're all making sure that they're putting pressure where it makes sense. They're now going to send their Azir into the bot lane. GenX is catching the top side. They have control over the mid side, and they're ultimately setting up for the next dragon that should be spawning soon. GenX also has the TP to involve himself in the fight should something break out. I'm surprised that Frescowi is actually still sticking around in that top lane, looking to keep that pressure going.
And because they don't have the resets on time, Super actually can contest the mid wave, so Ice has actually got the opportunity to shove these in, and it means that, look, BDS have littered that bottom side with wards, keeping control thanks to that pushing bot as well. MDK are going to trade it for top side pressure, but sure, get some vision control down, maybe you can look for a pick, but GenX won't go down easily here, and I don't think you can really get the tower as long as you see Lavrov, he can reset and join on that top end.
So the problem that MDK now have is they're committing 4 members to the top side, and sure, they can protect that bot, but look at the mid wave that's now being pushed in. Ice has that, they have to send Jinx back. Now, GenX has been completely safe up towards the top side, and what does this unlock? The drag, right? And it all comes back to that vision they were setting up earlier. Right now, BDS just have the cleaner, simpler macro plays, and it kind of boils down to that fundamentals of just making sure that they back together, move back out onto the map together, and they're kind of taking advantage of these
for a second with that noise that came out.
And it's what BDS did really well during the regular season, even what they did really well in spring last year when they made it to the finals. Here we see GenX trying to chase onto Mirwin, and Leo waiting in the wings. GenX could be locked up here. Flash, Vault Breaker, there's the cease and desist as well. The stun will lock him down, and Mirwin takes the kill. GenX thought it was an honorable 1v1, and Leonia had other ideas.
But these are the type of picks MDK need to be finding with their composition. Now they can look to try and threaten the Baron. They're already putting pressure onto that top tier 2. If they can maybe force a TP out from Nuke, it gives them that much more control over the map. As I said, yeah, you're right. Nuke actually TPs towards that top tower. They're not going to push their advantage anymore, though. They're going to push in this wave, and they're going to look to reset as well.
You do also have to just be so careful of Mad Lions' opportunity to take Baron. Double Kraken Slayer plus a Talia, your Baron take is incredibly quick with this squad. So if you do lose someone like GenX, you can very quickly find yourself having to run around the map to try and answer. So I think Mad Lions Koi going to be very happy with this. I just want to see them use this tempo now. You've got another 8 waves that you can play off of for 4 minutes until Dragons. Like, set yourself up for an advantage off these waves where, okay, push in top, rotating towards mid, push people off of mid tower, use Super's range to get mid tower, open up this map for yourself.
And in terms of itemization, MDK definitely spiking the 2 items on all of their key carries, almost 3 on Mirwin. In a very powerful position. Nuke still a little short, and now finishes the Liandry. So Nash's Liandry is the build for Nuke. As Ice has gone Infinity Edge, Storm, Razor. No second item yet for Genax, but he is just a tank and he is Cassante, so kind of makes up for missing half an item, just the champion in and of itself. His introduction into this BDS lineup over the weekend, although sudden, he fits and gels relatively well with what BDS like to do. He's a very good tank player, was always seen on the Gnar, on
Sion as
also
well.
like Sion, yeah, plays a little bit of Jax. He does play a lot of other things, but in terms of where he shines, he's very good at being the utility tank that the team desires, and BDS play very well around that.
Okay, MDK now setting up for that siege onto the mid-tier
Reaver's
one. The
wall.
ultimate comes down. Well executed. Very clean play from MDK. No contest from BDS. Not much that they can do.
Yeah,
They need to go and catch this bot wave as well.
You guys said it. You wanted them to play off the tempo. They all reset at the same time. They came out with their completed items and they get a tier 1 in the mid lane. Now they're looking for a little bit more as they manage to find the lockup onto Sheo. He stepped a little bit too deep. Ice devoured by Lebrov. Spat out of the backside as Genax comes back into the fight. This could be big. The Cassante joining. Moonlight Vigil gets everyone low with the Infernum as Cassante trying to go all out on the back line. He gets one. He's looking for more, but he can't quite find them. Ice able to escape down towards the bottom of the fight as Mirwin and Feskawi keep Nuke and Lebrov at bay.
Feskawi just saved that fight for his team. The flick onto Ice forces Ice out of that fight, and when he had Infernum and blinking health bars on Mad Lions Koi, that could have been the big win for BDS, but just in time he is there. Great pick here for Mad Lions Koi though.
I mean, Sheo losing his life should have been a Baron play. It makes sense that they want to go for more, but just keep your eyes on Ice. This ultimate's going to do so much damage onto the backline, combined with the Azir as well. They just melt that backline. Cassante's even able to get a pick off the back of it, taking out Alyoya. They are able to trade it back, so a kill goes into the back pocket of Super. Ends up ultimately being a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of MDK. But if they had just been able to get that kill onto the Sejuani and then get away, that could have been a very real Baron threat. So credits to Ice and Nuke doing what they can in the fight to do enough damage to MDK to deter them from going for it. MDK, though, still happy after winning that fight.
Starting to set up then again, minute and a half, well, minute 15 until Dragon. So get control over this bottom side. Nicely done by Mad Lions Koi to get in, establish vision and allow that push to come through. Nuke trying to respond to that top side, but you can see with push in mid, it becomes very difficult now to threaten side lanes effectively. So Mad Lions Koi just going to move for a Skelly up. I think though at this stage, as long as you reset at this point here for BDS, spend the goal you have, and then all as one start to get control over this mid lane again, I think you're in a good spot. Because at this stage, 45 seconds until Mountain, I think you don't really have to worry too much about how you're going to try and deal with these pushing side lanes, because they just aren't there for Mad Lions Koi.
The concern, though, for BDS is the Mountain is up in 40 seconds, but you have Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper already complete on Super, Merwin's at 3 items. If you go for a Mountain Drake and you haven't set up vision around the Baron and you don't respect the fact that MDK can do this Baron really quickly, it could cost you a lot. It would be their third of the game. Nuke pushing in. Here's Feskawi and Alyoya, cease and desist into the seismic shove. A tale as old as time here from Feskawi and Alyoya as they find the pick, they find the kill, and perhaps they'll find the big purple worm.
Yeah, why not just go straight for the Baron? You know that BDS have just invested all their resources into setting up for around the Dragon, and this will be uncontested. MDK recognizing the strengths of their comp, finding picks on a side lane. They don't leverage the Twisted Fate, but they don't need it. And they secure themselves a Baron. Very well played by MDK.
They've even got a wave that's about to come in on this top side, and Dragon is only just about to fall, so they're going to look for this top tier 2 as well. You're even looking in mid lane as well. Super is starting to pick up that wave to push in. They may even look for the tier 2 in mid because people have to defend top lane turret. This is a massive turn in favor of Mad Lions Koi.
Ice was trying to catch the mid wave. Super now pushing that in, shepherding in the minions. Genax will clear out bot, but doesn't really have the damage to eat through those minions too quickly. Super with the rocket launcher, putting a little bit of damage down on this tower. BDS able to hold on for now, but look at that gold lead, the explosion, 5.5k in MDK's advantage now. The picks in the side lane have been working perfectly for them, and BDS's composition that loves to front to back have never got the opportunity to have a 5v5 fair fight.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made that, hey, BDS, we now have 3 dragons. We're at Soul Point. Now, MDK, you have to come and fight us. But no, they don't. The way that their comp should work is that MDK should be looking to try and chip away your HP bar before the Dragon even starts. They should be looking for a pick. They should be trying to basically do as much damage as they can a minute before the Dragon even spawns. And so far, they've been doing it mainly cross-map, so whenever BDS is setting for an objective, MDK will then attack the other side. Let's see if they have the awareness to find these picks in advance. Dragon not still for another 4 minutes away. They want to leverage this Baron to break into the base as much as possible. Right now, MDK is just waiting for Mirwin to get that push in top as they have the wave connecting in mid as well.
If I'm BDS, though, I feel fine to just give up these 2 outer towers. The hardest part for Mad Lions Koi is going to be trying to break the actual base itself. And as long as you're able to try and keep yourselves in check, you should be okay to try and push out. Maybe you struggle with GenX in one of those side lanes, but
Alvaro's just getting rooted, locked up with the Glacial Prism, gets the quickness off, but not in time. The tower does fall. A turret for a Rakan, a trade that MDK won't be happy with, but will have to accept as BDS are able to find a kill.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here for BDS is as long as the base doesn't crack, Mad Lions Koi can't win off of this Baron push. And you have Dragon in 3 minutes time, so that's the win condition BDS are looking for. As long as they don't give themselves in towards pick opportunities, which is kind of where they're at right now. Mad Lions, our BDS should be relatively fine, but I think straying outside your base this far is not the way to go forward here, BDS. You're kind of giving that momentum to MDK.
I mean, they've nullified the Baron as much as they can. They did lose a tower, but by getting a kill back, they know that they have numbers advantage at the very least. So BDS have been able to weather the pressure that MDK were able to put down. And yes, they definitely find themselves at a gold disadvantage, but BDS are kind of relying on that one miracle fight that they often find. Let's see if they're able to find it. We're setting up 2.5 minutes now until the dragon spawns. Do you know, I always think back to Vitality, Jizuke. It was him that would often do this with his junglers and his top. He did it with Cabochard as well, but he would just shadow behind on his Rise or his Twisted Fate, and they'd use a double stack to look for a pick on a side. Obviously, the rest of MDK have now joined. 5 members strong on the bot side of the map.
Sheo looking for the flank, for Scary trying to mark him. Ice in the mid lane, not with the team right now. He was catching the wave. Sheo will spot MDK. The knockback with the seismic shove. Alvaro going for the knockup as well. Makes a grand entrance in, and the tower forfeit as BDS had to try and bring Ice to connect with the team, which meant that Sheo stepped into MDK and lost half his HP.
This is where I think you have to be careful as MDK, though, because yes, that did work out, but I think if you end up all grouping as this 5-man unit, you're given the opportunity for BDS to find these fights. Ice was a little bit late because he was dealing with the mid-wave. I'd actually rather see them go for a Scowy, push out top, get the push in mid, and with 1.5 minutes now until Dragon, yes, you got that bottom tier 2, but your waves aren't in the best of spots now, where BDS can reset, get out on the map, get their waves in check, and then look for vision around the Dragon. So I think you got to very quickly as MDK get your top side pushed out here, so you can actually look for a pick before Dragon, rather than just looking for a big 5v5 there.
BDS, sorry, Ice I should say, choosing to cancel his base to catch this wave quickly before he chooses to reset. Just gonna more so just keep my eyes on Ice as to what he's up to.
Might not even get a back up here. Lebrov backed away and Ice is locked up. Beautiful from Merwin, the destiny in his eyes now, as perhaps a date with destiny in the finals for MDK lies on the horizon. GenX getting chased away, Elioya and Merwin still battering them down.
And this unlocks a potential mid-play. The Dragon spawning in about 49 seconds, but what did we say? A minute?
Another stun card, there's the quickness. They lock up Nuke, the Weaver's Wall comes in, but Nuke's able to dodge away. Alvaro dashes back to his team, the Weaver's Wall jumped off by Frescowy, a surfing trip he didn't want to take, but Nuke's not back. Bolt Breaker not close enough to take him out. The Leandri's ticking won't put him down to 0, but there's the inhibitor in the mid lane. Inhibitor tower at least, felled by MDK.
A minute before the Dragon spawns is when MDK want to look for that pick. That's exactly what they just got given, and it's because Ice went for one more wave. How many times have we heard, one more wave, guys, just one more wave. I'm just gonna get this one more wave and then I've got my item. And great awareness from Mirwin and Elioya to recognize that he is overstayed in mids. They're able to get that collapse off. The reset had come through for them, and they converted into a kill. Now they should have priority around the Dragon, but with the resets coming through from BDS, MDK is looking for another pick.
Nuke is top. I don't know why he's top.
Away. Nuke in the top lane, as you say, does have the TP. Lebrov's gonna tank up the threaded volley from Frescowy. I think BDS are actually looking for a Baron play, or at least a top lane push into vision.
But I think the Dragon will die before they can like do anything
Still
back.
20 seconds.
I think Frescowy needs to consider going base here. He does of course have the TP, so maybe he just wants to push this wave out and be ready.
Gonna lose inhibitor.
Oh no. Is they just going to Fnatic yesterday, game 5 all over again? They overload the top side and MDK just walk through mid. Mirwin catching the wave. BDS now realizing they have to play for this mid prio, but look at the damage from Super. 3 items on the Jinx with a BF sword to boot. Mirwin coming in from the flank as the gold card locked in. Rapid fire cannon charged. Ice gets the root. Calibrum dodged by Elioya. Elioya very Shea will meet up in the river. There's the quickness. Devour comes out. The charm still landing onto Lavrov. He has a flash, but the Weaver's Wall will lock them in place as the damage comes down. And BDS get routed in the jungle. Nuke too late to the party. Showing up an hour after it's finished, and he'll pay the price. Left with the bill by MDK.
BDS just look dizzy on the map, and Mad Lions Koi taking advantage of it. They will look to crack the inhibitor, and they will look to take game one.
A Cinderella story it may be for MDK, doubted by many. But their fans and their players knew what they were about. They are going to go 1-0 up and be 2 games from a date with G2.
First victory on red sides. MDK pick apart the composition of BDS. We talked about it in the draft. Picks, skirmishes, they were able to find them in the mid to late game. And BDS didn't get a single team fight that they wanted. We'll have to see if BDS can regroup right after this break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Red Bull gives you wings.
bot lane is pushing the wave in, there was the risk that Elyoya could come down and gank them, so he has to cover for that. They then use the fact they've got the prio to gank Elyoya in his own jungle. Elyoya waiting in the wings. Jenax, if you're locked up here, flash, Vault Breaker, there's the cease and desist as well. The stun will lock him down, and Mirwin takes the kill. If there's the quickness, Devour comes out, the charm still landing onto Lavrov. He has a flash, but the Weaver's Wall will lock them in place as the damage comes down.
And welcome back to the LEC, where Mad Lions Koi have just struck first in a best of 5 against BDS. Now I wanted to go over some of the early game plays that we saw in this game, and specifically some of the Drakes. So in our first clip that I have ready for you here, it's actually how BDS manages to 3 versus 4 against Mad Lions Koi to take the first Drake. So as we roll out the clip, you can currently see that they're in a position where Shio's starting up on the red side. And what he's doing with the red buff right now is that he's actually getting a camp advantage ahead of Elyoya. You can see he's gonna get level 6 right now. So as we post a clip here, you can currently see that as we highlight the minimap, Nuke's back in base. There's first move for Frenskawi in mid lane. He does have the ultimate, but what Mad Lions Koi currently does not have is the information that Shio is level 6. So as we roll out the clip, you're going to be able to see that Frenskawi has the opportunity to join, but does not do it because Mad Lions Koi are never expecting BDS to actually take this fight. But instantly, Lavrov comes through with a great knock-up that's followed through by Shio with the ultimate, resulting in not only Shio killing Elyoya here, but also getting the Drake, and BDS finishing that 4 versus 5, or 3 versus 4 rather, allowing them to get the first Drake. But then here in our second clip, where once again it's looking great for BDS. You take a look at the map, they got all the setup, they got all the wards, they know exactly what's about to happen. But as we roll it out, they slip up, because you're playing against a TF top. They already know he's got the move first, but as you pause it right here, you're gonna see that they've split up completely. Instead of staying together, Nuke's now on the other side, Ice still down towards the bottom, no first move from Jenax. So as we roll out the clip, there's no way they're actually able to take this fight. Despite having all the setup in the world they needed for this Drake, they forgot that there's a Twisted Fate that exists on the top side, and because of that, Mirwin was able to punish this lack of awareness coming out from BDS, resulting in them coming back into this game and then further taking it over. Now to break down the rest of that game, I'm going to throw it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful breakdown, and I think it got to kind of the crux of the issue for BDS, but also the key and why this TF was banned so often, I think, specifically versus MDK. Broxa, the fact that, you know, they want to be able to move, they want to be able to engage, they want to be able to play their aggro play style, and it's giving them another tool.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad for Jenax coming back in the LEC and having to play Cassandra into Twisted Fate.
Like, welcome!
And the worst part is he actually had a pretty good early laning phase, but then once he died to a gank, and from that point on, he couldn't play.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem is that you can't really do much against this TF in draft, because especially on red side, when you pick TF, no matter where you pick it, 4th pick, 3rd pick, 1st pick, at any point is like, where is it gonna go? It's such a strong flex pick for mid and top, and it kind of forces you as blue side that you have to pick something neutral regardless of where they show that it will go.
5head though, like, I think since they're playing with Jenax instead of Adam, maybe they were like, this is the time we let it through because we know we're gonna put him on something like a Cassante or Gnarl series anyway, you know? So that could also be the case, but still, it didn't work out.
Yeah, but regardless of that, outside of the lane matchup, I feel like TF is enabling a lot of what MDK wants to do, because they have been adopting this playstyle where they're looking to trap you everywhere on the map, on a mid wave, when you're walking in to get vision, and worst case, TF Wolves, it gives you vision. It enables a lot of avenues for you to look for fights, because you can just see BDS out of position.
Yeah, we see it right here as well. Like, most of these plays are made on the back of Mirwin, and he's just absolutely everywhere. I'm curious to see how next draft is going to go, but I think there's a 0% chance that he's going to get TF again.
TF. Yeah, as we go into the second game, let's now look at how this influences the rest. Obviously, this guy, he's such a psycho. I love it. It's so amazing. I love talking to him. I love seeing him play. I love the way he approaches the top lane. I am sad that we've been kept from our Mirwin versus Adam best of 5. I really am, but this is just the hand that we, and especially BDS, have been dealt. So yeah, let's start talking about that draft then. Knowing what you said already, Oduwamne, it's hard. BDS is on the blue side, so again, they'll have, when it comes out, they won't know where it goes. Would you opt to then maybe put something mid and top that counters it, or?
Well, the thing is you can't, because a lot of the counter picks to the TF are counters that they would get countered by something else. So you can't really go for this approach where you double counter him, because those matchups are usually so weak and volatile against other stuff. So for me, I think the best option is just to ban it on blue side, because I think that's also why they opted to go back into blue side, is that they see that this TF hopefully is a problem and they will ban it and leave something else open.
I also think if you look at the two team comps, on MDK's side, everybody is playmaking except Jinx. They have so much of it. But on the other side for BDS, who's going to make aggressive plays? Who's going to make things happen? The Sejuani? I don't think so.
Sure,
it's just such a simple, easy to predict front-to-back team comp with no creativity, and I think that's something they were really lacking here.
Yeah, and for me what was interesting is that they've been exposing BDS, because I think BDS has been touted as this, you know, very, very rehearsed, good mid-game team where they have their objective setups, you know, on point. But they've just been making slip-ups, you know, because MDK is punishing mistakes, you know. MDK is not forcing mistakes, but they're just punishing it off of information that they're having, with BDS just having a sloppy approach to, you know, these essential steps of the game.
Also, the first time that Mad Lions Koi won on red side in the playoffs, so, you know, it begs the question, have you then not done enough if you are, of course, on the blue side for BDS? We'll see. We're going into draft right now, and I'm really curious. I agree with you. Oh, they don't even have a picture for GenX. That's kind of sad.
He's not there, sadly.
No, maybe, nah.
I mean, I see him. He's there.
Yeah,
but
he's definitely there, but we'll see. So, here we go then. Team BDS electing to stay on the blue side and taking some usual suspects off the list.
So,
Karma, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so last time we saw BDS banning Senna, Karma, and Ivan. Ivan was the second ban. Looks like they're changing it up with the Twisted Fate here, which obviously makes a lot of sense. If Mad Lions is to follow the same recipe, they're going to be banning Varus right now, but outside of the TF, pretty similar draft so far.
I mean, Ivan is in right now, so it feels like, you know, if they're gonna catch you on these setups, at least you're gonna see it coming. It's a lot more predictable, and there's a lot more counterplay than you know.
Are you body shaming Daisy?
Wait, am I?
That's really not expected to.
Anyway, Aphelios lock in.
Aphelios first pick. That's a bit odd, I would say, because I feel like he's not really the best ADC in the meta right now. I feel like there should be some other prior picks.
I mean,
here.
second time and Ice Comfort, but.
I guess so. I'm curious to see what MDK is gonna opt for here.
I also think BDS is in a fairly tricky position with the first pick, because last game they opted into their Seer, which obviously didn't really have much of an impact. They can't really early pick top because Mewin is on the other side. Maybe Ivan, but do you really want to first pick that? That's the question.
Yeah, I guess it's a syndrome of them not really having a super strong first pick, and they prefer to go for the Aphelios because I'm guessing it's just an ADC that can hold its own and scale well against anything, and then they prefer to kind of take this red side approach where they react to what they're picking. So I'm curious to see Vi and Blitzcrank. I feel like, oh, Blitzcrank so early, I'm not sure I like it, because the problem, exactly, like Xayah is coming in now, it feels like with champions like Blitzcrank, even though, you know, you can pick them early, I feel like if you pick them later, it has this surprise factor where enemy can't really react, because right now, MDK sees Blitzcrank like, okay, we can pick 2 more champions that are good versus Blitzcrank, and he won't really do much.
So if you're on Matt's side right now, if you're in Mewin's position, like, are there any like top bans you're looking out for, or, you know, what do you want to do?
Usually on red side, I think what is really good is to take out the solid blind picks like Cassante, Gnar, so you can get an even more volatile matchup for your 5 pick, because it looks like MDK really likes this volatility. It's been their approach with at least top lane for all of playoffs. But right now, going with mid lane bans, it makes sense. Azir is a strong mid lane pick, and also Nuke has been showing a lot of priority on this Orianna. I mean, they did Orianna Garen a lot, but I'm not sure if GenX has the Garen ready for now. But
you should just slam it.
Yeah, it makes sense, these 2 mid lane bans, because Azir, at least now it feels like he's a little bit unrivaled. Although the Talia is open, so BDS could look for the reverse approach of game 1.
It is worth pointing out that Nuke, outside of Azir and Orianna, has only played Nico and Akali, I believe. Both champions are not going to be that great here, because Xayah is going to be fine against both of the assassins. They have Ivan to protect, so he's going to most likely be finding something different, like the Talia coming into this. I think Braum is a great pick here, makes a lot of sense. Very strong into most traditional melee supports like the Blitzcrank, and just all of a sudden an amazing team fighting come from that.
Yeah, and this also shows the weakness of picking support on 3 on blue side, because right now, Mad Lions coach should have had the choice of, you know, which lane do you want to counter? Do you want to counter top lane or do you want to counter support? But right now it feels like they got counter pick on both, which is a little bit illegal.
Yeah.
Corki coming through though. I think it's a new for Nuke, although it does seem to fit his profile with this, you know, long-range control mage. I think it's gonna be quite good. And the Cassante, the typical, you know, slot it into any team comp, and it's gonna be quite good. Although I'm not really sure I like the synergy of all of BDS team comp, because it seems like you want this sort of catch comp when it comes to neutral objectives, where you want to pick people as they walk in. Well, I don't know, it feels like there's some anti-synergy, because Corki doesn't feel like it makes a lot of sense with, you know, they're just two sides of the draft, want to go in and the other one wants to kite back.
I gather that you're not too happy with BDS staying on blue, and this is what they drafted. Is that the same for you, Broxa?
Yeah, I think more, like we talked about at the start of it, more than anything, they banned away so many OPs, so did Matt, and there was just nothing left. If you end up in a situation where you as BDS have to first pick Aphelios, it never feels particularly great, especially when your opponents take a C and Ivan. But I'm curious, Odoamne, what do you think about this top matchup? Cassante and Sanar, which side would you want to play?
I think it's miserable. I think it's very, very miserable for Cassante. I think he won't have a lot of agency in this game. He's going to be losing prio. But there is hope for him, because I do think that Vi Cassante is a strong 2v1 or 2v2 top. So I see that they will have power there, but I do think that in isolation it will be quite hard for Cassante to do a lot this game.
We'll see. The draft, not to the liking of my analysts, but sometimes it happens then that the team just smashes the other team. I don't know if that will be the case here, though. Casters, what do you think?
Thank you very much, Aethia. I'll see if my analysts agree with the analysts on the desk.
Yes.
Nice.
Aligned.
Cool. All agree. We don't like this draft for BDS, at least in comparison to what MDK have in their employ. We saw Elio on the Ivan yesterday get a very big early lead.
So here's what I'll say, like, so strengths and weaknesses of our format, right? You play a lot of games.
Yep.
If you MDK or if you're a Fnatic, you would have had to play a lot of games over the weekend. But the advantages of having to play a lot of games is that, like, MDK, I feel like that they just get to react so easily because they had to go through this process so many times yesterday. So the second that they see a first pick of Aphelios, compared to what the things that Fnatic were cooking yesterday, they're saying like, oh, I love that. You know, and then you see a Vilock in, they always have this Xayah answer, right? We even saw things like SK responding with the Xayah as well. Like, it just feels that, yeah, it does feel like that MDK just have that extra bit of experience. They feel very fresh and used to the stage. And yeah, game one was a little bit slow, a little bit warming up, but they were still on the ball when it came to finding those picks and finding those opportunities. So
stage scrims.
Yeah. I'm optimistic for MDK. They're looking good coming into this second game. BDS are going to have to show us something very different. Because ultimately the execution of their composition, I do think, is hard. On paper, it looks like a traditional front to back, but how easily does this damage dealers of BDS actually have access to the damage dealers of MDK? And I would say, not that easily.
Because there's always a trigger seed in the way.
Yeah. But that's why I was surprised to see like Corki come through. I was like, oh, this could actually be a Nico angle, right? For Nuke, where you're like, hey, we can play through strong mid jungle. We got good setup then when it comes towards objectives. We can try and get access on the back line, like actually try and set up that way. Even enable ice in a lot of situations. It just feels like Nuke wants to poke. He takes terror shots and gets poked. And it just means you don't have the best of times here as BDS when you actually get towards team fights. And Mad Lions Koi, I mean, decent engage. You know, you got a lot of shielding, as you already pointed out. Good disengage the prom. It looks nice. Sheo going to be spotted here, though.
Elio smites it. But can he get out? Trigger Seed used for a little bit of extra effective HP, and he can get out. In fact, he's a friend of the forest, and that he's able just to wander back through it.
Yeah, I mean, the slow from the Trigger Seed doing wonders there. That tower shot in mid, obviously going to hurt Nuke's ability to trade back and forth. He's going to be forced to burn his pot early. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, nothing too significant happening there. We did get Odo's insight in terms of how this matchup plays out. We've all seen it before. Mirwin, of course, no stranger to the Gnar, has already showed it yesterday when playing against Fnatic, but you're seeing a little bit of why. The stacked wave could always pose a potential dive angle, which is something that they have to be cautious of, but given the position of where Elyoy is on the map, it seems unlikely. So Janek should be fine, and he should be able to just counter the stacked wave at top.
Just about how many of these CS you can really get. Not the easiest to farm when you're underneath your tower like that, and when you're being harassed by Mirwin. Hook does land on Alvaro, puts up the Unbreakable, Ignite ticking. be too much. Actually, it looks like LeBron didn't use the Ignite there. Ice did use the Ghost earlier on. Wonder exactly how that sequence of events went down in the bottom lane.
So look, for Scout, good control over mid lane. Means that he'll be able to shove in this wave. You get the TP back from Nuke. We'll pick up the tier on the early buy, but I think for Madeline's Koi, you're pretty happy with the fact that Frisketti has control over the lane at the moment, and should be able to, honestly, with the size of the wave, maybe even get a nice reset for himself without using the teleport. Yeah, Elyoya now on this bottom side with the push that is available. What are they? I don't know if you have the
I think it's more to make sure that Shea wasn't here, right?
Yeah.
He could have come down knowing that Alva and Super are pushing in. It would give Ice and Labrov a good opportunity to find a fight if Shea was there to help.
I also, I know they got away with it yesterday, but diving a Blitzcrank just is never a good idea. Like, if you actually manage to, punch someone up, you can hook them back in. It makes it very difficult to juggle that tower aggro, and usually you end up getting one back. But we'll have to see as Madeline's Koi. Off to. I mean, this is fine. You're just going to keep pushing waves and be happy with the way the game is going.
So as a reminder, the winners of this series will go on to face G2 tomorrow. When G2 played against BDS last week, it was a 3-0 in favor of G2. We praised G2 a lot for their, honestly, macro masterclass. Big shout out to Kadril. He made a great video kind of breaking a lot of that down. And we had criticisms of some of that macro in the previous game. We think that MDK, some of their back towers were misaligned, but ultimately they were great at finding these small avenues where BDS were a little bit split apart and MDK were able to find these picks. Now this composition isn't as much about finding picks, it's a little bit more about that team fighting. We heard from the desk themselves say that when it comes to the straight 5v5, how easy is it actually to execute this composition from BDS? Because that Vi, that Cassante is going to want to go in, but then you're putting yourself in range of a Xayah Braum, which is going to be really difficult to play into. And it's a matter of which front line is going to fall first. Well, you have to imagine that it's going to be BDS's. So they're going to have to find creative ways to navigate their way through these fights, maybe find good flanks, maybe catch their opposition off guard. Because if they do play that traditional BDS front-to-back style setting up around objectives, I do feel that as we get later into this game, Mad Lions Core are going to have that advantage.
The risk even is, even if you manage to find some good flanks, say you try and hook Super, where he pops the Featherstorm, cool. If you try and cease and desist Super, he does exactly the same. If you hook Frescowi, he can Emperor's Divide your entire team back into a much more compromising situation. So even if you do manage to find an avenue onto the backline, it's still very difficult to actually kill MDK in team fights.
I think it's about trying to get creative with, hey, let's try and burn Featherstorm with Nuke Package. Let's try and use these opportunities to set up for plays, but that does get very difficult. It means you have to be very diligent on using the plays beforehand, but as Benny's pointed out, the Elyoya is topside.
Genex has the all-out, dodges the Gnar with the Pathmaker, all-outs back as Merwin is pulled back just a little bit. Oakfold exchange them in the top lane. Both of them have already used their TPs to return to their native homeland. In top lane, there's the hook. Arms onto Alvaro, puts up the Unbreakable, and Ice realizes he can't really do anything to get through that shield.
Sad Blitzcrank noises.
Elyoya, though, it's going to spot out Sheo. Sheo did end up using that time where Elyoya was sitting top to get some farm for himself, so had that little bit of an advantage on the experience. Thought maybe they'd try and go for Void Grubs off it, but Elyoya now being able to go back into his jungle and pick up his camps means that he's actually going to be totally fine here.
BDS go for Void Grubs? Excuse me, there's an objective on the bottom side of the map where they want to go.
Sometimes he got chances.
I mean, that's exactly where Shea was gone.
Yeah.
Straight down towards the Dragon, Nuke getting the push in the mid lane.
I don't know if Elyoya wants to give that one for free, though. Obviously, his bot lane is pushed underneath their tower right now. It's going to be a difficult one to fight for. And I think he's going to make the wise choice. Their angle of attack doesn't look the best. So instead, they'll concede this one for now. Labrov. When I think back to the regular season, Hysterics consistently sung Labrov's praises.
That's
and I have to... Oh, hang on a minute. He's just going to have to flash, yeah. But now maybe they go for something more here. If he can connect the route, he does.
It's just going to chase him forward. Labrov really should have flashed before the slow from the Winter's Bite. Now he's just dead. Good play by MDK, but Labrov, he was always going to have to flash, so why not just flash straight away?
Exactly, yeah, that was greedy. Just immediately get out of there. There's no point in now. Sheo has lost control on this bottom side because Mad Lions Core able to go into it and just push him away with that support being dead. Maybe even could have gone for the Krugs, but instead just going to try and post up here for Frisketti to push in mid as well.
So, I mean, there's not a huge amount to break down here. Labrov holding onto his flash for as long as he can. Does throw it over. The ward gives the information Elyoya needs. And then the passive from Braum, committing the flash from Alvaro as well, just to guarantee that passive connects. I think he also threw out another Q there just to add the slow, or it may have even been the trigger seed. Evi with a very enthusiastic reaction. We turn our attention to mid.
Vs.MDK is going to get locked down here with the Cease and Desist hooked away. Emperor's Divide. Oh, but Sheo flashes in front of him. However, the trigger seeds come back, and now Alvaro can open up on Sheo. No flash on the buy. He looked for the kill, and instead, he is the prey. MDK strike again.
And you get to see one of the major changes to Azir on that play. The fact that he got changed to his Soldiers can do on hit means he can prop the Braum passive, manages to get the setup on the stun, and Sheo just flashed into his death. Really nice job there by Madline's Koi to respond to that mid lane play.
You're also seeing how difficult it's going to be to kill people on MDK. Obviously, we're nowhere near the mid to late game yet, but the shield from Elyoya, the Braum utility that he provides, 3 members are being thrown. Chain CC, knock up. Good ultimate to buy a bit of time. Nice flash in the way initially, but then the shield comes through, the Braum is there, and now there's just no damage left in the tank for BDS. They're immediately forced to retreat. And MDK find themselves another pick.
I do think it was a bit of a mistake from Labrov, though. I don't think you needed to go for the hook there. Just run in and get the punch, and then you can always, if Freskewi burns the flash, look for the hook afterwards, because you just pulled them out of all the damage and made it easier for him to try and escape away from it. So, alongside Sheo burning the flash, that one's got a sting for BDS.
Reminiscent of the spring finals last year, where BDS did manage to get a lead, but then fell to MDK, fell at the final hurdle. Here it seems that, well, it was Mad Lions at the time. Here it seems like MDK might just be their kryptonite. Nuke will get a plate in the mid lane, but MDK will take 2 of these Void Gobs away. Daisy helping out, Merwin coming across as he's already pushed in top. That's a 8 CS lead. Obviously, with the Twisted Fate, every CS you got did give him more gold, so his gold lead was much more sizable in game 1, but he's still very much in control of that top lane here in game 2.
But Brava's looking for something here.
Yeah. Alvaro's going to put up the Unbreakable. There's the knock-up. Concussive blows can be procced, and Sheo has the flank position. Super holds on to the flash. Will have to flash away in the end. Doesn't even use it. Just walks around, but BDS do get on the board here in game 2.
The hook going wide from Labrov means the Super doesn't even have to burn the summoner spell, so Super able to step away. Alvaro not so lucky though, and just nice play from Sheo to move in behind the bottom lane of Madline's Koi and set that one up. So 1 kill apiece now in the bottom side and evening up that gold.
Ooh, Super. Risk of a dive here. Does of course have the ultimate and the flash, so it would be risky to commit, and BDS recognize that, going to choose to back away. Overall, gold remains pretty even. Dragon advantage in favor of BDS. It's 2-1 in Krugs. Tension is palpable on the top side of the map. Unlikely that we're going to be seeing more Krugs spawn though, given that the Herald, that's the word I'm looking for, the Herald will be spawning in about 3 minutes time.
Charge her way onto the rift.
1 minute though until the next dragon spawns. Alvaro now ticking over to level 6. The reset's coming through from Super and Elyoya. They have the push in mid. TPs have been unleashed. Meowin and Jenax both have theirs available. I wonder if this is going to be a big fight, or whether or not respect is going to be shown from either side.
MDK did fight the second Drake in game 1, even though perhaps at the time we thought they shouldn't. They managed to secure it. Meowin can build up that Mega Gnar and then TP down. 20 seconds before the Hex Drake comes onto the rift. MDK know that BDS want to fight around it. They always do. It is their modus operandi. Ice with red and blue.
I think Madline's Koi want to try and dissuade BDS from taking this dragon. You're just slightly short on Freskewi having his Nashor's Tooth, which could be really nice for him to then TP back in with that, but BDS trying to play off the fact that we've just completed Mirror Mana here for Nuke, or Manamune, sorry, I should say, for Nuke, so using the fact they have that item advantage.
Above steps forward, looks for the hook, has to flash away. Concussive blow still 2 autos away from being procced.
They should be in a position to contest this dragon now.
They have a package. It's so dangerous to fight into a Corki package, even early in the game. Freskewi is going to come across, hasn't gone back to base, so doesn't have that Nashor's Tooth. Daisy killed off, TP behind, counter TP used by Merwin. There's the package, separates MDK. Alvaro hooked back in, and he'll pay for the fight with his life. Sheo, though, rooted up as Super, stands on the front line to cease and desist and get them in time, and the trigger seeds are keeping Super very healthy now. Freskewi dives onto the back line. Ice unable to get into the fight. 2 for 2 so far, the dragon taken by MDK.
A chaotic fight, which results in a dragon going for MDK. That's not how I was expecting the fight to play out. But the TP comes in very quickly from Jenax. They create this threat angle on the backline, And then Super basically says, okay, well, I just won't be the backline then. I guess I'll be the front line. And then he just dives into the Dragon Pit and gets a kill. Love the confidence there from Super. Results in the Dragon going in favor of MDK. But BDS still end up trending 2 for 2. So a bit of a scrappy back and forth. But ultimately, MDK the winners.
Yeah, and you'll see as the fight kicks off, the scramble just that they had back to try and get in that front-to-back position to deny the setup from Nuke to actually separate them was really nice from Madeline's Koi, and the amount of feathers the Super managed to get down with the ultimate was set up beautifully there for Madeline's Koi to try and take that fight. So nicely done by Madeline's Koi, but a dragon stolen is going to be big news for Madeline's Koi, because again, they just want to try and look for team fights and start their own walk to victory through those objective controls.
The thing about Blitzcrank is it's always that X factor, right? Even if on paper, you don't expect his value to be as apparent. If he just lands that right hook, whether it be at the right time or onto the right target, it completely shifts the dynamic of how the fight is then played. Removing Alvaro from play mitigated a lot of the peel that MDK did have, and it then made it easier for GenX to gain access onto the backline.
MDK have worked their way towards this mid lane, though. They have the numbers advantage. Shale going to come across, but this tower already forfeit as MDK crack open the mid tier 1. Daisy falls, and Lyoya sacrificing his friend for the good of the team. Merwin chased away by Nuke. It's interesting to see GenX the one marking into Frescowi, where Nuke is marking into Merwin.
Well, I think that was more so that Merwin was already bought by the forward mid, and now Frescowi being sent up to top to try and catch that wave. I imagine that they're going to try and send that back, but admittedly, GenX has enough resistances now that should be able to weather any storm. You can see he's got both armor and magic resist sitting in his inventory.
Yeah, I think it kind of works out though. I know it sounds weird, if Nuke will get push against Mirren, but you've got a lot of like 2v1 pressure on towards Nuke with Mirren when you got like Trigger Seed and potential follow-up there as well. So you can kind of see that because of that, BDS had to invest a bunch of people on running down to this bot side, which then opened up for Madeline's Koi to play into mid lane and get mid lane tower. So Madeline Koi, again, even though it's these little moves, are still getting advantages through macro play when they see BDS pushed out of position like this, where they've just mismanaged who's up against who on the bottom side.
That would be a rip hold over to MDK. Merwin jumps in with the Gnar, just clearing the wave. If you got Nuke, it was an added bonus, but like those little extra fries you get in the bottom of the bag, you know, it's just a little extra treat. Wasn't really expecting more out of it. Lyoya caught here, pulled back with the all-out, does have the Daisy. And Lyoya just being chased out the Trigger Seed. Keeps him healthy enough, and he's able to walk away. No Daisy placed by Lyoya.
That's a huge play, though. Actually, might still not be on the cards. I'm going to say GenX getting Lyoya out of the position might mean that MDK can go for this play, because they got the push on mid,
next wave.
and now they can lead. Yeah, I think we still have to get out of there.
Cease and desist on him. He does still have the flash. The Brov will look for it. Now GenX locked up under the tower. Daisy placed down. MDK will take the kill on the Cassante. Merwin able to escape. And it's a 2-for-1 special. A tower and a kill in the top lane for MDK. The Rift Herald coming down might be 3. Tower in the mid lane focused by Ice, but he doesn't have good guns to rattle through the turret. The hook wide again from Lebrov.
Oh, the tower shot!
Is that a kill angle?
It might be. Merwin looking
Movement
for
speed is enough. He keeps the mid tower alive. Ice doesn't have a minion wave to siege. They're continuing the siege on the top lane. They're going to get another hit onto this tower. I think that, yeah, they're not going to choose to overstay. 2 towers, a kill. MDK ballooning this gold lead now. 3K is the advantage they find 60 minutes. Lebrov forced to execute. I guess he was concerned about a potential collapse.
I think he thought that MDK would go back through their BDS's blue side jungle and then collapse on him. So he's like, well, I might need to sack myself. Didn't need to if he had full awareness, but obviously you don't. You have that fog of war as a player.
We see all, the players do not. The good news for MDK, though, great back timings now for them. They secured those top towers, they reset, they get to spend a bunch of gold. Merwin, while his back was a little bit delayed, doesn't matter. He has the TP and still 30 seconds until the dragon is up. This means that it's MDK first into the enemy jungle. They're gaining that vision. Could Lebrov be in danger? No, he's going to be fine for now. But this area of the map is going to get very dark very quickly for BDS.
And I think a lot of this comes down to, one, the map plays from BDS's Labrov. These individual mistakes, I was about to say, not landing these hooks, is starting to cost them. Not getting the hook on mid lane means they overextend for the play, don't get the tower. Now the hook there means they're not getting the control that they need on this bottom side to let GenX be able to control it. And even GenX getting caught on that top side was a big mistake as well. That's leading to Madeline Koi extending their lead, extending dragons, and now realistically we'll see the play in response from Shay on this top side.
So much credit to MDK as the Wallop comes down. Nuke was tanking the tower, has to flash. Merwin looking for the house in the back, but instead he uses the boomerang.
He spams the laugh as well. Merwin, a solo kill onto Nuke. It's starting to feel like BDS are falling apart. Of course, it's just a solo kill, but MDK, over the last few minutes, 2 towers top. A kill in top lane as well. They just converted into another kill. Now they're threatening both the mid lane and the bot lane. BDS very quickly losing control of this game.
And now you've already got position on this bottom side. You're down a man as well. GenX, you cannot stay for this tower. You're Cassante, but you will get a lot of members down onto this bottom side. Trying to see if he can defend, but potential flick back here.
Stunned up, there's a Glacial Fissure as well. He has to dodge away. And Tofu's come out just short of the minion wave, but now it's Lavrov and GenX trying to hold. The wave was cleared out by the Cassante, but MDK's map play over the last few moments has been sublime. They play through mid to get Rift held, they then play 2 towers top. Every time BDS are the ones reacting and MDK are the ones setting the tempo. Right now, BDS getting whiplash.
Look at that ward, potential TP.
TP behind, as you say. MDK start to retreat. BDS looking for their play. Frescawi flashes away. They're going to try and lock up the Emperor. He's stunned and shut out by Nuke. 2 kills over to BDS as MDK have to retreat.
A very nice TP flank from BDS. Stymies the pressure. MDK, they tried to get a little more than what they could, and they end up getting punished for it. It is, of course, only, well, it's 2 kills, I should say. But all it'll do is force MDK back and give an opportunity for BDS to regroup. Let's look back at this TP.
Yeah, they spot that Mirren doesn't have the Mega Gnar, so they're just like, cool, we can go into the spots I play. Shield goes from the engage. The knockback doesn't really work out because of the positioning that GenX had. And then as well, Alvaro just too far forward, so can't really get into that safety zone that had been created by Frescawi. So nicely done there by BDS to at least shut down, but I don't think it's really going to stop them from the position that they're in. Mad Lions Koi, you got 2 items now into Frescawi. That ability to go into Frescawi, gone. With that Zonya's Hourglass picked up for him. Supa having his ultimate. The targets for Sheo are quickly diminishing. And as long as Mad Lion Koi aren't overextended like that again, you're going to be able to play for this dragon that's up in 3 minutes time.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the previous fight, he didn't actually have even the arm guard. He had a large rod and the 2 amp tones. This time, though, he's gone back to base and fully completed that Zonya. So now we think about some of this dive threat. And what we were talking about at the beginning, we heard the analysts as well. When this Vi goes in, what target is she what is she actually going into? There's a Braum ultimate, there's a Zyre ultimate, there's the Braum shield, there's now a Zia, Zonya's, and an ultimate as well, and then there's all the Ivern peel, right? Like, it's going to be so difficult for this Vi to actually play the game the later this game goes on. So they need to find those type of angles where MDK do actually have numbers disadvantage, when they are overstepping, when they're not quite in the right position, and BDS has to be ready to pull that trigger.
And I do feel like a huge amount of this is going to come down towards Nuke and his package, because I think it's at the end of the day, if you can get like a flank that cuts the team fight in 2, Supa's relatively short range. Frescawi might have a bit of a better chance, but if you can try and keep that Zai out of the fight, then you can deal with the front line, and you can try and deal with Alvaro and Mirren, get into an advantageous fight. But
is that Baron?
Trying to do it across the wall. There is vision, and they're now spotted. Control ward goes down. How do BDS approach this? They haven't had much chance to get vision in here. MDK were gating them away from the pit. The Daisy will continue on the Baron, but that's a fight she'll lose. Under-leveled for that battle.
Paranoia sets in for BDS. They realize that the Baron is not being started, and they back away. But mid lane control gained for MDK. Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. If recalls are going to come through, it needs to be relatively soon. BDS could find a pick.
I'm wondering if they mistimed GenX TP, because I think they were trying to go, hey, let's start it, let's see if we can get the TP from GenX, and then like back away. Mirren has control on bot side, we can look for it, but his TP isn't up just yet, and this just means that you lose control over your waves, right? And now BDS get to push in mid. They should get mid tower, and that's a big win right before this dragon spawns. So a really weird play by Mad Lions Koi.
I also think they just thought they had better vision control around it, and they did. As Supa gets enough time to get the Featherstorm down. Sheo, no cease and desist for him, and Supa's able to dodge away, and Supa just outplays BDS with the help of Elioya and Alvaro. And now the Dragon up in 40 seconds, but I think MDK might have a bigger prize on their mind.
Sheo ended up committing the flash to get the knockback, thought he connected, so ulted immediately, but it meant that the Featherstorm ended up burning that ultimate as well from Sheo. So Mad Lions Koi, they get the pick, they're on towards the objective, and Mirren's in a great spot to flank with Mega Gnar available.
But the trigger seed's enough, Unbreakable now as well as Mirren looking for that flank position. You have to watch that Gnar as he gets in behind BDS. Nuke has the flash, GenX keeps Mirren at bay, but Nuke is locked up, the Gnar into the wall, doesn't even need to kill off Nuke. Ice gets a shut down on the back line. A big golden fusion for this Aphelios as he begins to open up on Elioya. Flashes forward, but Elioya just enough health to flash and survive. A triple for Fresskowy in the fight.
BDS crumble as they try to make a play onto Super. It unlocks the Baron, it unlocks the team fight, and MDK run away with it. We look back at this play, great ultimate timing from Super. He flashes the hook here as well, converts it into a kill, and even though he's low HP, the call for Baron is made. MDK say this is a good opportunity for us. Great damage comes out from Nuke, but the Unbreakable stands strong. Nuke tries to find an angle, but he can't find it, and then Dagda, as you highlighted, this flank comes in from Merwin.
Yeah, great positioning from Merwin. It already procced the Mega Gnar off that mid wave, so just waltzes on in, is immediately behind BDS, and Ice, I mean, he does his damnedest to try and get the Baron off as many people as possible, but again, the Unbreakable doing work to just keep that Aphelios in check.
It's a game of inches, as you said. Super not stunned by the Flash Vault Breaker, gives him time to get off the Featherstorm, and then everything erupts from there. 5,000 gold lead for MDK, 4,000 gold off this Baron so far, and now they can push in. Super is doing the Dragon on his lonesome. Fresskowy just buffing the wave, mid lane buffed by Merwin as well.
There's a little TP ward in behind them again. I wonder if BDS maybe might look for something with Genax as they try and set up this siege, but with Baron it's so risky. I don't think they saw that Super was missing. That could have been an opportunity to maybe look for something, but yeah, this is going to be a very tough hold for BDS. Nuke has some range, but trying to shut down this push as Ice is miserable.
It's the Eclipse Malignant Mana Mune, or Mura Mana now for Nuke. We are on 14-2, so that Eclipse Malignant,
still works,
you still get the proc off that. And 2 items complete for Ice. Aphelios 2 games so far. Although he has had an impact in terms of the scoreline, BDS have struggled to find a way to play through him. Ice will step forward. MDK starting to back away, catching this wave. Where's the wave in the mid lane? Still a little bit of a way away. They're trying to sync these two up if they can, not clearing out that bottom wave as quickly as they could to get the wave crashing in, but still the mid wave probably about 5 seconds slower than bot wave is. BDS have a very small window to clear out bot and then move up towards mid, but they don't manage to do it in time, which means Merwin and Ayoya can step forward and take out that mid lane inhibitor tower. It just survives. Merwin now stepping in once again, and it will be razed to the ground as BDS have to start to defend. Nuke down to half HP, he dashes away, but he might look to come back into the fight if it continues. Unbreakable up by Alvaro, there's the hook, but Alvaro, one of the tankier members of MDK, is able to survive through the hook in from the buff. The Gnar back, Genax pulls Merwin back onto the tower, good use of the Pathmaker, but they still lose the inhibitor, and MDK still get exactly what they wanted out of the push.
Ultimately ends up in a 1-for-1 trade in terms of kills, but as you rightly said, Medic, inhibitor gets unlocked, and now MDK will need to reset. The Baron has fallen off, and MDK continuing to surprise. A roster that many underestimated, analysts put at the bottom of their tier list, me included. I'll hold my hand up. And they've proven everyone wrong. Elyoy at the start of the season said that he likes it being in this position. He likes having those expectations reset, that people doubt them, because then it only gives them room to grow and it gives them that motivation to prove those other people wrong, and they continue to do that as they're looking to go 2-up in this series.
And I think as well, look, Elyoya says that he thinks the term rookie is overrated, but I think this is an incredible performance for a bunch of rookies. Like, I think the fact that you have 4 rookies on this team, I can't even think of the last time we've seen this from a group of rookies like that.
It was all the way back in 2016. Splice in their rookie year made it to the finals, but they didn't even do it in their first split. It took them till summer to get through. And let me just give you some of the names of the rookies that did it back then. Wonder, Trashy, who became Cold, Senkux, Kobby, and Mickey X. Yep. Like these guys are putting themselves in very high company if they are able to win out this series and make it to the finals against G2. Of course, G2 still the end boss. Still the big bad waiting in the darkness for tomorrow, but with how MDK are playing at the moment, I would definitely be very excited to see how they can perform tomorrow.
But it also just puts more stock into like the potential of Elyoya, right? You talked yesterday about how when he joined the league, that was when, oh, hook.
Alvaro, though, is Alvaro.
He doesn't care, he does not care.
No damage.
Yeah, but when Elyoya joined the league, that was when Mad Lions went on to win back-to-back.
2021, Glacier Fisher used on Ice. He doesn't have the flash, he doesn't have the time to get away. And Alvaro finds the pick on the enemy AD carry. And now MDK begin to open up. The Featherstorm used aggressively as Nuke is atomized by MDK. Merwin looking for more. Merwin chasing Genax down underneath the inhibitor tower. And MDK might just look to push through mid. Sheo is culling the wave, which means they do not have the minions to work with. But Merwin can just take out Genax Gen X underneath this turret. TP up towards the top lane, and they're going to try and bring some minions in to break the base and break the backs of BDS.
Ice got melted, and so are BDS's chances in this game. The wave is here. They want to try and push this to a game 3.
One step away from glory, one more game away from a date with G2 in the finals. Sheo dives in onto Super, but he just has no damage. The trigger seeds a warning for BDS as MDK break open the base. They'll take the Nexus, and they are one game away from finals.
An impressive game. A good draft, good execution from start to finish. And BDS, the pressure is becoming unrelenting as they find themselves down 2 games in what could be their final series of winter.
The thing was, it doesn't really feel like you have an answer here as BDS. The split push, you didn't have an answer for. This was a straight up team fight you didn't have an answer for. Now coming into game 3, we'll have to see what they get, but we're going to toss it over to a break before game 3. We'll be back right after that.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake. Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Carefully using Katarina's cute cookie cutters.
Ooh, I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Ajas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Maybe they go for something more here. If he can connect the route, he does.
It's just going to chase him forward. LeBron really should have flashed before the slow from the Winter's fight. Now he's just dead.
And now, realistically, we'll see the play in response from Shea on this top side.
So much credit to MDK as the Waller comes down. Nuke was tanking the tower, has to flash. Mirwin looking for the house in the back, but instead he uses the boomerang. And you have to watch that Nav as he gets in behind BDS. Nuke has the flash. GenX keeps Mirwin at bay, but Nuke is locked up. The Nav into the wall, doesn't even need to kill off Nuke.
And welcome back to the LEC as Mad Lions Koi are 1 game away from reaching the very first finals as an organization and with the team. So I'm here to check in with the man himself, the co-stream from eBay. Gracias. Thank you so much for having me. You guys are 1 game away, as I said, from reaching the very first finals. What is the mood like? What are the emotions right now, eBay?
Que estamos a un mapa, que cómo sientes las emociones, cómo lo estás viendo.
La verdad que estamos muy emocionados porque estamos a un mapa de la final. No mucha gente confiaba en nosotros. Es normal porque obviamente había muchos... Sí, obviamente eran jugadores que no eran tan conocidos a nivel internacional, pero nosotros teníamos fe y teníamos ganas de demostrar lo que era nuestro equipo, ¿no?
And he said that a lot of people didn't trust in this roster because there is a lot of rookies, and we are like giving. I think that people is slowly trusting us, and we are so happy to be 1 game away. It's like a dream for us.
Well, eBay, first off, lo siento, no estaba familiarizada con tu juego, and I think the entirety of the LEC is getting familiar with what Lions Koi had to offer. Can you address the fan one last time before hopefully taking the 3rd game? What should they be feeling like, and tell the fans how they should cheer for the team one last time?
¿Qué les quieres decir a los fans? Estamos en un momento muy especial, falta una partida para estar en la final, que todo tuyo.
Nada, que gracias a toda la comunidad española y latinoamericana que nos apoyan, que sé que estamos diferentes países apoyando el equipo, a las carpas que están aquí también representando desde Berlín, y gracias a todo el mundo y vamos a por ello. Gracias.
Best of luck. Thank you so much. And Skane, thank you so much as well for translating. Shots back to you for game 3.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome check-in for sure. The energy is palpable, but of course, they still have to bring it home. But we cannot go around the fact that for Mad Lions Koi, the whole playoffs weekend, and then even more yesterday, and I think even more today, Goldberg, they're feeling themselves more and more with every game they play, and they are just so confident in everything they try.
Oh, it's been an absolute fairy tale for this roster. It just feels like everything they want to achieve, they just make it work. I think the foundation of bringing in these rookies and what they're already achieving this early into the season is fantastic for them moving forward. Even in this playoff series that we've had so far, they've not been given an inch to BDS, and they've just been falling behind over and over again.
They have, and I think we do need to look at the side of BDS as well, right, Broxa, because they have the situation they need to deal with in the top lane. But aside from that, do you think they are not playing to their strength? Do you think they're leaving something on the Rift here where they could be making adaptations?
I think it might be worth making a comparison to the Fnatic that had to play without Oscar Rinin for a while, because that Fnatic was still able to play the way they usually did. Everybody was still stepping up. They just plugged in a different top laner and they look like the same team. But BDS now, I think GenX has been doing fine considering the circumstances. He's just being put in very difficult matchups, and as a result of that, can't really have an impact. But the rest of the team is looking miserable. I don't know what's happening. It's like the drafts make literally no sense. Like whoever drafted that is not showing enough interest in winning from my point of view, no offense. But
all the offense.
The players too, like what's going on?
Yeah.
Where are they at? Like this is not the team that showed up against G2.
I think that's the big one as well. It's just individuality showing. In a situation like this where you don't have the main top laner, you have to show up even more than you used to. And now it just feels like they're showing up even less. I think Nuke specifically on this Corki, he had a rough series and it showed, and I'm really hoping that they pull it together because they need to step it up moving forward now.
Yeah, you can kind of see that the belief isn't really there. That's what we feel, at least. BDS did elect to go to the red side. They want to change it up, and I think, you know, if you haven't been cooking on blue, you might as well. But to bring it back to that team on the other side, of which we're going to see some highlights now as well, just the sheer dedication, right, in every play that they try to do, that they try to counter, that they try to make work on the Rift, no matter the picks, and they have a lot of them. Broxa, it's, you know, it's, I think you kind of see the fact that they were undervalued, then they knew the project, they believed in the project, and they also wanted to learn every time they lost a game. That's what I'm starting to see here, it feels like.
I really love the Mad Lions Koi story, and I love that they proved everybody, including myself, so wrong. Like, this is just a beautiful story of a team where, sure, some of them knew each other before the year even began, but you've been able to see it since the start of the split. They're friends, they're happy, they enjoy playing together, they enjoy working together. And they had a couple of rough losses at the start, but every time they reach a whole other level and they just keep building and building. And I think where they're at now, man, it's so impressive. I can't wait to see where they're going to be at the end of the year.
It's so close they can taste the final, and that can be dangerous. We've seen it before, especially now that BDS have absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. So maybe we get a few more games. But you know what? I'm not feeling it. How about you?
It's looking dire.
It's feeling it either. MDK have looked very strong so far. It's been just under a year since these two teams met in a best-of-5. It was our spring finals last year. BDS did go 2-0 up, and then MDK ended up winning it, or Mad Lions at the time. Obviously a very different roster today.
Was it a reverse sweep, though?
It was a reverse sweep.
You know?
BDS fans out there, you got your fingers crossed, you got your toes crossed, you're pressing your thumbs, as they say here in Germany, but BDS having selected red side will have to change things up a little bit. There's the center ban, Kalista banned away once again by Mad Lions Koi.
So, how will things be shaken up? The Ashe going to be banned away. Mad Lions Koi, as you rightly said, moving over to the blue side, now hesitant. Something that was often banned away from Ice, particularly by G2 in their best-of-5 last week. He's not going to get his hands on it.
Yeah, I mean, you can still look for things like the Maokai ban to come through. I'm surprised we haven't seen much in the way of Renata coming through this series. I know, obviously, we've seen the Twisted Fate comp in Game 1, which will be taken away by BDS, but I still think in teamfights she's very, very strong. But curious to see what the response is going to be.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Yep,
yeah,
and then you kind of have to ban. It's a choice between Karma and Varus. You imagine that if Karma isn't banned, then it's first pick Varus. If it's not Varus, then it's first pick Karma.
You'd have to deal with the flex regardless. Is the problem, because Mirwin will play it, but I think Karma, going to get picked up here. I think Frescowi's going to be able to take that into mid. Could also kind of push Ice now to feel like he has to go for the Ezreal takeaway, because you could go Ezreal Karma in that bottom lane and try and make things a little bit more uncomfortable. So I think he got a good opportunity here as Mad Lions Koi to try and push BDS into territory that they're not comfortable with.
Xin Xiao, something we have seen from Xiao a few times across the course of this split, now locked in for him. It was his most played coming into this series. There's the Ezreal, as you said. Good prediction there, Dags. And now Mad Lions Koi have to answer. Likely AD carry jungle here. That's what we tend to see.
Usually. Question is, what AD carry do they want to do? Vi for a little bit more lockdown. Question is, what AD carry do you go for? Do they want to consider the Xayah again? Are they thinking for the Aphelios of themselves? Maybe they want to go for something different.
I was going to say, we saw the Kai'Sa from Super yesterday into this matchup, and I think it does work well. Yeah, there you go.
It's his most played across the course of his career, almost an 80% win rate on it as well, so very comfortable on this champ.
And you got a ton of dive to set up for it as well. I mean, the CC coming through from the cease and desist would do very nicely to set you up for that Kai'Sa. If you want to try and dive backline, you've already got good shields for both of those that can come through from the Karma.
I feel like Mad Lions right now is looking for a Nautilus Cassante second half rotation.
Big time, yeah.
So how will BDS respond? Well, Nukes is here. No surprise there. He wants to make sure he locks in his mid laner within the first 3 rotations. Then they ban away things like the Orianna and the Hui. But you have to imagine this Karma is going mid. When I look at what they're currently drafting, the only question I have is whether they actually put the Karma in the top lane or if they actually keep it in the mid lane. My expectations are it's going to get kept mid. But we talked about how if you're Mad Lions, right now you're looking at Nautilus Cassante. Immediately the Nautilus is going to be taken away from Mad Lions Koi.
I wonder if Mad Lions aren't too worried about giving the Cassante over once again. BDS could pick it on 4. Obviously, you could pick support and try and give Gen X a counter pick top as well, but Mirwin has not had a problem with top lane at all this series.
I'd also be very worried if you take away the Cassante, you give something like the Gwen on the opposite side, because you've got like great dive already set up, and yes, Gwen doesn't really like jump through the front line particularly well, but the through shot with the ultimate makes it very, very difficult for you to, if you are locked up, to try and deal with that. So I think you're in a bit of an awkward spot. I think they'll leave counter pick here for Gen X on that last rotation. More than likely take something that makes things a little bit easier. Could even be something like a Braum here if you really want to in that bottom side, to just ensure whatever dive you're following up here from Mad Lions Koi gets nullified by the Braum. Because even like an Alistair, which you could go for Alvaro here, doesn't really want to go matched up into that Braum.
Rakan, okay. I was thinking to myself, I was like, Renata, and there's another one that I'm going to... Oh, it was Rakan. That's the word I was looking for. So how do BDS round this out? My expectations are they'd want to try and lock in a support here, unless, as you rightly said, they want to go for the Cassante blind.
Would be a risk, as Dagda pointed out. Gwen, very powerful.
They take
the Alistair, something we have seen LeBron go to from time to time.
So the question is, do Mad Lions... Yeah, I was going to say, do they want the Braum, or do they want something to complement the dive a little bit more that's been coming out from the Kai'Sa and the Vi?
I think it's a good matchup for you, but I think it's terrible in the composition, because you want to go forward, and what's Braum really, you know, going to do here for you? Yes, you could follow up maybe with the ultimate, but honestly, I actually think that Nico...
I was going to say, I was actually thinking to myself, like a Lissandra support or a Nico support could be really good.
Renata
as well,
yeah, there we go.
Really well into compositions that want to jump in on you.
Well, I think that the only problem is Renata's... Oh, Akali. So the beauty of this Akali is they can flex it. Because Karma, Odoamne said on the desk that Karma's just a great neutralizer, regardless of what top lane champion she's playing into. So if it's a really difficult top lane matchup, they can just send the Karma up there, put the Akali in mid. If they actually think it's a winning matchup for the Akali, then they can send the Akali top, especially if BDS want to round out with a Cassante. So... they're going to do the Lee Sin. So that's the Lee Sin top for Genax. For those that don't remember, back when Genax was playing on SK, this was one of his go-to picks in the top lane. He had a lot of comfort with it, and he's showcased a lot of success with it. But naturally, this is just going to force the Akali into mid.
Yeah, which is why I don't really understand. Like, we saw there's a video already, right, where he was like, oh, okay, I'm going to plunk it in towards the Akali. Good matchup there. But I think you're perfectly happy as the Karma to just go, cool, I'll shove waves against you all day long. I have the shield to speed up to make this Sonic Wave very difficult to hit. And just overall is a difficult matchup for the Lee Sin to play. So for Mad Lions Koi, I think you're happy with the way things have turned out. And overall, like, you... almost everywhere you have a matchup that at least does okay, apart from like you won't get push in mid, but it's still a fine matchup, whereas I think you get push on both sides and you're in a great spot here to keep the game in your control.
A lot of dive from MDK. I would say that this one is just as skirmish heavy as what we saw from the first game. Early levels, not the greatest, but Kai'Sa, she loves playing into Ezreal just because she gets a freer lane. She gets the opportunity to scale up and ramp up, and you already said it, Medic. This is one of Super's most successful champions across his entire career. We got to see him play it yesterday against Fnatic. You know what, BDS, they've kind of stayed true to their style. They have a solid front line, they have good engage, they've got decent range. How can this Lee Sin shake things up for BDS? Genax, given something that was one of his most successful picks when he was competing here in the LEC.
Yeah, had 3 games on it, over 22 and 21. 2 of those lost. One was the time when Lee Sin top was meta as well, which don't really feel like it is as much right now. Let's see how much BDS can do with a more eclectic top lane pick. Usually expect to see that coming out from Mirwin, but here playing the Karma, a great neutralizer. We mentioned in the top lane. We are into game 3 of this best of 5. MDK 1 game away from the final. Eloya and friends, they were called at the start of the split when the roster was announced. Here, they have shown that, well, the power of friendship greater than anything you guys can muster. As they continue to subvert expectations.
BDS also want to prove that the start of the split was just no fluke. Of course, I think that BDS came into this year with a very solid playstyle. They only made a single change, replacing their AD carry. They had an approach which was very Dragon-focused and teamfight-focused last year. It netted them a decent amount of success, particularly in spring, but the criticism levied towards them was that they were one-dimensional, was that they could only really take advantage of one style, and that question was brought up in winter. They did try to show us different things, but ultimately, a large part of their success was their team fighting. They were better at 5v5ing than many of the other teams that we had here in the split, but now, a few more weeks have passed, teams have had an opportunity to better understand how to play together, and Mad Lions Koi feel like that synergy that they've been working on, the level of competition they've adjusted to, and now they're looking to push BDS out of the winter split. And imagine that, an incredible run throughout the playoffs, but then to go 0-3 against G2 and then 0-3 against Mad Lions Koi. must feel extremely frustrating if you're on the side of BDS.
Especially with the hype that was around them back in spring when they got to finals, were 2 games up, and you thought, this is the time for BDS. We're going to get to see them go the distance and, you know, really revitalize what was this organization's kind of history and story. But not being able to find that and falling to Mad Lions in the finals was heartbreaking. And now BDS again coming in here. It's winter the following year, struggling now against Mad Lions Koi, not being able to find that success, and could once more fall short. It's just heartbreaking for any of the BDS fans out there.
Well, let's see. Of course, they do still have the ability to turn things around. This game isn't over by any means. We're, of course, in the early laning phase, and naturally we turn our attention towards the jungle. It's full bot side clear from Aljoya, pathing up towards the top side, maybe even threatening a dive. Perhaps he just wants to get a bit of information. Sheo, though, starting on red and immediately moving into a bot side clear to cover for any early potential invade. And it seems that Aljoya was anticipating that. We've been talking about it so much, this idea of doing this early red into movement into bot to cover, but he expected this red buff to be up because the typical path is Raptors into bot side clear, so he thought that he found his window where he could steal away the red. Unfortunately for him, that's exactly where Sheo started. So no advantage going to be gained for him. He's going to continue clearing through his top side, and now Super and Alvaro need to be a little careful.
Have a ward in the pixel bush. That will spot Sheo. He does come around here. He's just really waiting for the Scuttle Crab to spawn on this bottom side. He could go up towards top lane again and clear out his Razorbeaks and his Krugs, but then he'd be delayed. And if Aljoya had just gone straight for that topside Scuttle Crab, there's no guarantee that Sheo would be able to get a crab of his own, and they are so darn delicious. He secures this bot side one, steps in towards this red side jungle, will likely place a ward on the Razorbeaks, might look towards mid, could just reset here. Instead, he'll work his way back across towards his own Razors, probably after these couple of minions have gone down. Decides against it. Could have waited until he was out of vision, but Nuke can't really shove in this next wave that quickly, so instead just shows as he passes through mid.
I think he should know, though, that as soon as you see the Vi on this ward, that the Scuttle Crab on topside wasn't taken, so an opportunity for him to go for the double scuttle, despite the fact that Mirwin has pushed on topside. You can see Sheo kind of responding to that. So it is a big win for Sheo, even with just being able to go, hey, I can get double scuttle, finish Krugs, reset, and then come back into my bottom side and put threat onto Super and Alvaro as they're looking for that play. And at that stage, Aljoya should be back on his top side of the map.
Aljoya, though, already on the reclears, or the respawns, I should say, of his bot side camps. Xin hovering around top.
Will he hide in the pixel or will he go Krugs? Now they know Mirwin's missing. They now spot him on the Scuttle Crab vision. Mirwin, oh, he knows something's happening. Genax moved.
Wrong.
And there we are. He'll spot it with the Summonary.
He's like, why is Genax running at me? This doesn't seem right. Great awareness from him. Bit of a nice trade in favor of Mad Lions Koi. Kind of forced Lebrov back to base.
Yeah, Super and Alvaro actually got a recall off, or at least Super did at some point while they were still able to push this wave out. So a bit of a cheat, meaning they had the double longsword. Lavrov was trying to hold the wave in the bot lane, but he takes about 3/4 of his health to do so and doesn't even manage to keep the wave outside of the tower. So a couple of minions do die to that turret, which means Ice probably going to end up around 7 or 8 CS behind.
So because we saw Sheo try and make the play on top side that was thwarted, he ends up spending time at his Krugs, finishing them, now looking for the reset. Because of that, Aljoya just immediately runs top to get the white grubs because he knows that with the timing window that he has, Sheo can't try and contest them. Now Genax
flashes, Mirwin has to flash, Sonic Wave hits! And the kick back up! The Inspire shield, you gotta think about these things, Genax! Forces Mirwin away. It's a flash for flash burn to the top lane.
I still think that's a favorable trade for Genax, though. As you rightly said, flash for flash. He also puts the wave in a really nice spot. He has his TP available. So I'd love to see him just clear up. Well, I mean, he can set up for the freeze, go back to base, TP back to lane. It looks like that he's sticking around for now. He's going to completely break that freeze, and he's just going to choose to push in that wave instead, and then look to get a reset through. I guess from his perspective, he's like, I'm playing against the Karma anyway.
Yeah,
even if I try to set up a freeze, she's just going to mantra Q my wave, and then there's nothing that I can do about it.
I do agree with you. I think he should have taken that reset while he had the chance, because now you're going to get pushed out. You're going to have to try and look for the reset here anyway.
It should be fine, though, because of the timing of the wave.
You can TP back in. So yeah, I thought Mirwin might be able to push this in a little bit quicker, but yeah, it'll be all right. But it's still, if you can pick up like a pink ward off the back of this, and suddenly you've got like kick reset as Sheo's coming up topside, Mirwin's going to be in a lot of trouble if Genax is able to get that combo off and set up nicely for Sheo on a third auto attack to just pop him up in the air.
No, I will say, I'm always surprised that we see so many Akalis with CS leads into the Azir. Even though many will say that you know, at a certain point, it becomes very favorable for Akali. But in the early laning phase, you still have a huge range advantage. And I feel like that it should still be able to build at least somewhat of a CS lead in the early game. Regardless, Frescowi doing a very good job in the mid lane 1v1.
And Elioya a level up here as well. Knows that Sheo kind of has to back off. No vision for Sheo means that Elioya can just smite the camp. Sheo tries to steer it away. Elioya looking for a little bit more because Merwin has that wave crash and it's a cannon wave. There's so many CS there that GenX really desires to devour. Sheo will start up the Krugs now. Elioya won't come back.
Yeah, Mirren got spotted though. Maybe GenX just hops over the wall, boots him into Sheo. So you do have to be a little bit careful there as Mirren. We'll just back away with the shield and the movement speed to get on out before GenX is able to come over just as it clears out that wave. So at least a little bit of pressure there. Nicely done by Elioya to try and use the fact he has the pushing top. But yeah, now just hovering mid as this wave will crash for a nuke, and Frescowi just wants to try and pick this one up.
Once again, a quiet early game. Something we didn't see too much between MDK and Fnatic yesterday. Usually people died at level 1. Today, every early game has been relatively slow, at least in terms of MDK's usual pace. But they've still been able to get these gold leads in their lanes. You can see a lead for Elioya, a slight lead for Super and Alvaro in the bottom lane. GenX trying to get this wave in. Frescowi still farming underneath his tower. And no early Drake either from BDS. Three grubs were picked up by Elioya a few minutes ago. And Sheo has decided he needs to get to that level 6 before they can really contest the Drake. And also not having push in the bot lane makes it a lot trickier for him to play towards it. Labrov is now 6 though. And the Unbreakable Will, a great tool for Alistar when you do look towards these fights.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to try and play off it, although mid lane Alvaro, off that reset time, we're trying to go mid, but a nice ward from Nuke will keep him safe there. Labrov hasn't matched the reset though, hovering in towards this mid lane as well. Sheo on his blue. I don't know if they can really get anything here, but even the fact that Labrov hasn't got a reset off, if he goes for... oh, here we go.
Season's assist, tries to flash away, pulled back with a handshake, the bailout. Hostile takeover used, but Nuke's still very healthy. Did have to burn the summoner for this. A cease and desist and hostile takeover invested by MDK.
Frescowi messed up the timing of his art. He used it just as the Emperor's Divide, so the first half actually got interrupted. He then could have gambled throwing out his E to be able to close the gap, but at that point, Labrov would have been in a position to also provide peel, and there's a good chance that he would have been knocked underneath his tower. So ultimately, patient play from Nuke. He's able to flash to create distance between him and the Akali, and then the ultimate timing means that it's very difficult for the rest of MDK to follow up. This gives a window for BDS to actually move over to the Dragon and secure it, even though their mid laner has to recall, because they know that 3 ultimates were committed off the back of that play, so they should have the advantage in the event that MDK wanted to try and force a fight.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit overforced from Mad Lions Koi though. Like, you saw the Shale was there, you saw the Labrov was there, and they still were like, no, we can make this play happen. So I think just overforcing a little bit on that one.
They still get the flash out though, so ultimately a win, and it sets them up nicely for another place.
Botler's going to flash onto Alvaro. No flash, remember, on this Renata, and nowhere for him to go. The bailout buys you a second, but like most bailouts, doesn't really do much in terms of the economic status of Alvaro. A kill goes over to Labrov. Ice going to get a turret plate here in the bottom lane.
These are the consequences of the play that was invested in mid. While they do get the flash out from Nuke, it was at the cost of Alvaro's flash as well. He loses his life. Plates are going to be funneled into Ice. BDS draw themselves first blood. A small goal lead for now. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going, as while they do secure the Dragon, 6 grubs secured for MDK.
Yeah, and I think that's, as Freddy was kind of saying, you had an opportunity there to go, hey, we play this slow, Soup and Alvaro will get push on bot. We can still just look for the Dragon control that we need and play for choke points for Alvaro's ult, for Elioya to be able to follow and like play that style, which I think is how Mad Lions quite want to try and set up those fights, but looking for the pick on mid, bit of an overextension, and then BDR's like, cool, well, Elioya will want to try and cross-map for Void Grubs, it's what he always does, so let's go with the play on bot.
Was the latest first blood in an MDK game. This split by about 2 minutes as well as the kick away here from GenX. Just trying to keep Merwin at bay. The Mantrid Focus Resolve gives Merwin so much healing. You can see the shielding as well, but Labrov is here. Merwin does have the flash, but does he have any way to get out of this? I don't think so, as BDS claim their second.
So Labrov making his presence known in this game. Helps find that kill onto Alvaro in bot lane, roams up towards the top side of the map and assists in getting this kill onto Mirwin as well. BDS with 2 kills, a 1k gold lead, and BDS definitely looking to do a little bit more here in this early game.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Labrov, though. I mean, he's brought out the Alistar once already this season, but it was something that he made his name on at Worlds as well, where he was just roaming, doing great on these engages. And I think for BDS, this is where we want to see him have that kind of performance that he had at Worlds on this champion as well. Like, set up these big engages for BDS so then you can follow through very effectively. Because at the end of the day, if he doesn't perform, it's going to be tough for BDS to try and find these correct fights.
Had a very disappointing game too as well. That Blitzcrank so powerful for them during the regular season. He didn't seem to be able to hit a hook, and you could praise MDK for that, or you can put down Labrov a little bit. But so far this game, picked up a kill and an assist in that top lane, now working his way down towards this bottom side of the map. No Drake for 2.5 minutes. MDK just playing for vision and the invades that Elyoya has been pulling off, giving him about a 14 CS lead. 3.5 camp. Takes flash onto Alvaro. Elyoya is here. There's the hostile takeover invested. Berserk landing on 2 though. Ice knocked up with a 3 talent strike. Didn't get many autos down on Sheo, so both Ice and Sheo actually come out of the affair relatively healthy. Elyoya looking for more as he lands the knock up onto Sheo. Crescent guard down above. They're fighting a 4v3. Bailout being used as Elyoya is not brought back from the brink of death. Frescari trying to dodge around this fight as much as possible, but Ice begins to open up. Frescari dodges to the top side. Ice dashes towards the bot side. The rest of BDS have gone to try and chase the Akali, who still has flash, and Ice is left in a 2v1 down towards bot.
Sheo still coming down towards his bot side though, knows that they're low, wants to see what else he can get done. Flash is available for both players and a heal, so I don't think you can overextend here, Sheo.
Handshake, pulls him back. Sheo dashes forward, super low, the bailout in. The killer instinct won't be enough, no. Not enough damage for Sheo to fall and Super to be revived.
I'm surprised that Super held on to his ultimate for so long. Maybe it was just coming off cooldown, but if he'd used it a little earlier, that shield might have been enough to mitigate some of the burst. Maybe just wasn't quite expecting it. Regardless, we look back at this fight. The engage comes through. Elyoya very quickly becomes isolated as he gets shot down by the damage from Sheo. Labrov is taking up so much damage that Frescari has to clean it up. He's then forced to use the ultimate to retreat. But then we see this re-engage. And I believe that the ultimate is available, but Super just chooses not to use it. Like, I feel like that there was a window there where he could have popped it, throws it out afterwards, and if one more auto attack, if that passive had procced, he very likely would have been able to live. But Ice shuts that down, and now BDS lead in kills 4-1.
And a 1.2k gold lead for them. Drake up in 40 seconds. Second of the game. MDK have fought every second dragon after giving up the first so far this series. We'll see if they decide that this one requires a battle as well. Labrov does have the Unbreakable Will backup. Flashes across the board for BDS, whereas MDK have the same. Elyoya positioning to look down towards that bottom lane. It's Nuke who's pushing it out. Likely shifted down there when Ice reset after the kill in the bottom lane. Ice went mid to catch that wave. And Sheo has decided the Rift held a higher priority for them. Probably want to try and crack that mid-tier 1 to open up the map a little bit more for Labrov.
Nearly the steal from Ice there. Nice attempt, but yeah, Mad Lions Koi going to turn over towards the Dragon, make sure they're able to secure that on the counter push, but Ice doesn't have the greatest push in mid, so maybe Sheo just decides to toss it down.
Knock back onto Alvaro, who does still have the flash. He'll invest it. Nuke caught up with a cease and desist. He dashes away. Super does have the killer instinct, but won't chase any further. Frescari coming in. TP invested by Genax and by Mirwin. Hostile takeover. Genax goes berserk, but not able to get in range for the Alistar. Dragon resets and BDS give it up.
Way too much invested from BDS towards that, though. You made your choice. Like, you decided that you wanted to go for Rift Herald. The trade will always go towards Mad Lions Koi. They could have maybe looked for push in mid into Rift Herald and look for something, or even like look for a play on top side. But trying to contest on that bot side and investing that much just puts you so far behind.
I agree with you. I think the Herald play probably would have been their best option. They had numbers advantage mids.
Genax no flash, has the kick, misses the Sonic Wave, so no escape through Elyoya. Genax pulls the safeguard. Not living up to its name as MDK find another.
And this should unlock this bot tower as well. Azir gonna destroy the top lane one. Mirwin has his eyes on Sheo, does of course have the flash.
First route comes out. The wind becomes lightning. Crescent guard invested as well, and Sheo pulled back with a handshake. They're just running into the meat grinder. BDS want their cake, they want to eat it too, but MDK are picking up the crumbs as BDS are leading them on a merry chase. There's so many easy kills. 2MDK. It was 1 and 4 a minute ago. Now it's 4 and 4. They lose tier 1 in the bot lane. They're going to lose damage on the tier 2 as well. Nuke gets to push in, but what an absolute disaster class from BDS.
They wanted their cake and it ends up on their face instead. Yes, you'll get the... Wait.
No.
Alvaro with the shield, but as you say, I mean, you lose bot tier 2, you lose a bunch of kills. Yes, you will get some damage on mid turret, but Super now moving top to try and defend the top tier 2.
It's likely that they're going to lose this. Nuke is going to spot Super out.
Nuke has no flash. Super might just take the fight.
Yeah, but he has the tower as well.
Okay, yep, Super maybe shouldn't have taken that fight. The killer instinct comes out and Super's dead. Okay, well, so you could see what he was thinking, right?
Yeah, but I mean...
Think it all through.
Just as BDS made a number of mistakes in the bot side, big one there from Super.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what just happened over the last couple of plays. If we could just like reset, just wipe that off from memory, but we won't get to because there's a replay. Wait, Gen X overextending, they have no control on bot side after losing the fight. Then Sheo decides ding round 2, he's going to defend the tower, and then goes, wait, I think I just saw this movie. This doesn't end well for us. He goes down, but Lavrov is like, no, I'm here to watch it with you. And it's like a horror film where you all just end up hiding behind the couch instead of actually watching the movie.
Fnatic may have been knocked out yesterday, but that was absolute cinema to me. As Lavrov does end up falling, then we see Super try and kill off an Azir. Ebi happy for a moment, then
left his body hanging. Oh no!
I feel like that kind of finger went. Hang on a minute. Hang on.
Still, where do we end up after that? Well, MDK got the dragon before that sequence of events began. An Infernal to their name. 1,000 gold lead for BDS, but the kill score evened out a little bit. 6 Void Grubs, over to MDK and Elioy. The Rift Hold still in Sheo's pocket. So now we'll see how BDS decide to use that. They did take the tier 2 and the tier 1, I believe, in top lane, and got the tier 1 in mid over the last few moments.
Yeah, I mean, BDS still have a moderate gold lead.
I mean, all of it's on ice, man.
Yeah. But it was largely off the back of BDS picking up all those towers on the top side of the map. So MDK, they've lost quite a lot of control. You'll notice as well all of this vision being invested right now. Nuke, with a very deep push, does have the assistance of his support. MDK trying to counter by pressuring mids, but as long as his tower is up, it's going to be that much harder. So we're mainly waiting for these neutrals. Dragon going to be spawning in about a minute 20. And MDK looking to try and get a bit of priority over that objective.
Yeah, I think this is where Mirwin has to stay on the top side of the map for MDK, because you want him to try and push against Nuke because he's pushing in top side, and then can rotate in towards mid to clear out with Soup on the mid wave, because it becomes very difficult for Supa to try and contest the push from BDS. And we're going to get to see it now where at least BDS can push in mid, but you're looking for a pick here as Madline's Koi before Ice can really get into position. But with Arcane Shift, Flash, Cleanse, it's hard to get that. I think BDS can then set up for the play they want, but they're not even looking for it feels like at the moment.
Keep your eyes on Friscawi in these upcoming fights. Yesterday on his Gragas, we saw him with some incredible flanks, and I imagine he's going to be looking to do something very similar on the Akali this time around. If he can get on top of either the Ezreal or the Azir, he can make their life very difficult.
Sheo's going to Rift Herald top. That will push in while the dragon fight starts for BDS. It's only the second dragon of the game, but they might even use it as pressure towards this Baron.
I think it's too late, though. You're 25 seconds until dragon's up and available. By the time that walks into any sort of threatening position, it's not there. So
with both the towers
it is
down.
Basically a case of if BDS win the fight, it's a bigger win for them because immediately they can TP top onto the Rift Herald and use that to crack the base. But if they don't win the fight, that's going to get cleared out. So you're on a timer here as BDS.
And Mirwin going to respond to the threat in the top lane. He has TP. Flashes across the board for everyone. Scowy looking for that flank position, but Sheo is shepherded by 3 more players from his team. Mirwin able to push this back out. Ice, Arcane shifting forward. Always a risky proposition as an Ezreal.
I think you drop this, though. I think if I'm Madline's Koi, screw Dragon, I push mid, try and get mid tower, rotate up towards top. Like, defend the Rift Herald play, and you're perfectly happy. And I think that's, like, I would have preferred if instead of Elioy moving in towards this bot side, he actually like leveraged up towards top. I know you're going to be fine with Mirwin doing this, but it could be a potential TP from Gen X to save that top tower now, if, well, with Elioy being spotted.
Labrov was looking for vision here. Now he's got the flash. Even with Friscawi coming across, Labrov should be able to walk away. The Trailblazer so powerful on the Alistar. You can see Labrov decided not to Warto after he got the knock-up, just knocks Elioy away, and then still has that movement speed from his item.
Still though, I think Mad Lions Koi kind of missed their opportunity to take the silent play, and as BDS, you're perfectly happy now. You get to play off of, look, Ice is going to complete his third item right before we probably look towards, you know, about an item and a half, or sorry, half an item before we look towards the next big dragon. Maybe you can look towards pushes and getting vision again in this topside jungle. And if Mirwin is not able to contest topside push as effectively because of that lack of vision, it becomes very easy for BDS to shift Gen X in behind towers and start looking for kicks on towards Supa or Alvaro or someone who's left underneath the tower there.
Just as a typical rule of thumb, you should always be trying to cross map. Yep. If Team A is getting one thing, you should be able to get something on the other side of the map. And in this case, as Dagdo was highlighting, right, there were all these mid and top towers that were available, and even if you couldn't secure mid, you could have used the pressure in mid to secure top and then even start threatening the tier 2. And then when the enemy team tries to recall to defend tier 2, that actually leaves the mid tier 1 exposed, right? So I think the Mad Lions just kind of like, they're slowing the game down a little too much. You can make the argument that, hey, we actually have the scaling advantage, and when we actually come to these fights, we're going to feel stronger. But how these fights actually execute is going to be super interesting, because as much dive as there is on the side of MDK, there is a decent amount of disengage. You think about this Akali trying to go in, how will the Lee Sin interact with it, right? While in the laning phase they've been able to avoid each other, that doesn't stop Lee from being a good answer into Akali as you go later on into the game. And the same thing for Vi, even if she does ult in, there are a lot of potential follow-ups, but what can this Alistair do to defend? What can the Xin Zhao do to defend? I don't know if it's as simple as they make it look. The poke, though, from MDK looking pretty promising.
Yeah, Mirwin has a lot of damage with Horizon Focus. Malignant's already complete. You can see Ice already down to about half HP. Here, he will heal up a little bit. MDK will gain control of this top side.
Still though, it's BDS chasing Mad Lions Koi around the map rather than BDS being the ones in control. Like, they shifted everyone down because Elyoya was looking for a nuke who would overextend the bot side. So now that kind of shuts down all the waves. BDS though have immediately continued to push in this bot side. I assume someone on Mad Lions Koi would have stuck around to defend that. We can see now several resets coming in because they see two members there. They think that, oh, maybe they're actually going for a big push on towards this tier 2. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for people to try and spread out on the map more rather than kind of playing, not to sound bad, but they're just chasing the football around at Sunday football kind of idea.
And sometimes that is what happens in later portions of a best of 5, because teams are playing so much for BDS not to lose the series, for MDK to make it to the finals. Sometimes you lose track of those more intricate moments in macro. We have seen MDK playing the map very well in the first couple of games, and against Fnatic yesterday as well, they were able to pull them around the map. Here, both teams just a little bit more reactive than we would like to see. MDK, though, do have control of this top side. No vision at all for BDS in the river. Now 1 ward placed.
The more time they give to Supa to get towards 4 items, though, the better it kind of is for Mad Lions Koi. That's really where Supa just becomes an insanely strong threat alongside Elyoya. So we'll have to see if he ends up getting to that position at the moment. Mad Lions Koi move his group up, push in mid, establish vision top side. It's pretty typical. And all this is giving his time for Frescowi to go, cool, I can take top tower. And Nuke cannot deal with Frescowi in a side lane at the moment, especially with the Zhonya's Hourglass. There's a ton of threat. Like in a team fight, Nuke will do significantly more if left unharmed, but Frescowi in a 1v1 will have that advantage.
Arm guards completed for Nuke will make it that much harder for him to die, but he's got a full level over Frescowi. They're doing, but they do a lot with Nuke, where he just sits in a side lane, soaks up a lot of farm.
And they're looking for Gen X.
I don't think they'll find him though.
Just retreats away, and that's also part of it because Elyoya has such a long-range engaged threat. I think it's around 2,100 range with the Vault Breaker into cease and desist. You have to play so passively if you're in a side lane and you don't see him, because there's always the possibility he's waiting 2 walls across and can just engage on you from a mile away. Gen X has to back away. Merwin able to push out that wave. The tower not falling. Both teams a bit of a stalemate as we wait for the next dragon. It is in 25 seconds time. Will MDK fight it? Most of their vision control has been based around this top side of the map, and they could just say, well, you guys take the Drake, it's only your 1/3 of the game. We instead will look towards the Baron.
I actually think they're opening up for Frescowi to have a great flank angle, because he's going to be able to push in on this top side. You have no vision at all on this top half of the map and come in towards this jungle, and that's going to make it very, very tough to try and contest this. Gen X will have to commit a CP from this bottom side if he wants to try and help out here.
True Shot Barrage in, they see it's at 9,000 HP. Sheo can dash the wall as well. Merwin forced away as Ice dashes in and Merwin falls. Shutdown goes over to Nuke, and now MDK have to back off the Baron. Recall immediately from Frescowi. He's going to try and answer that bot wave push. Will BDS continue towards the Baron? Their pings go down on the Dragon. Instead, they decide for the safer objective of the two
A single misstep was all it took. MDK, as you rightly called, trying to force the TP out from Genax. The flank was being created by Fresskowy, sitting in the fog of war.
Eliora's really deep here. Now, so he is going to get the knock-up on Bob, and Super and Alvaro are on their way. Cease and desist onto Nuke, the dive in as well. TP invested by Genax. Stopwatch from Nuke will buy him a second counter TP as well from Fresskowy as he tries to dive onto the backline. Super going low. True Shot Barrage will find him two. So far over to Fresskowy. They're looking to make it three as Genax has to dash away from Elioya. Fresskowy flashes the wall. Genax flashes in response. It's the Sonic Wave. Now Ice and Sheo want a piece of the action, want a piece of the party. Ice dashes in. Sheo still looking for that flank, but BDS should accept. They got a kill out of it and can just back away.
Two members of BDS going down, but they did get the Dragon on the back of it, and Mountain Soul now on the cards to them. I kind of think is a fairly decent spot to be in. Like, this is definitely an overextension here. You could just have backed away and not given that opportunity, like even where the wave is positioned, not really a threat on towards the tier 2 where it's at, but then they commit more members in to try and fix this. The fact that Super goes down thanks to the Arcane Barrage is absolutely insane. Like, the fact that he managed to snipe in the back, that could have been a very different story, but Genax just forced to leg it as soon as he gets that opportunity to get out of that.
Credit to Nuke, he did as much damage as he could in that window. The arm guard buying him as much time as possible. The problem for BDS is Fresskowy has a death cap. Akali was weaker than this Azir was before. She is not weaker anymore. Her ability, her kill threat just rose exponentially. And the Zhonya's gives you so much survivability in these fights as well. It's something that they're going to have to be scared of. The good news is Ice now level 16, 3.5 items fully completed. It's going to be a difficult target to lock down as we get closer and closer to a big fight that it just feels like is on the horizon.
I don't know why we're threatening here, though. Again, you can stick Fresskowy into the side lane, and what I'd love to see right now as teams back away is if you can get Fresskowy in towards this top side of the map, he just shoves in here, and then as soon as you see Azir coming in towards that top side, you drift in towards the mid lane and put pressure there, because you know that someone has to try and defend this outer turret here from BDS. But because we end up in a position where they're not really putting pressure on towards that top side and drawing people around the map, they keep kind of stunting themselves, getting the vision in rather than actually getting anywhere with the push.
Especially since MDK are at a TP disadvantage right now. If they aren't pulling Nuke into dealing with that top lane, he can just push through bot. Now Fresskowy has to answer, and MDK have to give up all pressure around the Baron because they know that Akali cannot join them in the fight anywhere near as quickly, at least, as the Azir can. Sheo stepping forward, looking to steal away this blue. Dragon 2.5 minutes away would be Soul for BDS if they can secure it. The blue goes over, BDS get 5 for 1. Alvaro stepping in, True Shot Barrage lands on 2. Mirwin and Alvaro chunked out just a little bit. Fresskowy has joined the fray. No mid waves to fight over yet, but they're on their way. 5 seconds away from clashing in that mid lane once again.
But still, like, you're perfectly happy here as Mirwin to just clear these waves all day, right? So if BDS are grouped as 5 like this, I don't feel like Mad Lions quite need to respond to it fully. But with Mirwin, as you can see, like, he'll be able to push in. You got Supu who can pick you in the wave as well. I think you can keep pressure.
I was really worried that they were just going to keep looking at each other, but BDS finally forcing the Baron, forcing MDK to try and respond to them.
Fresskowy's going to try and get around here. Will be spotted on that control ward. Lebrov locked up for the second. Baron secured by BDS. Can they get out, or do they look for the engage? Dashing forward, Elure going in. Cease and desist on Lebrov. Hostile takeover's going to land on 4 as well. As Sheo in the backline with the Crescent Guard just doesn't take any damage. BDS can re-engage, but perhaps discretion is the better part of valor here as the Killer Instinct goes in. Nuke tries to open up a Super. The Killer Instinct shield not enough to keep him alive. Elure trading up towards the top side. 2 kills so far to MDK. Merwin able to find one on the backline as Nuke falls, and now it's all on Ice and Genax, and Fresskowy's diving in. Ice on a rampage, Mirwin falls. Genax diving back forward as Elure falls low. Ice begins to open up, and the bailout won't save you today. It's a triple for Ice. Give Genax one to boot as BDS finally roar into life.
We get to see what Ezreal can do when he's left untouched in these fights. Hopping, jumping, skipping all over the bodies of Mad Lions Koi, and just like that, BDS, they're going to start cracking open these towers.
BDS finally find a fight in this series. MDK have done a great job of denying it in every single game, but after the Baron falls, MDK say we need to make something happen. The ultimate comes out from Aljoya onto the Alistair of all people, which could have ended in disaster if it weren't for that great ultimate from Alvaro, separating Sheo from the rest of his team. I think Sheo oversteps it though, as the rest of BDS, they're looking to reset. Labrov is super low. Super goes in thinking that he can get himself a double kill here, get shut down. The Zhonya's comes through, whereas Sheo dies off on the right-hand flank. Genax doesn't quite have enough damage to get the kill onto Mirwin. You're thinking in a 4 versus 2, this should be a cleanup for MDK. But then the range that Ice is playing from is too difficult for MDK to close that gap. And it ends up in a teamfight win. But now we're back into the action as the Dragon is spawning.
And it's sold for BDS if they can secure it. Already 4,000 gold off this Baron. Elyoya trying to get in, super diving forward. Sheo dives onto the backline himself. Labrov not here to help out with the re-engages for Scow. He looks for the flank, but he's spotted by a control ward. Season's assist going in as Ice is locked up. Elyoya flashes the wall, but Ice follows suit. Hostile takeover has Nuke battering into the back of his team. Super finds one for Scowy though, hit with a kick. And now Ice at Genax and Sheo, the 3 members of BDS left alive, as Super's already got 2 kills in this fight. And he's come out damn healthy. Sheo still has the smite, he can look for the steal. Elyoya no flash on him. Ice joining up with his team as BDS look for the re-engage. A steal here could turn the game on its head. Elyoya dashing to the side, Genax dashing in as Alvaro falls low. Merwin takes a chunk with an arcane shift and a mystic shot. The true shot barrage finds 2. He's got ice in his veins and death in his eyes as BDS find the shutdown. The Dragon secured, the fight secured, and a hope in the series secured as well.
A triple kill for Ice, and his damage is relentless. He is consistently untouched, and every time Frescowy tries to get onto the backline, Genax shuts it down. We go back to the start of the fight. The ultimate already committed from Super. The ultimate comes through from Elyoya, but Ice is perfectly safe. He's in a reasonable position. He realizes, but look at this flash from Genax. Immediately shield into kick. He knows who he needs to protect, and he stands his guard. Ice remains alive, and again, even though they're at a numbers disadvantage, keep your eyes on the Ezreal here. Watch the damage that he is able to do onto Mirwin. Connects the W into the Q, entire health bar gone. Then turns his attention to Elyoya. The ultimate then taking half of Super's life. Super dealing with 3 targets single-handedly to allow Genax and Sheo to get the cleanup. Incredible play from Ice. This Ezreal is on fire.
And Ice understanding so well that there's just no real turn potential there left on Mad Lion's Koi. Once Elyoya's ultimate is down, there's not really anything else that can go for him, so he's able to arcane shift aggressively forward, get the damage down on towards the Karma, immediately turn on to the rest of Mad Lion's Koi in the pit. Ice is having a stormer of a game.
I mean, look at Frescowy. Genax, huge credit needs to be given to him. We talked about how in the laning phase he wasn't able to shut down the Sakali, but in these fights he's making it impossible for him to play.
And Super's doing his darndest to keep MDK in this game. Alvaro flashes away. Labrov will take that, but Super begins to open up the Unbreakable will. Pretty breakable as Labrov falls down to half HP. Two-shot barrage out from Ice. He's full build, more of Malmortius than Cyrilda's grudge complete on the Ez. Super still has an item to go. And if he can continue to dish out this DPS, the hopes aren't lost for MDK to make it a quick 3-0.
I do feel like this is a battle of 80 carries right now. If they can kill Ice, then MDK definitely stand a chance of winning.
Genax tries to dash away, and Elyoya has cease and desist here. Mans the knock-up with the Vault Breaker. TP invested as well. As Mirwin will join the fray. Now Genax is dead, he has the GA, no one really there to save him. Nuke's pushing in top, Sheo pushing in mid. Ice was away on a red buff, and there's the shutdown. More gold into Super's back pocket.
It's a wave in top. They should be able to secure this inhibitor, but let's see if MDK can get back in time. That they will. BDS going to show that respect, so nothing gained, even though MDK committed a lot of resources outside of the control over the top side of the map. Entire top side of MDK's jungle is littered with wards, and the Baron is spawning in 35.
And with Genax only available in 40, it means that at least Mad Lion's Koi should be able to re-establish control of their top side, shift that vision in onto the opposite side of the map, and look for a fight that actually gives them opportunity for flanks and Frescowy, finding attack options for Ice, rather than these kind of scattered fights as Labrov.
Hex flashes the wall. It's a scary situation. Thought it was going to be a medium rare on someone's plate. In a second, Labrov does have the upgraded Unbreakable will. Look at where Elyoya is. He's trying to get behind BDS here. Frescowy did that so well yesterday against Fnatic. Elyoya, things go down towards his area. BDS now grouping up. Genax
Ice?
On his way.
He's the only player.
He's in the mid lane.
So he's perfectly safe from any of these flanks. BDS is suspicious of their top side. No. But he has spotted Frescowy, but Janak should see him
He's going
soon.
the wrong way to spot him. If Frescowy's just hiding in that bush by the razor beaks, and that's exactly what he's doing. Lebrov down to half HP. Nuke looking for a flank of his own. Lebrov pops the Unbreakable. Will TP in behind by Janax. Frescowy waiting for his moment. The opportune
There's
time
ice.
to strike. Cease and desist. Dive in with a perfect execution, but the Emperor's Divide separates them immediately. Still Frescowy takes the kill. And now it's all on Nuke to put down the damage. Super's fallen. Frescowy trying to do everything he can here, even through the bailout. He's kicked, he's locked up, he's knocked up, and he's down. BDS looking to push through mid.
The response from Nuke on the Emperor's Divide. They barely spot out the Akali trying to get that position and immediately follow him back, and with the bases being stopped, this is going to be it. BDS, they're going to win the game.
They shut down Ice, but the secondary carry in Nuke stands strong. It's only Merwin. I don't know if his wave clear is enough. Of course, the Karma, he's not going to be given the chance.
Dashes away, but Janax takes them out. The Nexus Tower's in the sights of BDS. They were knocked to the mat twice, but they came back up and they said, I think I've got one more in me. They will take us to game 4 eventually as Nuke padding out the stats before they take out the Nexus. One more dance between BDS and MDK.
It was a hard-fought fight for BDS. MDK tried desperately to find the flank angles that they needed, but good vision control, good responses to those attacks from the solo laners on BDS, and they're able to bring us to that game number 4.
And what a game it is looking to be. It looked MDK favored in game 1 and game 2. BDS have struck back. We'll see if they can fight back in game 4. But Lvov is here. Merwin does have the flash, but does he have any way to get out of this? I don't think so. First group comes out. The win becomes Lightning Crescent Guard invested as well, and Sheo pulled back with a handshake. They're just running into the meat grinder. Now it's all on Ice and Genex, and Friskowi's diving in. Ice on a rampage, Mirwin falls. Genex diving back forward as Aljoya falls low. Ice begins to open up in the bailout. Won't save you today. It's a trip up for Ice. Give Genex one to boot as BDS finally roar into life.
BDS are not going home yet. They want to prolong this series versus MDK. We didn't see a Pantheon yet, though, but perhaps. Who knows? Hello? That's us. Hi.
Oh, he's right there.
He is right there. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I guess he'll come in later. We'll invite him for some tea. Anyways, let's talk about BDS. I'm so happy that they finally decided to show up in this series because it would just be sad for many, many, many reasons, right? With the whole situation that they have in the top lane. And let's be clear, Genax did more than enough in the previous game as well.
No, absolutely. But I also think this was just BDS that came to life. And even from members that I did not expect it from, Ice finally had agency in the Ezreal, but also Genax as well on the Lee Sin became pivotal in terms of finding the Akali flanks later on and making sure they were set up for the team fights in the late game. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, this is such a big confidence win, especially, you know, Genax had the rough 2 first games. I feel like now with Lee Sin, he kind of slots in on what Adam usually has with this unique champions. And he did such a good job this game. I think he peeled off Akali in so many fights and providing vision and setting up the Ezreal for success. So for me, this is, you know, a huge step forward for BDS. I feel like this is going to give them the confidence they need to level up.
Always, also in terms of, like we've said about MDK, that they will always assign someone to find those flanks or find those pickups to the enemy team. They now seem hyper aware. They have one way to deal with it, and I can assume once you have that muscle memory, you will now plant it into your next compositions as well. It almost felt like it was like, oh, we're up against match point, we're on red side. Okay, Genax, just play the Lee Sin that we know you love to play, and let's see what happens. And it is one of those things when your back's against the wall, just, I don't know, Lee Sin kick your enemies into it
I felt
too.
bad for him though, because it's like, okay, Lee Sin into Akali, this is going to be great, and then boom, you're playing against Karma top, sucks, mate.
But it wasn't about the laning phase.
Yeah, but at least, you know, it was a huge pick for the game because it was one of the picks that works well into both of those champions.
Yeah, it was. And Ice on Ezreal really, really stepped up in all those skirmishes that he needed, played it very, very well because it did get dicey. MDK was not out of this game, right? So it was necessary and he showed up when he needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also think this was finally BDS dissecting Mad Lions in the late game because it had actually just been the trio between Friskowi, Elyoya, and Alvaro keep finding picks. But this time around, though, it became Labrov and Shio that started it, and then they started breaking them apart in the late game where you're just setting, as you mentioned earlier, Odo, Ice up for these perfect fights with the Lee Sin and with the Ezreal. And Ice, I mean, that's one of the best Ezreal performances we've seen this entire year.
Yeah, especially in this fight right here at Nashor. Is, you know, it was hard for Ezreal at first in the fight to do something, but now when MDK thinks that the fight is won and now they're the ones overextending into Ezreal, Ezreal is just ramping up and popping off so hard, and that's just what happens when you have everyone just running forward into Ezreal queues.
And it's so satisfying to watch. A good Ezreal is just always lovely. It's on the spectrum of where you see the best and you see the worst, and the worst they just look useless, but Ice in this game,
it's beauty.
Absolutely fantastic. And even in situations like this where he does get blown apart, the rest of them are just so far ahead that it becomes difficult for Mad Lions or to play the extended late game fight.
Yeah, and that just speaks a testament to his positioning because it's so hard to catch a good Ezreal, and he positioned in a way where even though he was caught, it made the whole of MDK's crew just so overextended for everyone else on BDS to pick them apart.
I think this is just a perfect fight of Genex. You know, you can see how much space.
How many are we gonna get?
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't have any BDS highlights for like 3 games or 2 games, so
it
now
needs to make up for it,
games worth it of highlights.
we need to see them all. And listen, I mean, it's been clear from the start, but Red Side's just so OP, right? Right?
I mean,
by the way, MDK is going to Red Side.
Red side is the new blue side for today.
So what
See how
happened?
that switches up in just one game, but I think it's also calling out some of these flex picks and keeping them alive, like the Akali, like the Karma. It's something on red side where you can benefit more on it, so when you land on the 4th pick, you go into the final pick, it's harder for your enemy team to actually know what you're picking into. I think that can give a team like MDK some advantages from a draft avenue.
It can. Do you think they're startled though? Because they came into this game thinking, okay, they're playing now with their regular top laner. We're actually quite easily disposing of them. What we're doing is correct. Now it's back to the drawing board, and you kind of see that whole history of your split kind of fade a little bit, right, in that final?
Yeah, and now there's a huge pressure on BDS because now they're back to blue side, and it's like, it worked last game because we had this Lee Sin counter pick that was very, very good. But now we have to blind pick and we're inviting MDK again, or like MDK is inviting them to again get the good counter pick. So right now is going to be a huge moment in the series on how BDS is going to adapt to blue side and what sort of champions that they're going to find on this both mid and top lane that they can handle all of these flex picks that MDK is pulling out.
And what's your gut telling you?
Well, right now I think actually MDK will stabilize coming into it. I think they've realized...
On red side?
Yeah, I actually think they played a lot of their early skirmishes very poorly, and I think they had an idea that they were going to win out. Maybe a bit of cockiness coming into how they approach
I could see it.
some of these skirmishes in the early game, and they lost on the outplay potential. I think going into this one, they'll have a better idea of how they want to do it, and they're the one who's going to be having the upper hand when you do 3v3 with your mid jungle and support.
And it's just more chances for them to, you know, go back to the drawing board and get all of the champs that they, or like this sort of champions they had in game 1 and 2, because it worked so well for them. And you know, there's still like a lot of games left. Like even if this one goes ends up as an L for MDK, they can go red side again, because it does look like BDS is struggling on blue here, and for them, even though yesterday blue side was a huge win for MDK, for them, they are realizing that this is a huge win condition for them, is this sort of volatile flex picks that they've been pulling out for, you know, yesterday and today.
Yeah, and I think one of the main reasons that it comes down to that is the fact that in regular season with BDS, they had figured the meta out completely, and they even brought some of their own off-meta picks. But moving into the playoffs pass instead, we don't see them with the TF. We haven't seen the Karma too much. We don't see the Brand in the jungle. All these picks that has become power picks throughout the bracket stage so far. Blue side is OP because you get to pick one of these champions first, but now we even see it. Their blue side, they have to ban TF themselves, and suddenly you're hurting yourself in the draft phase from the first ban phase.
But usually we see this also on red side, is as the deeper the run goes into playoffs and the more people figure out the meta, that's when red side becomes deadly. You know, there's always like phases, usually regular season and early playoffs, blue side is super strong. But once you go deeper into the run, red side becomes strong because the meta gets more figured out. And if you are a creative team as MDK is right now, with the amount of unconventional picks that they pick out, it does become a little bit more deadly for them.
Chances of an Aphelios first lock-in on blue side for BDS?
I would hate to see it again, but I would really not want to see the Aphelios lock. I mean, the Lee Sin locked looked very great, but okay, let's be real. The Lee Sin first pick is going to be horrible, but I would like to see something else with more power than just the neutral Aphelios.
I forgot it, but we're doing the draft, so you can just talk about all those things now. Go!
I mean, I wouldn't want everyone to see my disappointment live when I see Aphelios first pick, so I'm really hoping it doesn't happen again. But it looks on track right now. TF ban, Ivan ban it is great.
I think one of the main adaptations that they would like in terms of first pick world champions could also just be the Azir for Nuke. It's one of his most comfort pick. I think that's where he looked the greatest in the game we just had, where he was able to cruise himself. He did well on side lane when he was unanswered, and it feels like it's one of the biggest comfort picks, even into the Akali that we saw for Skari try and counter it with. But no, it is just going to be Ezreal straight up for ice, and you know, with good reason with the performance he just had.
Yeah, I like this a lot more, because at least, you know, if you are picking something neutral, you want something that scales and has so much agency in the late game, and Ezreal is one of those picks. I do like a lot Mad Lions Koi response of the Vi Karma. I think Vi is one of the better junglers in this game, and you need to lock down the Ezreal, because if you don't have hard lockdown for this Ezreal, come mid game 15-25 minutes plus, how are you gonna lock him down? He's gonna get so much more space than you can, and I think it's a great answer with the Vi and the Karma.
Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense for Shio just to run back the Xin Zhao. He looked great on it, even into the Vi. You saw how much Elyoya was struggling with actually finding a good engage, because he so often was just ulted out as soon as he ulted in himself. And to round out the composition, I mean, you could just look for one of the power picks
here, probably.
Yeah, it's the Azir or the Orianna, probably.
I wouldn't want to see support like they did in game 2, because I think support on 3 seemed to be a mistake. You're just inviting too many counter picks. But Azir, yeah, Azir is a great pick right here, because right now you are set for late game. You kind of have your core of 3 friends here with Ezreal, Azir, and Xin Zhao. Your team comp has an identity right now, and all it counts now is how do you round it up? What support and top do you want to be, and what kind of direction do you want to go with your team composition now?
Yeah, exactly. I also think this keeps that flex pick alive, so they're probably just going to pick an AD on 4 and make sure that, you know, I mean, they could, realistically speaking, just pick into the Azir immediately, but then that would give them an easier time with the top side. So I think as BDS, you can just start taking away some of Super's comfort champions. Are you looking for it? No, actually still looking for some top lane bans here. Looking for potentially blind. Where are you looking to blind when you see an R ban like this?
Usually when I see an R blind like this, it's a Cassante blind pick, because I think what MDK will do is still pick ADC here to force Team BDS to pick a weak top laner, and then they can decide what sort of matchup they want there. But for me, you know, Gnar Gnarban is usually an indicative of picking K'Sante, and you know, if Karma does go top into K'Sante, then at least it is a neutral matchup. Now I'm just wondering what are they gonna ban here, because I think Akali ban would still be good, because if Karma goes mid Akali top, I think the team comp identity for Mad Lions Koi is still one that is favorable to their playstyle that they had yesterday and today, and it worked out very, very well for them. So now, yeah, I'm wondering, is this K'Sante gonna be coming through for Team BDS? Because right now this pick from Mad Lions Koi on 4 doesn't really matter, I think. You know,
unless it's Draven, then it's just cool.
It is cool.
But
Rule of cool, yeah.
I like this. Aphelios Karma does provide, you know, a lot of agency going into mid late game. You know, scales similarly well to Azir and Ezreal. So now it's on Team BDS to see what they. Oh, this Gragas. I like Gragas a lot more as a neutralizer than K'Sante, because at least Gragas has a lot more lane power and it can handle a lot of these bully matchups. I'm not sure how it's gonna go versus Karma, but you know, it can fight back at least from early game, because K'Sante, you're kind of sitting there and you're inviting people to bully you for a while.
Is there still a counter pick you could do, or no?
Unironically, K'Sante is a really good pick into Gragas, because you know, you're kind of matching front line, but you are maybe one of the only matchups that you're winning as K'Sante versus Gragas. So I feel like he's gonna go toe-to-toe into laning phase, and he's gonna outscale the Gragas, and he's gonna have a lot of power into this game though. But how will he do in these fights when there's an Ezreal and an Azir just ready to chunk him? I feel like he's just gonna provide frontline, and it looks really weird because you have. It feels like you're lacking backline damage as Mad Lions Koi here.
No, it absolutely does. I think it's really on them to find early skirmishes. If you have the priority through the Karma into the Azir, and then you free up Alvaro together with Elyoya, you have to find some sort of way to shut them down already from the early game to make sure that you can cruise into the mid game. Because I completely agree with Odo's points. Who are you actually getting in the backline if you're going in with even footing and you don't have an ace up your sleeve?
Okay, we'll see. Not an easy path for Mad Lions Koi if they want to break their path into the finals right here, right now. BDS going from strength to strength, and perhaps over to Silver Scrapes. Let's see.
2 days in a row, Silver Scrapes would be a little bit of a banger.
Yeah.
The last time we did see a reverse sweep in the LEC was back in 2023. Mad Lions, no Koi at the time, against BDS in the finals of spring. Mad Lions who came out on top here. BDS have the wind in their sails, and Mad Lions have played 9 games across 24 hours, which is always going to be a little bit of a test for your, physically, initially, right?
It's their natural environment.
I was about to say, home of every solo queue enthusiast.
In front of a very loud crowd, while your adrenaline is pumping. Like, adrenaline does eventually run out, guys. I'm just going to put it out there.
I don't know. How much would you know about it? You're not a doctor.
It's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
That's all you need is a few energy drinks and a snack.
Yeah, caffeine and adrenaline exactly the same thing.
Isn't it all about the bananas? It's like the bananas gives you all the energy and the potassium you need
I've
to
been
keep it
playing
going.
League
It's like,
for 12 hours, Medic. All I think to myself is bathroom break, get back in it. Get me a nice beverage and a cheeky snack.
Yeah,
back into the grind.
That's not true for you anymore, though, right? Because it's the same for me,
I'm
right?
31.
Yeah.
I'm too old for that.
A little bit over the hill now. Can play 3 games and I get tilted.
But they're not. They're young.
That is true.
They're full of vigor and they're ready to play.
Alvaro and Super setting up in the bush here. Ward was placed by Genax on the red buff of Elyoya, so he'll be spotted if he starts there. He put a counter ward on his ramp in towards his Razorbeaks, and Genax and Merwin just exchanging thumbs up in the top lane. The Gragas into the K'Sante. Genax did play a lot of Gragas when he was in the LEC, if I recall correctly, a couple of years ago. So comfortable on the jump, and you can always just do that. So kind of a neutralizer in this top lane.
Yeah, I think he'll work well as well to just keep Super out of these fights, because basically his whole job coming into this is like, if I can blast this AD carry to the fights, he doesn't do damage, fantastic. We can get Nuke to deal a ton of damage as they go for that big engagement. On the bot side,
Ignite down on Super. Ice ignited as well. Alvaro trading back in. Both the AD carries down to about half HP. The health trade in the end does come out on the side of BDS because Lebrov is still pretty healthy himself.
Also having the heals though for Ice, like you've the double combat spells, so the trade definitely going in favor of BDS, and you can kind of see MDK having to respect that as Super and Alvaro will back it up. Curious if this impacts what Shale would like to do here. You can see, at least at the moment, Frescowi thinking the same thing, just wanting to get a ward down. You saw this in the last game as well, just try and spot out what Sheo is going to be up to. May look for some sort of bot invade, especially as this third wave is about to crash here now for BDS.
It's definitely a possibility. Genax, I had a look over his LFL record. He's played Gragas twice, won both games, and hasn't died. Tends to play the full AP Gragas as well, which is what we see much more commonly these days than that sort of off-tank. Sheo will look for this invade, with Ice and Lebrov pushing forward. And Alvaro realizing it's a possibility. Elioya doing the same. You can see him stepping back towards this. Ward over the wall. Elioya didn't spot that, or at least there were no pings on it. Will Sheo just look for the steal? Could look
Has to believe that something... Right, I guess because the Rakan isn't moving.
There we go. Jumps in. Elioya goes forward. Elioya, I believe, landed that smite. Sheo will chase him away, but doesn't get the 3 talent strike knock-up.
It leaves the blue buff open, and you look at mid as well. Nuke has the push, and now Lebrov makes his way over. There should be an uncontested blue buff in favor of Sheo. Going to be denied away from Elioya. Is there a window for Elioya to look for a fight here?
Alvaro stepping forward here, knocked up, locked up, looking for the final order for the 3 talons. They get the knock-up again. One more auto, enough at first blood, but a double root coming out from Super. There's the heal that we talked about earlier. Elioya falling low, down to 100 HP. Super stepping back forward. Sheo dashing back in, flashed away by the MDK AD carry, and he'll escape it for Scowie. Flash, Mantra, in a flame. Oh, doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to do it.
Did he? I really think he should have done it.
Yeah.
I think I can only assume he didn't have his mantra up, but very close exchange. If they would have been able to get those kills onto Super, very unfortunate for him. Regardless, advantage gained for BDS. 800 is the gold lead, and the fact that Ice is off to another great start sets BD up very nicely for a repeat performance of what we saw in Game 3.
Alvaro hovering mid here, has the Hex Flash, Nuke very low, but Wave is there. Oh my god, that hits!
Hook lands, a lollipopping at the end of it. Rob went full Irish there. Oh my Jesus! Oh my God!
Jesus, lads, you look at that one!
Great crack for Nuke in the mid lane as he has to deal with a little bit of a party for Scowie being forced away. Nuke very low on mana. Hit with that Mantra in a flame. Sheo now working his way up towards the top side. No summoners for the MDK AD carry. Flash away by Nuke. Alvaro using that Hex Flash to great effect.
Nice reactions there from Nuke. I can tell you right now, I definitely was getting hit by that hook. But even if he did, I debate if Scowie would have actually had enough damage to get the kill. But Nuke says, you know what, I'm not even going to take that gamble. So a lot of action already happening in this early game. Love to see it. Still relatively low in kills, though. The first dragon is, of course, available. We look as well at the grubs. And Elioya naturally finds himself partaking in a duel, but Sheo this time is here to answer. He has no mid prio or top prio.
And I think he was he's not here to answer. That phone is ringing for days. Right? Like, no. Send me a text if you want me to deal with this.
Yeah, yeah, because I was about to go into, like, if he contests that, this is the classic, where's my team?
I was going to say Phone Booth is a very different movie if Sheo did it.
Oh!
Yeah, good route by Super.
That was... fair enough. Did not know you could do that.
You have to land it, the roots, before the Rakan hits where he's going to W up from, because as soon as he's there, then the knockup will go through. Hex Flash dashed away with the Arcane Shift. And that's
and you have to E right before the hook lands so that you can move to a different position. So
buffering! Like a YouTube stream in the 90s. We're talking about buffering, guys.
You know, isn't it crazy to think there are people watching this show right now that don't know the iconic dial-up sound of connecting to the internet?
I think you should make it.
No, Medic, I think I will pass.
Vocalist, right?
You guys can Google that at home if you don't know what I'm talking about. Really shows my age.
Put your volume up to max, it's great. Oh, Elioya dashes in with a Volt Breakup. BDS were waiting for him. Again, this invade on the Gromp on the blue buff. Hook goes down. Ice secures it with an auto. Smite was used by Elioya, which gives Sheo free reign to open up on this blue.
Consistently, though, Sheo was trying to go for these and losing out. Yes, Ice got it, but he's not getting that XP, right? So you can see he's starting to slip behind. Has only just ticked over to 5, whereas Elioya will be able to pick up 2 camps and very quickly at 6. So I think Sheo definitely wants to try and make this a little bit more of a successful invade, because it's honestly just kind of sticking him more behind than it is Elioya at the moment.
Elioya securing those grubs does give him a slight experience advantage as well. We kind of look at the state of the map. Push in mid in favor of Scowie. We'll be able to move down into this river. The dragon becomes the next point of contention.
Sheo engages.
Sheo going forward onto Frescowi. Elioya dashes in. Nuke still has the Emperor's Divide down towards the bottom side. Ice trading in. Alvaro falling low. He falls first. Red-white for Super, though. Dodges the True Shot Barrage by stepping past it. And he should be able to get a counter kill, but he can't in time. It's Ice, baby, in the bot lane as BDS find a double.
I'm not gonna lie, I think Ice is the only person I ever want to see pilot ever serial in this league. This man has been absolutely incredible on it. 3 kills, Labrov. We need the help of Sheo if he wants to try and back away from this one, but 3-0 for the BDS AD carry. The new guy on the roster stepping up massively for BDS in this series.
I mean, Ezreal is becoming a threat in Europe. What era are we in?
A new one, Benny. A new one.
Noah showcasing his skills on the champion, and now Ice looking to do the same thing. 3-0-0 on the Ezreal is only going to accelerate this scaling champion. Super was very close to getting a kill back, and it could have made the difference, but the arrival of Sheo is what changed it. So it starts off with a 2v2 on 2 different fronts. On the bot side of the map, the heal coming in clutch there before the Ignite ends up being dropped means that they're able to get that initial kill to Alvaro. The guns are good for Super. A slight level differential means that Ice gets some health back, but then look at that knock-up from Sheo. Provides enough time for Ice to actually secure the kill for himself, and to make matters worse for MDK, they can't even kill Nuke off the back of it. He throws down the ultimate and keeps himself alive. So that's a 1k gold lead sitting on the AD carry of BDS right now. And as we mentioned earlier, they're looking to make the reverse sweep happen. We look back to spring of last year. It was BDS who was 2-0 up against Mad Lions. They ended up getting reverse swept. Mad Lions Koi potentially on the receiving end. And, you know, we joked about it earlier, Minik, but you have to question the mental fatigue. It has been a lot of games played on stage. Mad Lions are 1 game away. And with a lead like this, they have to keep calm, keep composed, do what they can to stay relevant in this game.
And seemingly, at least, a very emotionally driven team. The crowd's chants, Ebi leading them from the front as well with how passionate he is about the game. The MDK players themselves joining in some of the banter and some of the joy. Can be very hard when you start losing. Genex flashing early here. Doesn't body slam away, Season's assist coming in. Flash hook from Alvaro as well as Genex gets the knockback, but Alvaro tanking it means that MDK will get away.
A little bit hurt from that one, but good job by Alvaro to move in to tank that turret up, because that could have been a very different story. Sheo is going to get this bottom side, but honestly, Void Grubs again for Mad Lions Koi. It's not like we haven't seen this trade already this series, but nicely done by Mad Lions Koi to get something back here for the top side of the map.
Yeah, I like the swap overall. It gives an opportunity to funnel plates, particularly because you're looking to get yourself
Super's kind of low.
6 grubs.
Super's kind of low!
He actually flashes that.
I don't know if that does 500 damage right now.
Don't the minions also reduce this for
they
each
used
target?
to reduce, they got rid of that a while ago.
Okay.
So yeah, one of those old things you know because you've been casting for a while that gets changed, and then you forget about it.
There was
like
a really bad one. I played Kassadin the other day, and in my head, Force Pulse still it does not. You can just cast Force Pulse whenever you want now. I was like, oh my, wow. But all right, fair enough. So he flashes out of respect, does cost the summon a spell as a result. I believe he got 2 plates off the back of that, but that 1k gold difference between the AD carries, not moved a dent.
Yeah, because there's 2 plates gone on the bottom side as well for Ice, right? So you're kind of just responding tit for tat. But I do think getting that gold onto Super is going to accelerate him to a point where, okay, he can kind of get online a little bit faster. So for BDS, it's a case of, okay, we're going to hit these 2 items on Ezreal very quickly, which is when he becomes the strongest. How can we try and play around Ice in this regard to start to set ourselves up for success? And Dragons, definitely the way forward in that regard, and at least they've started that campaign, but you're still, you know, 15 minutes away before it actually becomes a real threat for Mad Lions Koi, so you're not really under too much here for MDK to worry about.
Importantly as well for MDK, it was a while before that first dragon was taken, still 3.5 minutes before that will come back up, so they can wait out that. Don't have to play around soul stacking too quickly. Genex answering Super and Alvaro in the top lane here. You can see Nuke actually answering Mirwin down towards that bottom side. Alvaro's back will be stopped. Looks like Ice is going to be left to his own devices in that mid lane.
I don't know if they spotted out the Supers on this top side. You'd assume so with Alvaro up here, but I wasn't sure if they wanted to try and as BDS very quickly push in this mid lane, use the fact that Ice had that pressure in there and the Essence Reaver all completed, but it looks like they might even 4-man stack up onto this top side because they saw Alvaro reset. And now Super's very alone. Labrov.
No flash, remember, knocked back. Genex looking for the bomber, can't quite find it. Severum with the Moonlight Vigil, heals him up. The root coming down as well. Super knows he doesn't win this, and then he oversteps, looking for it. True shot barrage. Come hell or high water, Ice is gonna find the kill.
A really nice punish once again from BDS, funneling more gold into their AD carry. Nuke is going to be fine playing on the weak side. A hook's going to connect from Alvaro, but I don't think Sheo is going to be too concerned about that. He's got information as to where his opposition is. He's going to be fine and dandy. BDS continuing to accelerate what they can here in the early game. Crucially, sure, the gold gap overall doesn't look that different. The mid and the top side going in favor of MDK makes the overall gold look very even, but the fact that Ice is as fed as he is has to be a terrifying prospect for MDK, because something that the desk was talking about, and I very much agree with, who is the threat on this Ezreal? And is it enough? You know, even if the Vi gets on top, is there really going to be enough of a damage threat to really shut Ice down as this game continues? I'm worried about how much potential dive they really have when you have the peel from a Gragas, the peel from the Xin Zhao and the Azir, and even the Khan. Like, it's going to be a very similar story to what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that's why for MDK, it's like, hey, look, they just use double TPs on BDS to rotate Azir, top, Gen-X bot to save the bot tower. Right, let's just try and forego next Dragon, ignore this Ezreal, and see if we can play for numbers advantage on towards the top side, see if we can get this top lane turret, see if we can find something in this game. Because if this starts to continue, it just feels like every fight you go into, Ice is going to be an absolute menace. And his Qs have been on point all game, well, this game and last game as well.
It's been very difficult to deal with, definitely not chill for MDK. Ice now 4-0, has that Essence Reaver complete, has a 450 gold bounty on his head as the Rift Herald, maybe the next point of contest between these two teams. With a Drake up in a minute though, BDS might just look to keep MDK from starting up too easily. Mirwin is proxying bot, which isn't too much of a risk when you're playing Cassante, because you can just all out your way across terrain if someone does come to try and fight you.
It's very weird for me that BDS aren't really doing anything on the map though. You can see Sheo's on this bottom side. Mad Lions Koi are even kind of confused, going, wait, where's the Xin Zhao? Why is he not contesting us on the Rift Herald? Because you are in a position where you could try and look for this. You have Ezra just farming up in mid, but they don't really feel comfortable going for it right now. I'm kind of surprised that, like, even with Sheo on bot side, he could have ganked Mirwin and tried to play off of Gen-X, but they don't do that. And then they don't really do anything at Rift Herald either, and Mad Lions Koi just get it for free.
It's not even like they set up vision towards the bot side of the map, right? They're not even setting up Dragon Vision so that they can make sure they get the second one. Sheo will go through his topside jungle. Nuke backs away, respects after game one, where we saw him getting caught out so many times in a side lane. It is better for BDS fans to see that Nuke is respectful of the fact that MDK can close in. But as you say, BDS struggling a little bit right now to keep the pace of the game on their terms. I wonder if they're just waiting for second item for Ice. He's sitting on that core fields, has the tier as well in his inventory.
I would agree, except Super doesn't have an item. So it could work out there. It's just, you know, the same kind of math in a couple of minutes time. Like, Ice, I think, should have enough gold if he resets to try and see that, or try and pick up his next item, but I think this is weird that you're letting this much control over the Mad Lions Koi.
LeBron's gonna get hooked as well. MDK just step in. LeBron almost falls will to Frescowi. Merwin coming in from the side as well. Sheo trying to flash away. The hook connects the Crescent Guard down. A lot invested here by BDS just to retreat, and MDK might get the cherry on top of this pie. A dragon waiting for them.
Merwin was considering throwing out that ultimate. Can't quite find a good angle, so the mid jungle of BDS stay alive. Super continues to pressure in the mid lane. Ice doesn't quite have the wave clear to hold him off. Alvaro, will he commit the Hex Flash? No, he's just hit mainly his moral support, as the tower will end up falling and the dragon to boot. So MDK...
huge swing.
Yeah, really big swing. Getting that kills on the board and getting a lot of gold invested back towards some of their carries. Still though, that gold gap between the AD carries only continues to extend. Right now, it's not a huge deal, but as the game continues, this Ezreal is only going to get scarier and scarier.
I will say, like, this is where Ezreal is strongest, though. Like, at this stage, it's kind of like, hang on, we're letting Super go towards his Storm Razors. He's going to work towards his Infinity Edge. It's like, when are you actually going to fight against Mad Lions Koi? Because like Nuke having Nashers and literally no item on towards Supa, that was kind of your moment as BDS to go, yeah, we can just take this game and completely throw it in our favor. But now you're still like, okay, well, it's Ocean Soul. Not the end of the world realistically if we end up giving that over as Mad Lions Koi, but I'm going to hold on to this because they're grouping up on this top side to look for GenX.
I think Sheo has escaped suspicion, hiding in this bush. Now, Labrov will show on this ward. They know it's there. Control ward goes down from Labrov. Sheo now steps forward. GenX under the tower. 5v3 begins to erupt. The quickness coming out. GenX able to survive. A good charm out from Labrov as well as their lockdown 4. The Emperor's Divide comes out, and MDK have just gifted BDS a kill under the tower. That's 2. They're looking for 3 as Merwin cannot escape. A beautiful reaction play from BDS as MDK look for the kills.
I mean, you summarized it perfectly, Medic. The response from BDS is flawless. They shut down the aggression from MDK, and they only lose a single member. The Azir only gets stronger now, the mid-gold swinging heavily in his favor. A fantastic Emperor's Divide shutting down this MDK engage.
Yeah, the knockback there was absolutely beautiful. The fact that you end up getting that charm and knock-up as well means that GenX is able to get out. They turn it to Alvaro. And Nuke is doing so much work on this Azir, and this is without ice. Yeah, just the tower and the rest of BDS being able to set up perfectly for that fight. Now this Azir has gotten a ton of gold, nearly up towards that Rabbit on death cap. Every backline member of BDS is going to be a massive threat, and as Vedi said earlier on, there's not a huge amount of follow-up if Elyoya goes onto them.
Huge credit to Sheo as well, waiting it out in that bush, waited for the control ward to be down so that the vision wasn't there for MDK, then stepped forward. It became a 3v5 very quickly, and then a 4v5 with the TP, and eventually a 5v, a couple of MDK players left over as Ice did join the fray. Mid lane tower falls. BDS take their 3rd of the game and extend their lead to 2,000. It was that back to an MDK favored gold difference actually before that fight began in the top lane. Baron up in 38 seconds time. Friskawi is going to answer with a tower of his own in the top lane, building up towards that horizon focus. BDS still feels like they're playing on their side of the map more than MDK's side of the map. MDK, Elyoya, Merwin, and Alvaro often teaming up to step into the BDS jungle, and it feels like that initial CC burst and the threat of just 100 to 0ing someone from MDK is definitely there. With cease and desist, Super to follow up, Alvaro there as well for the extra CC. And BDS very much respecting the fact that if they are caught out in their jungle, they can just be one-shot.
I still think going forward, though, I want to see a little bit more proactivity from BDS.
Oh, definitely.
Because as you say, like, these kill squads from Mad Lions Koi will eventually start to work out where they will get picks and our BDS aren't in position to respond. And I just feel like with the Dragons in the way that they are, the only real way for BDS to try and force fights where they're able to play around Ezreal is kind of a now. Maybe you try and risk a Baron and try and push that, or you are just hyper waiting for a Nuke. But yes, Nuke is slightly accelerated, but I still think you're going to have a lot of tools coming online from Mad Lions Koi later.
I spotted with the cease and desist, tries to get under the tower, TP in, all out, knocks him back, the Pathmaker as well, there's the hook, and the Death Squad pays dividends! MDK find a kill, the look for more as Sheo's now caught out. Merwin looking for the knockback, but the Crescent Guard will keep him safe for now. LeBrob gets the knock-up, pops the quickness, goes up towards the top side. The knockback with the explosive cask. Sheo falling low, but not falling to his grave. How will LeBrob escape from this? I believe he won't.
The Baron is up. Like, there's a very big window here for MDK to just force this. I'm surprised that they're chasing for LeBrob when they could just get this massive neutral objective. I guess they're just going to be happy with the kills. A massive pick onto Ice. They get his heal. They don't quite get his flash. But I do feel that that was a bit of a missed opportunity. I guess they weren't confident trying to force the Baron when Nuke is still alive. They're concerned about the potential of this Azir at this point in the game.
So it's just, they don't have a huge amount of damage. That's kind of alluded to it already. Behind. With Super being behind, he kind of isn't in that position, but as you say, TP, Nuke.
Merwin has no all-out and no ghost. How can Nuke navigate this? Well, he starts to dash away, still has the Emperor's Divide, cease and desist available for Elyoya, but Flash almost back up. Merwin goes forward within Topuz, there's the Bolt Breaker. Nuke uses the Emperor's Divide to try and get away, tries to dodge the dredge line, but he's pulled into the depths. MDK find another shutdown.
Dippy in towards the mid lane though. Madeline's quite want to make sure they don't lose out on this tower, but I'm very excited to see what the new theme song for this kill squad is going to be from Madeline's Koi after this, because at this stage they deserve their own TV show for how well they're just picking apart BDS.
It's the Elyoya and friends squad finding them out. BDS playing around this top side. Elyoya nothing down towards the river here. Can look for that Scuttle Crab. Nuke up in 18 seconds, has the TP. Mirwin pushing in that bot lane. Dragon is up, but neither team really sees the need to focus it. BDS may just lie in wait. Can they do what MDK have done to them so many times this game? Nuke stealing away the Grump. BDS slowly pushing round. Nuke still has that TP. BDS are taking their time about it. They do have the option of actually jumping into the back of the pit if there's no control ward in there. They could try and sneak it under MDK's noses.
Mad Lions have no idea where...
Yeah, but BDS have no idea where Mad Lions are.
Yeah, but there were danger pings coming out into their jungle, and now MDK is like, well, if they're behind us, then let's just push. Nuke is gonna die.
Caught out, locked up, CC'd, and he's dead again.
Dead squad, dead squad.
I really do think that MDK in a straight-up 5v5 should be losing these fights, and so they've said, okay, we'll just keep killing you in isolation.
It's game one all over again.
It really is, and now they've decided to force the Baron. Let's see if Ice can carry this fight as he did so well in the previous game.
The Mirwin has the all-out. Super doesn't have good guns. 10,000 HP on the Baron. The True Shot Barrage takes Super down to half. Shielded up a little bit now, has good guns. Crescendum Severum, Baron down to 9,000 still. Mirwin trying to tank up that front line, and Tofu's dodge to the side of Ice dashing forward. They're looking for the damage on the Cassandra. The hook's gonna land from Genax. Genax falling low, down to half. Ice trying to put the damage down, but Super gets the kill on Gragas, and MDK look for more. Super has the shurikens, but BDS have the disengage. Shale pulled out with the all-out. Ice still trying to get the damage onto Super. Nuke's back up. The Crescent Guard coming out, the quickness as well from Lebrov. He tries to get onto Super, he manages, but there's no follow-up. Nuke with an Emperor's Divide that went all the way to Narnia, and Super dashes in. He flashes forward, and you can see the hula hoops around him, smelling the demise of BDS.
But there's nothing that Ice can do. They end up completely falling apart there now. Mad Lions Koi, they're the ones again can just turn back towards the Baron.
And it's going to be a Drake for Baron exchange, buddy.
They have the numbers advantage, yeah. The problem for BDS is it's not going to result in much. Ice actually backing off from that one. They want to try and contest that Baron.
Genax is now going to TP in. He has Explosive Cask. Mirwin is down to about half HP. Genax going to be spotted on a wall. Pascawi low on mana. Super the same. Elyoya dashing forward has the cease and desist. Ice has to get away from the back of this. The True Shot Barrage just wide as Sheo falls. And BDS, it's not a straight path. You don't just have to walk into your death one by one. It's not a queuing system.
But they stop the Baron. They ultimately buy themselves more time. The Dragon won't fall either, but they deny the neutral form ultimately going down. We see a lot of time being bought here from Mad Lions Koi. They know they have the numbers advantage. They're just waiting for that single target or that CC to land. They connect it onto Genax. They peel off the Baron. They don't take the 50-50, and instead they chase down for kills.
The fact that Super is able to heal up off the Baron as well is massive, because it means the Mad Lions Koi can just chase forward. Alvaro just wide on that, trying to lollipop in behind the minions once again, but Mirwin's already able to close the distance on towards Sheo and Ice. When you're on the back foot like this and there's so many dashes, so much movement, it's hard to keep landing all these Qs. And Nuke doesn't get Elyoya with the knockback, and at that stage you don't even have to disengage. And Mad Lions Koi just chased them down, and now if you look at the picture-in-picture, we're back at it one more time. Alvaro stepping forward.
Almost step into the breach as Sheo goes forward. Alvaro locked up. True Shot Barrage goes wide. The quickness onto the backline, and now perhaps Genax can get in there as well. And they've caught out Super. The shutdown to Ice. Elyoya falls second, and BDS have finally found a team fight that they were looking for. MDK scattered to the hills. Can they escape? Can they delay enough for the Baron not to be an option for BDS, because they've begun it? Merwin dashed in, Genax and Ice alongside Lebrov just trying to kill off this Cassante. Alvaro the first target in their sights. BDS can't do the Baron though, because they don't have their tank to help them out. Pascawi standing across the wall. Mantrid in a flame, he didn't flash through it earlier, but Mantrid in a flame here might be huge. Doesn't land on anyone. Dodged to the side by BDS. Genax re-engages onto the Baron. Recall out from Merwin, has the TP but won't be there in time. BDS finally secure the Baron as Ice secures the shutdown, and what a merry go round we are riding on today.
It just barely works out for BDS, because watch Labrov in this fight. Labrov goes in right as Super goes in with the Moonlight Vigil. That Infernum could have changed that fight, but Labrov tanks it. Genix gets the barrel onto Super, and with Ice in a brilliant position here, is able to free fire onto so many high-value targets, it makes it impossible for Mad Lions Koi to bring back this fight.
The disruption available in BDS's composition just make it so difficult for MDK to play these fights. They did a good job of splitting apart BDS earlier in the game, but now that Ice has a team to play around, you can see that he is unleashed. The damage is relentless. He's gonna pick up another kill. Off 2 kills alone, he made 1,300 gold. You're gonna see him get another 500 here.
That's 500 bounty plus the 300 for the Baron.
And he got 800 earlier. Like it was, he is incredibly fed.
3.5 items complete now. The Drake that begun it all so long ago will finally be taken by BDS. MDK backs on the ropes, but they were in this position not 10 minutes ago when they fought back to find a gold lead in the game. A lot of it rests, you have to feel, on Super's shoulders. David Martinez Garcia with a lot of weight to carry this game for MDK if they are going to make it through to the finals.
But the thing is, BDS, they're pushing in the mid lane. Yes, you get the tier 2 in top in trade for Dragon, which honestly I think is worth for Mad Lions Koi, but Super can't defend by himself. The guns are not good for clearing waves, especially against the Baron, so BDS are going to be able to get all outer turrets down. But with Genix on the top side, are MDK looking?
Aliuria is. Steps forward, dashes back, power of the Vault Break, you can just use it to be a little bit tentative with whether or not you go for the engage. BDS now backing away through this blue side jungle. Genax pushing in the top lane. MDK catches the waves, only 2k behind, but a lot of that lead sitting on Mirwin, who has had a good game on the Cassante. Kanik, Rukan, Sunfire, Iceborne, and the Frozen Heart complete for him. More items than his AD carry. But again, MDK, these bushes, they're allies. It's like they're always playing Ivan. They don't go for the hook, they wait for a more opportune target, a more prime cut of meat. Is it Labrov? He's gonna step, he's gonna get hooked, he's gonna get locked up, and the Rakan is boiled in the jungle. Devoured by MDK, the gold going to Alvaro, but once again it's BDS with a man disadvantage for the next 35 seconds.
And they can't push out on the map. You can see Frescoe moving to push out that top wave. There's nothing ready for them to try and respond with. Nuke is trying to push in on bot side, but that's the end of the Baron power play. There's nothing that realistically BDS have to write home about. Dragons, not really a big option for them. They only got their second dragon nearly 30 minutes into the game. It feels like Baron in 3 minutes is really going to be what we're trying to play around. And if MDK just
like
keep making these picks,
they're
good.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's okay, Benny.
I feel
it's
like
right.
I get the impression that mainly because of these dragons, like with Elder not being on the cards, the problem that both teams run into is just the wave clear on both sides.
Yep.
Mantra Q is really effective, and BDS are also quite hesitant to play 1-4. They tend to overstack, making it easier for MDK to wave clear. So even if they do get the Baron, they're going to need to find a pick, but then what happens is it feels like that it's just rinse and repeat. BDS use their prior, they move out to the map, they push, they take an objective, they then base. Somebody on BDS overstays, MDK then uses that window to move into the enemy jungle, they find a pick. BDS then with the numbers disadvantage feel that they can't put any pressure on the map. And then ultimately it ends up in this stalemate where towers gradually end up falling, another tower falls, and what happens to the gold? It remains dead even. So we're basically waiting for these neutrals to respawn before we see these teams go toe-to-toe once more.
The gold doesn't remain even in the AD carry role, though. You can see 5 items for Ice, looking towards his last item coming through, but the longer this game goes and slows and progresses, Supa is just going to get stronger and stronger. Working towards that BT now as well, he's going to be in a fantastic spot. Like, he's catching up despite the gold difference because, well, Ice is just running out of slots. So.
But I don't know if it matters, like, because I think that it was something that the desk said earlier where, like, when we think about these comps, right, who gets to free hit, right? And I just think that when both these teams are kind of looking at each other, it's so much easier for BDS to just dish out that free damage, whereas for Supa, he's very reliant on the opposition coming to a range where he can actually hit them, and I think that BDS don't ever need to go within that range.
I think Frescoe can help with that, though.
Shale gets caught with the dredge line, puts the Crescent Guard down. Aliuria looking for that flank position. Alvaro down to half HP. Merwin pushing forward. A great cast, though, Knocks Alvaro back into the meat grinder. Shale trading with Mirwin down towards the bottom side for Scowie down as well. As now Elioya joins the fray, but a little bit too late today, you feel. Cease and desist of the BDS. Don't listen to your demands. Elioya will fall to nuke Genax and Lebrov. Mirwin fell as well, and it's only Super left alive to defend.
Lebrov with another fantastic re-engage after tearing apart Alvaro. The carries of BDS are just left completely untouched. This Ezreal Azir combo is doing work for BDS, and I stand corrected. They don't care about the Baron or the Dragon.
Oh my god!
They're looking to try and end the game. Super though, can he make the miracle happen?
Couldn't clear the minion wave. Alvaro on his way out again! Genax with the bomber to take us into game 5!
And just like that, this series is blown wide open. For Mad Lions Koi, what looked definitive is now in disaster struck. You are looking at an opportunity for BDS to right the wrongs from spring last year and find that reverse sweep.
And to get revenge perhaps against G2 tomorrow after losing to them 0-3 earlier on in playoffs. We got one more game in us, but before it, let's hear those silver scrapes. Bravo falling low, he falls first. Red-white for Super though, dodges the true shot barrage by stepping past it, and he should be able to get a counter kill, but he can't in time. Well, a 5v3 begins to erupt, the quickness coming out, Genex able to survive a good charm. Out from Labrov as well as they're locked down for the Emperor's Divide comes out, and MDK have just gifted BDS a kill under the tower. The backline, and now perhaps Genex can get in there as well. And they've caught out Super. The shutdown to Ice Elioya falls second, and BDS have finally find a team fight.
2 silver scrapes back-to-back in this finals weekend here in the LEC. Yesterday, Mad Lions Koi came out on top, but BDS, they have that lingering feeling of spring 2023 when they got reverse swept by Mad right here, Goldberg. Are they gonna let it happen again? Are they gonna do it to Mad Lions?
That's a big question because you started having those flashbacks, right? You think back to that spring where as soon as they started taking one loss, everything fell apart from them. And that's what it felt like coming into today as well. Those 2 losses they took at the beginning, you just thought they're out. They looked lifeless, they looked like they had nothing to play for. Suddenly we're standing here, game 5, silver scrapes, everything in the bag.
On. And it begs the question, are you seeing then the other team fall apart? Mad Lions Koi, what's happening?
Well, they're definitely making a lot more mistakes than we saw from them in the first 2 games, and I think it's a mix of them falling apart a little bit, not being as focused, but also BDS changing up their style, getting more comfort drafts, and just overall being more proactive.
Yeah, and this just begs to answer, is it just MDK going away from what made them good? Because even now in this dive that they had on top lane, it's just the draft doesn't really help them, right? They're just opting for something so much more different than they've found success with.
Well, I'm just thinking back to when MDK has success in terms of stylistic as well, because they always have one key thing going for them in the team composition, and that is having one player on the flank. Either we see Mirion and Akali on the Gwen that finds a way back into the enemy carries, or we see Frescawi on the Gragas. But in the last compositions we've seen, it's only been Super who has agency, that has to shred through an entire team fight or an entire front line, and we just don't see that in the team fight. So lately now for MDK in the fights, they need a secondary carry, and if they don't find it, they're just going to fall flat.
I'm also super excited to see which side they're going to pick. I don't know yet. Maybe we'll hear it. But I mentioned that reverse sweep earlier, and because we talked to Ibai on the side of MDK earlier, Lore is standing by with very special guests on the side of BDS.
It has been a roller coaster of a series shocks, and here we are, BDS, on the verge of maybe making it to finals again, and I'm with biggest Nuke supporters, his parents. You guys were in Korea with him. You guys show up with all his important moments, and I remember finals last year. Thank you, Berlin. Finals last year, how heartbroken Nuke was backstage, and you were here cheering him up. How strong, how far has he come, and how strong is he mentally now to take it to the end?
Yeah, je peux parler en français?
Bien sûr.
Oui.
I will translate.
Oui, l'année dernière, on était là contre Mad Lions. Ils ont perdu. Vraiment, ça nous a brisé le cœur parce que Nuke pleurait tellement que c'était très, très dur. Mais j'espère que là, ça sera la revanche. Comme ils l'ont fait en Corée, on était là-bas. Donc, avec PSG, ils étaient menés 2-0. Après, ils sont montés, ils ont gagné. Mais j'espère là... Au début, c'était très difficile parce que le moral n'était pas là et tout ça. Mais là, je crois qu'ils ont pris le poil de la bête. Et je pense qu'on va gagner, il n'y a pas de souci.
It was heartbreaking seeing them last year, really. And being here in Korea, cheering him up and seeing him overcome so many difficulties, I think they grab the momentum now, and I think they're going to take it to the end and reach finals. And actually, it's not only Nuke's parents here. All the parents are here for BDS's side. I have Sheo's parents as well. And Sharks, you know how important the support can be from parents in moments like this. So let's see how much it's going to help them. Back to you.
Allez, BDS.
Allez, BDS.
Thank you so much, Lore. It is very important indeed. And I'm glad that we heard them because now they're standing up, of course, on the other side. But both fan zones have been pretty alight with energy. For BDS, it took a while to wake up for their side, but they are on. But Las Carpas, they don't stop. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. I had to turn my sound up a bit there, but it's very loud in here.
So, Mad Lions Koi, they're uproaring in the stands, but can they do it right here? They have chosen to go to the blue side. What do you think?
Well, I think they need to make sure that Nuclear doesn't get a Sia again, get him off his, literal favorite pick, and make sure that you get the playmaking from Mirion Try to get Lapo off playmaking, or at least see if you can shut him down in lane. Not sure if the Israel is worth considering.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be very important for both teams because they've been pushing each other for so much, and we've seen adaptations, you know, in the drafts, but now it just, for me, it seems like Azir and Ezreal became stable power picks for BDS, and now it's going to be like, are they going to take it away? Are they going to leave it open? Which priorities are they going to have in this series? So we might see completely new styles of drafts based on what became OP in the series.
Oh, absolutely, and I love when you watch a best of 5, that is what can happen, but look at this, over 2 games, of course, 18-2 and 11. Such a great pick, and flanked by him, of course, Labrov, who we have sung his praises for a couple of times already this winter, but he's been having an uptick as the series has progressed as well. It feels like we're seeing more of the real BDS as we get deeper into the series.
I absolutely agree. I think Labrov has been completely unleashed as well on his favorite champions, like the Blitzcrank, or just anything that facilitates and engages well, like Nautilus, or anything that wants to go in, really. But also just credit to Ice. You know, Ice is the kind of player that every time LEC is over, he goes back home, he turns on the stream, and he's been grinding the Ezreal champion. I've been watching it as well. He's sitting there, 100 viewers, keeping it going, and it's showing now all the effort he's put in the off-season, all during the season.
Absolutely has, and it's all about turning it around, of course, but I need predictions. I don't know if we did it at the beginning of the day. We are about 50 seconds out of going to the casters for Game 5. Run it down the line. Goldborg, who and why?
Well, I was a believer of BDS in spring. I said they were going to take that Mad Series 3-0, and I believed in them throughout the entire time. They let me down, and that's hurt me since, okay? So I'm actually going to go with the MDK for the last game to take it against G2.
Well,
I'm just egging both sides on, don't worry about me.
Yesterday I jumped ship from you know, Fnatic to MDK, and today I will jump ship again. I was an MDK believer, but BDS is showing up, and I think they're having good adaptation. So for me, I'm all in on BDS for this game.
Tiebreaker, Broxa.
I'm going to say Mad Lions Koi. I think it's going to be super skiing.
Awesome, thank you so much. Thank you all the fans so much. Hopefully for the last game they keep it up as they have been. I think they will. Let's get into Game 5.
One last run onto the Rift. One last time into the breach for these two teams. One of them will be left destitute, demoralized after losing this best of 5. One of them will go through to a final showdown with G2 tomorrow. For Mad Lions Koi, it is their 10th game on this stage in the last 24 hours. For BDS, it's their 5th, but it's the one that matters most for both these teams. Mad Lions Koi on the blue side, Maokai, Kalista, Ezreal banned away now. Senna, Ivan, and Baron's taken
they were
out.
like, no more of that, none of that. They will deny away the Ezreal and the Azir. You imagine Orianna will be the response here from Nuke. So far in playoffs, those have been his go-to champions, and there's no reason not to respond with your mid laner as well. With the 80 carry pool being pinched, I wonder where the Aphelios will fall in priority.
Ashe, also left open, was banned in the last couple of games, so maybe they want to try and prioritize that, because you can still go for the Orianna in that following rotation for Nuke if you really want to, just secure yourself the opportunity to go for like the double 80 carry lane if you want to, but more than likely like just take that pick opportunity, which maybe BDS want to go for here, although it does take a lot of coordination, and maybe with the missing top laner, they don't feel as comfortable trying to play that style. Oh wow.
Oh, Rakan and Shinshao locked in
So
for
Xayah,
BDS.
that's what they're looking at probably.
Yeah. Xayah definitely, Xayah, in fact, definitely an option for BDS. Might try and answer mid as well. With the Azir already being locked in, we'll see where Mad Lions Koi go with their second 2 picks.
If you take the Xayah here, though, could you respond with a Nautilus, and then you're like, cool, we've got Aurel with the flex, but I still think now you're kind of in an awkward spot here as Ice, because it's like, okay, maybe you can go back towards the Ashe, but what do you want to try and go for here? Like, it feels like you're in an awkward spot now where you don't have a huge amount of things I want to pair with the Rakan in this response. If you're just going to go with the Aphelios, fine, but I think with the potential Nautilus here, Nautilus, Xayah, not going to be a fun time for Ice in that bottom lane.
Well, I think Mad Lions are already much happier with their first half draft. Of course, the Twisted Fate was an option, which has now been denied by BDS, but with the mid laner not locked in, Orianna, you imagine something like Hui may join the pool as well, but debatable if Nuke even plays it. Perhaps they just prioritize the Nico, who honestly has disappeared in playoffs. We haven't really been seeing much of it, but still a strong team fight threat.
Karma disappeared from this draft as well. Haven't seen it picked or banned by either team. Hasn't always had the most impact, but there it is. Banned away by Mad Lions Koi. Not something we've seen Nuke on so far in winter, but definitely something that gives you a lot of flexibility. You can pick it here and then still have the flex for Genax in the top lane. Now it becomes a little trickier for Team BDS, still likely to go towards their mid laner. Makes the most sense, leaving Genax that counter.
Yeah, I don't know what they want to try and go for. I hate the Corki here, I was about to say. I think it doesn't fit the comp. It's kind of similar to what we got to see the last time it was brought out. Yes, it's a decent matchup, but I think you kind of opt into long-range poke and work around that, or you go for something that's a bit more team fight oriented. But look, here we are. Corki going to be locked in. Will we get Oyoya going towards the brand on the opposite side?
It will reveal where this Rel is going. They can make that choice now. They've seen the support lock in already. What do they feel they want to play into that? And it's going to be the brand. Elyoya on a carry. Both him and Razork very proficient at the champion, have found a lot of success on it so far throughout playoffs. But it's a confident pick, a lot of damage on the side of Mad Lions Koi. I imagine they look to round things out with a bit more of a beefy front line on the top side of the map, maybe a Cassante, something like an Ornn, just something that can act as a tank, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So the Cassante comes through. Now the test for Genax, does he have a good answer into it? Nah, may very well just be the choice.
I feel like he just goes nah. It was what he played all the time in 2021, 2022 when he was in the LEC. Still a very good pick into the Cassante as well. Can look towards the Gragas. He did a great job of catching out Super in the last game, but Super has more tools at his disposal to escape this game.
And I think this is where Mad Lions Koi, the draft, I love it. The fact that Brand is going to be playing into all these super short range, apart from the Corki, you get a ton of value out of your ultimate. You got great setup for a Super where he can keep himself safe. Alvaro can go for these engages again on a very short range composition. Frescowi should be totally fine to keep himself safe. Like, you have everything you could want for here as Mad Lions Koi.
If you're Team BDS, how do you run into Mad Lions Koi? If you go forward with the Rakan, Pyroclasm, straight in your face. Rel engaging onto your backline. If you try and flank with the Gragas, perhaps you can get onto the backline, but then you have the all-out from Cassante who can keep you at bay. It becomes very tricky for Team BDS to ever access the backline. However, a good cask, a good package can split up the fight and allow you those more skirmish-heavy team fights rather than a pure front-to-back.
It's very hard, it feels like, to find that though, because you've got like push on bot for Supa, who should be able to play very aggressively with the Rel in this bottom side of the map. Frescowi should have decent push in the early stages here as well, so Oyoya can play around bot side to actually bait onto Sheo, keep Sheo in check, and then once you fall behind with the Zinzao, skirmishing becomes that much more difficult. So BDS gonna have their work cut out for them here in Game 5.
As the crowd makes themselves known, we take to the Rift one last time. The penultimate series of the LEC Winter Split going to the final game. Both the teams on stage preparing themselves physically, mentally to tackle the game once again, and perhaps they need a moment more to prepare as we have a pause to kick us off.
Yeah, Mad Lions Koi have been part of 10 games, so have we, Medic.
Yep.
What do you mean? I'm fresh as a daisy.
I was just on holiday, so I'm good. I've got stuff in the tank, and I'm not casting tomorrow, so I can just go all out just this once. Nothing personal, kid, but it's going to be a fun cast.
When we have more information, of course, we will share it with the
I'll give you more information. We're going to get back into the game. In 3, 2, 1.
Producers, please just pause it. Pause it.
Come on, you guys, you could have done it. Look, we're back into I was like 3 seconds too late.
So you should have counted from 6 seconds then.
I should have. Also, I don't think those were seconds. They were like probably 7/10 of a second.
Anyway, stakes are quite important. To remind everyone, G2 is playing tomorrow in the finals. There's that. But on top of that, the winner of Winter guarantees you a spot at MSI.
It does. 2
spots are available. Now, let's say, hypothetically, G2 win Winter, and then G2 also win in... Spring. I don't know that, but like there's circumstances and points and stuff.
Yes, I think it's a champion.
I don't know why I felt so confident speaking about that. When I realized the second that I said it, I actually don't know exactly what happens.
I'll say with full confidence, but I'm not sure. The team with the highest championship points gets the second seed. Right? So if you place...
And you're in with a good shot.
Second and then third, it's pretty good. Obviously, Spring Championship points worth ever so slightly more than Winter Championship points. In fact, you just get more of them. So we're not going to have like 2 people at 120 points and then one team gets it because they were higher in spring. But anyway.
My point is that qualifying for the finals is really important, and then winning is even more important.
Good one,
a lot
Betty.
on the line for both these teams. That's the TLDR.
You set that one up well.
Did I? I feel like that's
it well, but the setup was really good.
10 casts of English. Well, that's what that is. Anyway, as we often do, we look at the early jungle pathing. Both of these junglers starting on the top side of the map. Let's see what Elyoya decides to do. Started on the blue, moving towards the Raptors. Will it be something like an early red buff into potential bot side gank? Will he be looking for an invade himself? As Sheo looking to do a full side clear on the top side of his jungle.
And Nuke has done better than the last time he played Corki this series. He hasn't tanked the tower shot at level 2.
Helpful.
It cost him a bit in the lane. We see Elyoya going for the ability haste in runes tech that you can do on Brand. You start with the Pillar of Flame, and then you hit your Seer, your Q, where you Q first. 4 seconds later, you use your W, and then your Q will be back off cooldown in time to get the passive off. Not going to do it. Thank you, Elliot. He did it on the Wolves. It's true. Yeah, anyway, that's how you do it. Helps you clear just a little bit quicker because of that passive. You need 3 spells to proc it, and you only have 2, obviously, at level 2.
Leaving the Raptors up. Ward has been dropped, but no information given. Very similar pathing to what we saw Sheo do. Allows you to move into the enemy jungle with the prio that you do have. But the blue buff being started off by Sheo after clearing his full top side. Seems like an awkward gank angle.
They're going to land the knock up onto Lebrov. He dashes in, can look to try and get out, but he went Gleaming Quill second. Needs a couple more autos on Alvaro to kill him off, and he can't get there in time. Super secures the kill.
I don't know if the flash was worth it there, Labrov, to try and get the kill. Especially since he didn't even manage to pick that one up. And I mean, Elyoya doesn't even get the assist, but definitely a big fan of watching that play for Madeline's Koi in the bot lane.
I will say that I understand what he's doing though, right? He realizes the brand is behind him. He flashes in thinking, hey, if I can trade 1-for-1, especially if I can get first blood, it's better than nothing. But he just didn't quite have the damage. The Q from Super just coming back up in time to secure that kill means that Madeline's Koi get themselves first blood. Their early games have not been the strongest in the last 2, where they have fallen short to BDS, so a good start for them.
Also, one of the foibles of playing Rakan into a lane like this, often you'll take the E second if you think you're going to be trading heavily in the lane, but when you're playing into a melee matchup, you want the Gleaming Quill for a little bit of extra healing, as Genax is just winning out this 1v1 in the top lane. Looks to body slam, can't quite land it, but Merwin still falls. Elyoya on his way, flashes forward and secures the counter kill. 1-for-1 in the top lane.
A little bit of a fumble, but at least Elyoya is there to scrap that one back up. So a big kill going over to the Brand means that he's going to be in a good spot now to start to get himself rolling as well.
Huge credit to Genax, though, obviously put in a very awkward position, having to come in as a sub last minute. The team talking about how they didn't have a huge amount of scrims, and here in Game 5, you can see that he's playing with full confidence. Merwin has had a great playoff so far, but Genax recognizing the strengths of his champion, plays within his means, sets up for the barrel. A single auto attack is all he needs. He procs the W, flashes out of the way the potential knockback, and then he's able to get that kill. But at this point, he's used everything that he's got. He will get the flash out from Elyoya as well, but 2 summoners traded in exchange for 1, along with getting himself a kill. Genax should be pretty happy with that.
There's a slight gold lead in that top lane. Haunting Guise already complete for Elyoya, though. Brand so quick at jungling, but also very powerful if you can get towards 2 items. It's very hard to deal with in team fights with that Pyroclasm dancing around through the fight. A slight gold lead for MDK early on here.
Is hovering.
Hovering down towards this bottom side. Flash, stun, crash, down and crash goes Lebrov. Elyoya with his 2nd kill of the game.
He didn't stand a chance. There was just nothing there. The second Alvaro flash for punishing Labrov, using that flash in that last engage. And now Madeline's Koi should be able to get the dragon. Sheo is in the vicinity. Labrov a little bit away. I don't know how aggressive I want to look. Maybe he just sneaks into mid instead.
Frescawi has the Emperor's Divide, just hit level 6. Nuke not yet at that level 6. Hits in now, Frescawi. Going forward, needs to try and flash away from this. Can try and trade back onto Nuke. Doesn't flash the knock up, and Frescawi holds on to his summoner, but falls for it in the mid lane. Dragon taken by MDK. Ice left to his own devices with Super down towards this bottom side. Super still has the flash, doesn't land the root. Ice changes to red-white and steps back towards the fight. Doesn't go for it. Merwin, no flash.
For Frescawi, should have recognized that Lebrov would be making his way out towards the mid lane. We often see it from supports after their first base. One grub will be secured, but here comes Elyoya. Looks like that he... Oh, no, I stand corrected. He does want to go for that. The reset's already come through from Nuke. No TP available to him. They should have numbers advantage after Frescawi makes his way back into mid lane, and Sheo's going to have to concede this. So, first Dragon, 2 grubs. Elyoya off to a very strong start on this brand.
Brand takes him so quickly. Oh, he almost got it where the second shield doesn't proc, where you just take them both immediately because you kill them at exactly the same time. Didn't quite, but still takes them very quickly as he gets over the 45 CS mark.
Sheo's still in the spot side though. Labrov is trying to see if he can bait Alvaro to use some spells, but not going to be the case. Instead, Supa and Alvaro are going to back away, but this is basically where Mad Lions Koi have always been comfortable. When Elyoya is able to dictate the pace of the game, when Elyoya gets an early lead for himself, that's where Mad Lion Koi has been most deadly. And on a brand, and we already highlighted how strong he can be in this composition. That is a very worrying point for BDS, especially if you start to look towards the opportunity to play around Alvaro again in this bottom side. See if you can find picks on towards Ice, onto Labrov, look towards Dragons. Take these fights in and away from BDS.
Moen doing a good job of keeping Genex at bay. A wave will be frozen. Just outside this tower, another wave coming to bolster it on BDS's side. Genex should be able to push it in, but it's going to take him a little bit longer than you would have liked, and Elyoya is on his way. There's a ward in that pixel bush for Genex. Merwin lands the Entofus. Genex no flash, pulled back with the all-out into the stun, into the pillar of flame, and he's burned to a crisp by MDK. Elyoya is everywhere.
I mean, his laners are just setting it up, and he's just knocking it down, right? He shows up, lands the stun, gets the damage, and finds himself at 3-0-0. Mad Lions Koi feeling very confident with how things are going.
And that's got to be amazing for Mad Lions Koi. I mean, it feels like this split has been a huge amount of tests for Mad Lions Koi. Coming into the LEC before rookies, how does it go? Great success. Past the test with flying colours, but now game 5 in the upper bracket lower final. Another test to see can they pass it. And so far, I mean, they're acing this. This looks fantastic. And Elyoya kind of taking the master of ceremonies into his own hands and saying, look, we're going to present this across. We want to make sure we're still playing tomorrow as well, lads.
Yesterday, in game 5 against Fnatic, Elyoya almost cost them the game.
Yep.
Overstepped on the Vi, conceded a round to Fnatic. They almost snowballed with the rest of it. He even said after the game, thank you so much, team. I love you, team.
Yeah.
What was the second half of that one?
He was enthusiastic about the support that he had for his team. And, you know, he wants to make a redemption for himself today. This brand is looking strong. We'll see how much of an impact he can have in the fights that are soon to come. Genex made a roam over to mid. You can see Labrov on his way as well. Elyoya here to cover, and so is Alvaro.
Sheo up towards the top side of Elyoya, and Alvaro stepping forward. When becomes lightning. Dodge to the side. Genex walks over a control ward as he steps his way back up towards the top lane. It's something MDK have actually done incredibly well throughout the course of this series. Getting deep vision into the BDS jungle. We saw it a lot in the game 4, actually. Is what allowed them to find those picks, to find those catches. And they are doing it consistently. Elyoya, though, is on a ward right now. It doesn't really matter as he's just looking for the Scuttle Crab. Sheo will go across towards his blue. Bot lane pushing in for BDS means that Alvaro has to come down here to help out his AD carry. Feather Storm available for Supa, though. And with Elyoya waiting in the wings, Ice and Labrov will just retreat.
Level 6 now ticked over for Alvaro. Means that the teamfight potential is now online for MDK. Of course, still looking to secure items before they really try to force anything. Nice rocket there from Nuke to interrupt the back. TP's available for both mid laners. Dragon spawning in about 45 seconds. Frescawi, I imagine, would love to go back to base, spend what gold he can ahead of this Dragon. But I debate whether or not there'll actually be a fight here. Medic, you mentioned it so far in this series. The second Dragon is often where MDK love to fight.
But they took the first one. So whether they haven't taken a single first Drake so far. Whether they'll fight, I doubt, as Elyoya parts up towards the top side. There is still 30 seconds. Elyoya can work his way back towards the bottom lane, has that magical footwear, enchanted with a little bit of extra swiftness. Do tours of the jungle through the eras as the all-out comes out from Merwin. Genex has the explosive cast, has to flash. Elyoya looking for this top lane now. Dash back in Tofu, smash back, but Genex misses the body. And in the end, it's a solo bolo for Merwin.
No flash, and with Mirren not being able to tank that means that he's able to just about escape away. Elyoya is once again kind of there for moral support. Sheo will respond with the Dragon, but it'll again be the Void Grubs going over towards Mad Lions Koi. It's been the trade all game, but this one with a kill on top is going to be sweet for MDK.
Great start for Genex, but now finds himself 1 and 3. While the Dragon will be lost, MDK securing themselves another 5 grabs. course, I forgot the one was secured earlier by Sheo. Top side of the map is looking very good for MDK, and Super's not really at risk at losing anything. Catches that wave. Sure, this bot wave can be pushed in, but they're actually rotating them up towards mid. Okay, they've decided against that, and they're moving them back towards bot, realizing where Sheo is. They spotted him on a ward. And now Brand is moving back out onto the map to offer support to the bot side.
I was going to say, I feel like it's so hard to dive Supa and Alvaro anyway once they're underneath the tower. Like, Supa being able to go flash, having that ult, then Alvaro even just the interrupt to his own ult, making it very difficult to get out of tower. So I think they were waiting for Brand to get down there, but still, he's able to pick up the wave. And now you're just in a position where there's not much you can do here on this bot side, although maybe a catch.
Alvaro looks for Ice, has the cleanse, has the flash, still stunned up. Lebrov going in with the quickness, the feather storm, and Supa walks into them, but Supa begins to open up. Ice ticking, dodges away from Lebrov, but he'll still die to the burn. Alioya secures the kill. Lebrov trying to get the hell out of there. BDS are able to retreat, but they lose their AD carry and both of his summoners.
Well, Leandri's doing work there for Alioya. Sheo hovering around the bot side TP.
Supa has nothing, but he does have his teammates to support. They look for Alioya, the bounty sitting on his shoulders. He lands the pillar of flame, but Genax comes in, and Nuke is given none as the double goes over to Genax. Merwin TP'd into the bot lane to help out Supa as well. It's a typical bot lane with all 5 players from either team down here at the 12-minute mark. In the end, it's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of BDS.
BDS would just back away because they could see Frescoe starting to come down, but they didn't spot Labrov on the side of this. They just saw Ice and were like, he's alone, let's go for it. And Supa flashing forward, just barely able to help out Alioya to pick up that kill off the burn with the bounce back. And I think that's eventually something we're going to have to keep our eyes on, as Labrov just bringing a lot of these spells back into his team as he dashes backwards. But Supa puts a bunch of feathers down on the right-hand side of this fight, so Sheo can't come in. And it just means that Genax and Nuke are able to blitz the opposite side of the fight on towards Alioya.
Just love the TPs there from BDS, recognizing, you know, we can punish this aggression from MDK. And I think it would have been better for them to funnel that 1,000 gold into Nuke, but
yeah, I think they thought that too.
Yeah, they'll take the kills. They'll be happy with that. Genax is definitely not going to be as weak as he was earlier. Obviously, a huge gold injection. Getting that shut down onto Alioya is a big, big benefit. But BDS showing that they're definitely still a horse in this race, as even though MDK find themselves with a moderate gold lead for now. With the Herald spawning in about 5 seconds, we'll see who gets the objective first. It's looking like MDK.
Importantly, neither of the AD carries have their flashes, nor does Alioya, who might actually be the key target for BDS if they want to start a fight. Genax no TP, he's down towards the bottom side, so is Mirwin. Lebrov trying to get in from the side here, has that quickness, has a flash of his own. BDS beginning to collapse. Lebrov spotted on a control ward. Alvaro's going to hex flash across the wall as Sheo dashes forward. The Rift Arrow down to 1,000, secured by Alioya. Alvaro down, taken out by Ice. Mirwin trying to get away from the top side of this fight. Might be chased down by Genax, but really it's only the Cassante. You don't want to invest your resources in catching him out. The eye not picked up by MDK.
Alvaro accidentally gave Sheo away into the pit. The wind becomes lightning and has already hit onto him, so Sheo just hops over the wall, doesn't have to invest a flash, and because BDS were all coming from that top side after pushing it down, it means that Mad Lions quite have to get out of dodge and they can't pick up any of the objectives. So even though they got the Rift Herald, no eye, and the kill for BDS is a big win for BDS.
Credit to the fans, keeping that energy alive. The players definitely feel it in what is a very high stakes game. 15 minutes in, we're approaching the 3rd dragon spawn. With the Herald being denied, BDS are happy with the kill that they were able to grab. First items being completed for both sides. It's going to be exciting to see how these teams execute on these fights. We talked about it in draft, how we kind of favored inherently MDK, what they drafted for themselves. Brand and Xayah love it when champions come into them. But you've also got to remember that Xin Zhao, his ultimate, can do a lot to mitigate that Brand ultimate too. Gragas can use his ulti to create great distractions or chaos in the fight with the amount of disruptions and displacement that he has. And then Lebrov, we saw him find some fantastic re-engages in the previous game. His flanks and his ability to get onto the backline could be a huge determining factor in how easily BDS can dish out the damage that they need to.
Ice is very separated from the team here, though. Supa able to push in, and now Madeline's Koi realizing that are going to step in and get a ton of vision down. Shay and Labrov are the only ones here. They may even just look for the dive on boss.
I feel like BDS are kind of giving up the Dragon by just having Genax in the top lane. His TP is only just coming off cooldown. The Crescent Guard used as well. BDS should just back away from this entirely now. You've lost the Crescent Guard. You've been forced out of your jungle. Give up the Drake. You get a tier 1 in the top lane. As soon as you had Genax staying up there by himself while Mirwin was actually pushing out bot, really you were giving up the Ghost on the Dragon anyway. Any more investment is over-investment from BDS.
Yeah, I think, look, using the Crescent Guard isn't the end of the world. I think Shane was trying to move down to make sure there was no dive follow-up on towards Nuke in that bot side, but they're still hovering around here. I think this is a little bit dangerous from Nuke sticking around this bot side because they could still look for a potential play. Like, Frescowi is shoving out that top side, and with the wave being cleared out, maybe they could have looked for something, but they're going to just back away. So still, second Dragon over towards Madeline's Koi, and for BDS, it still feels like they need to find some way to make proactive plays, and they just haven't quite found that opportunity yet.
With the summoners back up for Supa, makes him a lot less of a susceptible target. Nuke building up towards the Malignance has already completed his Mana Mune. That's almost at a Mura Mana as well. Will be fully stacked in just a little while. Labrov here with Shale to clear out the jungle, something we've seen so many times as Shale just short on that sweeper. Couldn't quite find the wall that Labrov walked over. Mid lane Prio, the name of the game for both the teams. And Elioya and Supa able to claim it. Obviously having Elioya's wave clear as well as the wave clear of an AD carry, making it much easier for MDK to gain control of Prio.
We're seeing a split map though. MDK are quicker on the trigger up towards his top side. That's why you see Genax back away. Mirren hasn't quite backed away yet. Feels a little bit more comfortable on the Cassante, but and the wave being cleared out means that it's MDK pick up the win on the map play, and everyone in BDS is just backing away. They're not able to respond in the cross map.
Smart play by MDK. Clear out the mid wave. You know there's a while before the next wave comes in. You have 30 seconds, so then you push up towards that top side. Make sure that Genax either dies or has to respect the fact that you're on your way, and you get the tower out of it. Scary pushing through it. Mirwin as well with the Kanik Ruka, and obviously helps against the Corki because a lot of his damage is magic damage. So he can itemize into both Genax and Nuke with that single item. Kanik Ruka just very powerful in the right hands right now. And Yoya gets over to 2 items himself. Sheo knowing the majority of the damage he needs to deal with is magic damage right now. Had double null magic mantle in his inventory for a second. Instead goes Merc and a single. And Dragon up in... I thought it was soon with the fact that teams are playing around this, but they are just playing for mid pressure. It's still 3 minutes away before we see that next Mountain Drake. It does always feel that when Alvo and Elioya step in, Labrov and Shea were always willing to give them the initial ground. They're always they're stepping 2 yards back and saying, okay, you guys can come in this far, and then we'll clear it out when you back away.
And a lot of that is because Supa's winning the mid push, so every time Ice is collecting a wave under a terrace, so Supa's always going to be the first in rotation, so that's why BDS have to step back. They have to respect the numbers advantage that they have, and this is giving the vision control that they need. And now with Ice on reset, the next wave could be the moment that MDK just try and take this mid lane tower for themselves. But losing that Rift Herald earlier on has definitely slowed down the pace of the game because it makes it very difficult for Madeline's Koi to crack open this mid lane turret and start to play more around those invade opportunities.
I wonder if that's why BDS brought Genax across here. He'd already pushed in top wave, so then he comes across knowing that Ice wants to reset. He can then hold the wave in mid, allowing them to clear that out if MDK had invested more resources into trying to take this mid tower. Now he and Labrov will push into this bot side, try and clear out the vision once again. It is all on their own side of the map. Not a single red ward past the halfway mark of the map right now as the all-seeing eye opens her way onto Summoner's Rift. All-seeing Baron it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, that was a very 10 games of passing for me there. And Shay will aggro it. Elioy will take a chunk of damage. Has already finished that Vitalize, as we mentioned earlier. Nuke opening up on that bot lane tower. Should be able to take it.
Take a breath, we take a second, 20 minutes in. The gold is very even. Both teams kind of working towards those second completed items. For Scow, he has his eyes on Ice.
Shuffle flash.
No, he's waiting. He was trying to bait the flash. Yep. Yeah. He knew that it would be a flash for flash, so I'm kind of surprised that Ice went for it because when Frescowi came in, he just kind of stood there awkwardly. He's like, and then Ice was like, okay. And then he flashes anyway. Does get what he wants, which is the flash. Now he's setting up for the play later on, and the Dragon's in a minute's time. I will give a lot of credit to MDK. They're really good at like forcing these plays about a minute before the Dragon. Janax is going to try and trade against Meowin.
And he can trade against him, he just doesn't do any damage.
That is correct.
Janax went Crypt Bloom second as well to try and get through some of that magic resist. Obviously gives you 30% magic pen and that big heal if you manage to get a takedown. It's a kill or an assist. Ice going to get the blue for his team. Is he going to be gifted this Gromp as well? They're investing everything into getting Ice this IE before the Dragon fight. He's got the BF sword and the Cloak of Agility. Will he have enough gold? Maybe off this next wave. 10 seconds though on the Drake. Maybe just doesn't want to reset. MDK setting up towards the top side. A little bit of vision here for BDS. It does feel very much like the next fight can be game deciding. I don't think it will end the game, but it can definitely sway the game heavily in one of these teams' favors. Nuke's going to start up the Dragon. He's got the package, so he can make his way across here very quickly. He continues on it. MDK, perhaps thinking they have better vision control than they do on this Baron right now, as they are on a ward. The control ward comes down, but there's still a ward on the Baron. That's part of the all-seeing eye Baron, means that you can put wards here that aren't spotted by the control ward that's actually at the mouth of the pit. MDK have started up the Baron, but they are not aware that BDS know that they've started up the Baron. They can assume, obviously, Nuke has the package here, Merwin in the pit. The Baron down to 4,500, now reset. BDS can back down towards that bottom side. Package used by Nuke to get Prio in mid.
But look at this element of who is hitting who. MDK's health bars are all full. It's actually Nuke that's getting chipped away at. The health bars so far in favor of MDK. They've lost control of that mid tower. I'd love to see them start this objective back up again, try and force the TP out, but they've actually sent Frescowy top lane. He's sieging onto the tier 2. That tower is getting lower and lower, and then as more members get dragged away, this could be MDK's window to just force the Baron.
No package now for Nuke.
Look at Sheo's health bar, 50% just from Meowin.
Meowin keeps him at bay. Ice now trying to join up with the rest of his team. Sheo going to be forced away, the Pathmaker. They might focus down Merwin first, but he's so tanky. All out brings Sheo away, and the Baron secured by MDK. Sheo falls to Merwin as he dashes across the wall and escapes. It's a heist of a century by MDK. They get the Baron, they get out. Merwin still trying to escape, and Janax can't chase any further because his teammates are here.
Meowin says, not today, Sheo. He just, Cassante's all over him, doesn't give him room to breathe. And now with the Baron buff, MDK are filled with confidence. The TP comes in, their siege continues as they look to unlock another tower and likely convert this into a Drake.
10 seconds until Sheo's up. They will get that mid tier 2. They will move back to get a third Dragon for themselves. You can see Nuke is just trying to shove his desperate little heart out on that top side and see if he can get a tier 2 or anything. But honestly, I think with the reset coming through from Frescowy, he'll be able to match that push. And it is a massive win for MDK. It took a long time. There was a lot of back and forth, but BDS again just not able to keep control of that topside jungle, and the longer routes back and forth give control to Mad Lions Koi in that area.
You look at the swing of the game, 3,000 gold already off this Baron buff, and they have 2 minutes left with it. Meowin's going to look for the tier 1 in the bot lane. Let's have another look at this, because Sheo was just kept at arm's length by Meowin this entire time.
Yeah, I mean, brings him over the wall. There's nothing that Sheo can do. And everyone on BDS is just trying to catch up, but he's so slippery. I even having the ghost. Wait, I missed that.
What did he type? He typed XDD. Oh, man.
He wrote /all XDD. That's what he wrote. /all XDD.
You want to inject a little bit of personality into your gameplay. That's how you do it. Meowin with the XDD. Didn't see if he sent it. Could have deleted it.
It could have just been a type, Control A, and then delete.
We've all done it, baby. Yeah. We've all done it. But now, MDK in the ascendancy, in the driver's seat in this game. After being 2-0 up in the series, I think I wondered whether the motivation would continue, whether the momentum had swung away from them, but now very much in their favor. 3,000 gold ahead. And one fight, it feels, away from a date with G2 tomorrow.
Yeah, it feels like you're kind of on a miracle play here. Like, Janax somehow gets Frescowy with a big barrel, sends him back, gets some kills. You slow down the pace, but it's a very, very long shot here for BDS. Mad Lions Koi, 2 days in a row, they've taken us to a 5 games, but Looks like 2 days in a row, they might just be able to clutch this one out.
Gold lead extends to 4,000 as they take their 5th tower of the game. Haven't broken the base, importantly, for BDS. Nuke will only scale up in terms of his wave player. Genax will do the same with his AP build. Ice on his way as Elioya caught against the tower, not knocked back. Takes half his HP, can heal up in the jungle, of course, as all junglers have the right to do so. Stealing away all of these camps from Sheo, and more importantly from Ice, really, who would be gifted a lot of this gold at this point in the game. Genax going to try and clear out this wave. The Baron has fallen off, but MDK are still buffed up. Red and blue on their shoulders, and with Nuke and Ice in mid lane, MDK will crack the final standing outer tower.
2.5 minutes until the sole play for Mad Lions Koi. They're already trying to set up a lot of vision on this bottom side. It's going to spawn at the same time as the Baron, but if I'm in that situation for Mad Lions Koi, I'd definitely try and take Dragon in that. There is a argument to go, hey, look, we'll try and do what we did already, which is, you know, play Dragon for Baron control, but the amount of help that Mountain Dragon is going to give Mad Lions Koi is absurd in this.
Helped so much into the poke as well from BDS.
Yeah.
We actually saw Fnatic take the other side of the trade yesterday. They took the Baron for a Mountain Drake with Oscar Ridden dying on the Gwen, trying to solo it out. It was MDK, obviously, who came up victorious in that game. Here, BDS, as you say, looking for a miracle, looking for something divine, some intervention for them to get back into this game, because right now it is all MDK.
Wave slowly being pushed in by MDK. Top is in their favor. I'll turn my attention to mid. Lebrov looking for a flank, but Alvaro may have found one first.
Alvaro already down onto Ice, the cleanse, the flash away, but he's pulled back by the Magnet Storm. And it's magnetic for finals for MDK. They find 2 off it. Lebrov was looking for the flank, but he just didn't have time to execute. MDK now breaking open the base. Mirwin in the top lane. Nuke and Genax trying to defend Lebrov here. Back with his team to see perhaps if they can have one last stand, one last charge for their lineup. Hex flash in by Alvaro. Double inhibitor will be forfeit. And MDK, will they look for more?
The Spanish wall makes its way ever closer to the nexus of BDS. The pressure is mounting, but they will hold off on trying to end things right now. They've taken 2 inhibitors. The Baron spawns in 35. It feels like it's MDK's game to lose. They're looking to make a repeat appearance in the finals. But let's look back at this collapse.
Great engage from Alvaro. This guy has been outstanding for Mad Lions Koi. His engage here, almost securing the win for Mad Lions Koi. You even see Labrov was spotted out as he went for that play, and I think that's why Alvaro was like, cool, we can just make this happen now. This is it. BDS setting up Lavrov, trying to see if he can skirt around the vision. Will be spotted there. Can they find the miracle play here as BDS, or a Mad Lions Koi keep the run alive?
Not under control, would not spotted. Mirwin looking for that flank position. Ice, no summoners. Lebrov has his. Package available as Nuke goes in. They look for Super. Magnet Storm once again. Super trying to get towards the back of the fight as Nuke is up towards the backside. Crypt Bloom going to heal him up, but Super's already fallen. Lebrov dashing away. Ice kept at bay by Mirwin. He's fallen. And now we'll see if Genax is able to survive. He's not. Nuke has to do it all. But the Emperor has other plans as MDK wipe them away.
Mad Lions Koi will keep their dreams alive. They will move forward and they will find themselves against G2 tomorrow.
You can put them in F, you can put them in D, you can put them wherever you damn well please. The only tears MDK care about are the tears of their enemies. You called them Elioya and friends, you mocked them. Well, Elioya and friends are going to finals.
An incredible run throughout the winter weekend. Elation on the side of Ibai and disappointment on the side of BDS. A great split from BDS. They fought tooth and nail into the 5th game, but once again it is Mad Lions Koi that are triumphant, and now they will face up against the Titans of G2 tomorrow.
Mad Lions Koi, a very well-deserved win here. I mean, it was tough. BDS made them work for it, but the proactivity, the ability to look for fights, and the early game from Elyoya in this one, it was absolutely insane. You see your player of the series vote now at LEC on X, Miran, Elyoya, and Alvaro. I don't know, this was a team effort.
It really was. Everyone stepped up in different games. Super had some stellar performances as well. Yeah, just what a performance. What a Cinderella story for them as well. It seems like League is kind of just pocketed with them. Every year we have someone new.
I mean, it's just a great demonstration of the ERL talent that exists in Europe, right? Every year people talk about the potential of these rookies, and sometimes we don't always get to see it flourish. Sometimes they're not always in the right environment. They need to adjust into a different team. They need a little bit more experience on the LEC stage. But these guys, they came on and they did what rookie teams in the past have done. You talked about it. It wasn't until 2016 Splice that we saw a team of rookies make it all the way to the final. So nothing but praise. Huge shout out to Elyoya, the player that this whole team was built around, the man that wanted to get these specific people involved in his team. And they have achieved something that no one expected them to do.
I mean, even Alvaro as well, this man has been incredible for me. Honestly, looking like rookie of the split, he has been absolutely incredible. His engages have been nuts. His ability to work with Elyoya has been excellent. Even that like kill squad they were talking about in the last game, working so well to set that up, he has been incredible. I mean, across the board, Madline's
The problem is, you could just look at Madline's Koi and say, well, Mirwin could be rookie of the split, Alvaro could be Fescawi recently has been playing incredibly well, and Super actually very good as well. So one of them are probably going to win the rookie of the split after they all made it to the finals. Obviously, G2 will wait tomorrow. G2 already took down BDS convincingly with Adam in their lineup 3-0 last week. Can MDK find another level? Because I really feel that they have to. We'll hear from Elyoya if he thinks they can do it. Law, take it away.
Thank you, Medik. Thank you, guys. And Yoya, thank you so much for joining me after this back and forth series. 5 games today. Tell me about the expectations you had coming into this series and what happened after game 2.
Yeah, I mean, first I would like if we can calm a bit so we can hear. I appreciate it a lot, but yeah, thank you guys.
We're gonna give you your moments after.
Yeah, after
promise.
we will give you the moment. Yeah, thank you. So, can you repeat the question, sorry?
It is fine. Just tell me the mental state you were in coming in today, knowing that Adam was not gonna be playing, that they heavily relied on him.
Yeah.
And what happened after game 2, turnaround, and them coming back?
Yeah, it felt a bit bad that they weren't on their full roster, let's say, because obviously they are going to be a stronger team when Adam is on the roster. But I would say that the games that we won, in my opinion, it wouldn't have mattered. At the end, you never know, and maybe this is a wrong take, but that's how I see it right now. And after game 3, I feel like we relaxed a bit, because the first 2 games we were really in control, we were doing things well, and we thought that we were better than we actually were. And we got cocky, and
all right.
Yeah, it almost backfired.
And I think it's interesting because what I keep on hearing from Madline's Koi since the beginning is we go with the flow. In game, in draft and everything. Maybe taking a more cautious approach now. What is going to be the learnings from this series so that it doesn't backfire till the point you lose the series in the end?
I think the learning from this series is the learning from every day pretty much is that we are our biggest enemy. When we play to our best, to our strengths, I think there is no like rival in LEC that can match us. But the problem is when we don't, anyone can match us, so yeah.
Looking ahead at tomorrow's finals, I think it's quite poetic in the sense that you won your first title and Rookie of the Split in your first split, Elyoya. Tomorrow, you're going to take this bunch of youngsters, as we don't say rookies here, to their very first final. I want to know, what is your drive? Beyond the game, beyond winning, what is your drive for tomorrow's finals? What is going to be the goal?
I mean, I would say tomorrow is a really important date because this team, to me, it's more than a team. It feels like it's my project in a way. Like I'm surrounded by the people I like. I'm playing with the guys that are my best friends. I'm playing for people that I really like, as it's Ibai, Kanekro, Ravens, Kane, all of them that are here. So yeah, also I've been having so much support from the Spanish fans since the start of my career. So this is kind of my way to give them back what I've been receiving. So for me tomorrow, it's an opportunity to give back what I've been receiving all of these years, and it's a really important date.
Hope you can take it all the way for the team, for the family, Yoya. last words maybe. We told you that you were going to have some time to address your fans. This is the time now. Anything you want to say to Ibai, the entire team, and the fans who've been chanting for you all weekend long and who will be here tomorrow as well?
Yeah, I mean, what I want to say is that thank you for coming here. Like, it's the first time in LEC that it feels like it's so exciting to play LEC. Like, we are playing for a crowd. We are playing for more than just a team. So this feels really nice, the fact that we are winning and you guys are here. And I just want to appreciate not only you, I want to appreciate the co-streamers also, and I want to appreciate every fan in any team that is coming to the arena to support. It's really nice.
It has been an amazing start of the season, and it's also thanks to you guys and what you've been doing on stage. Yeah, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck tomorrow in finals against G2. And fans, we have the bot lane ready for PGL if you want to gather in the fan area. And Shocks, back to you for PGL.
Thank you so much, Laure. Indeed, I do have Supa and Alvaro with me, as well as Odawamne, to talk about that historic victory. Who wants to go first? Congratulations.
Thank you.
But again, silver scrapes. Why do you let it go to 5 games? Why do you need so many? Is it just so much fun?
I mean, we just wanted to have more practice. So we did the 10 games between yesterday and today. And also, kind of a story. I never won a 5th game in my life, till now, like till yesterday. I was 0-6. Yeah, I just broke the course, and now it's just keep going.
Yeah, so who made the difference on your team, or was it yourself that pulled you over the edge, you think?
I mean, I think we all step up in every single moment. I think in one game could be one guy or anything, but I think this game, for example, I was seeing so clear the engages, and I think Javi also, Elioya, did a really good job. And then later on, we were taking over, and we were just playing for objectives, and we had in control the game.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think all the way from minute 1, it felt like you took control of the game. You set up so many ganks on both. The first one was like a great bait for Ilya to come out of the brush. But even towards late game, I felt like you stepped up big time, because in game 4, it looked like, you know, Labrov was having a really good game with Rakan, you know, being a silent carry. But I felt like you took the game in your hands in such convincing fashion, especially. I think you guys are maybe one of the only teams who look for these engages on the mid waves, and I feel like it's mostly coming from you, where you just catch so deep, and it's so unexpected. And I think, yeah, it was just very impressive to see, especially from you, since you're new to the league.
Thank you.
A lot of praise. Supa, of course, similar questions to you that were also asked to Elioya. What Alvaro is describing that in the beginning you saw that in the first 2 games it felt like you were playing your game. You were making all the decisions as a team, and you were always coming up ahead. And then the doubt seemed to have crept in. Is that also the way you saw it?
I mean, in a way, we were having the control of the game always. Like, we knew how to win. We would always come back even if we were behind, but we were just getting catch, solo plays, and this was having problems. I think if we just play as a team, we were a way better team, and it shows. But this is a problem that can happen, no? If we want to win tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Buddy said it. We just needed all the practice we can get. We're taking a look at some of the images from the last game. It felt like you really found a new stride. We'll talk about it in a second as well. But the player of the series is Mirwin. So it was tricky, I feel like. Can you tell me about when you got into the draft and when they started changing? When all of a sudden Genax went for the Lee Sin, when all of a sudden the Gragas came out, etc. Did that make it harder?
I mean, I would say we kind of had in control the drafts. We were really playing what we wanted. But I think in the 5th game, we realized, OK, let's go blue side, and let's take the Aesir as well from them, because I think it was like a huge factor. I think he's really confident on it. And if we take it, for example, Frescowi,
I think they're coming.
Frescowi didn't lose a game on Aesir still, and we were confident that if we do this rotation, we are winning. And then when they did the Rakan, we were like, let's do Xayah Rel, we can flex the Rel, and keep playing with that. So I think we were always like having a plan. And I think we won the draft.
Yeah, it seemed like it as well. Also, Ice was hitting a lot harder, it seemed like, as the series went on, Supa. So did you have to make kind of a change, or were you just like, no, I'm going to keep what I'm doing because I know that we are better or should be better?
I mean, I think the first 2 games, when I believe I played really well, doesn't matter, you know. I think I was playing to the limit and it works, no? I got my place. I think the next 2 games, I was a bit relaxed, not in the same tension, not in the same active, so I misplay a lot. I need to obviously fix this. So my coaching staff tell me, Xayah angle, you know, it's easier. I won't say no.
It is easier. I mean, you can escape it. You actually called that out, I think, in the draft as well, specifically, right? The Zaya.
The Zaya? No, I think that was Broxa. He was the believer. One question I have for you guys, because it's been a very, very long weekend for you guys. You had 10 games in 2 days. That's probably longer. That's longer than like the regular season. And you guys are going up tomorrow against G2, who had, let's say, a pretty relaxed week, not having to play 10 games in 2 days. How do you guys feel about that? Because right now, I feel like fatigue could become a factor, but at the same time, in my previous times when I would have long series like this, having more games on stage ramps you up and it gives you a lot more confidence for that big final moment. So how are you guys feeling right now? How are you guys handling with fatigue and also this, rising hype? Because you guys are ramping up over the weekend, so tomorrow is going to be, it's going to be huge. So how do you guys feel?
I mean, we have been training our whole year. Like last year, we were playing Movistar Riders. We went for the loser bracket run, and we did 3-1, 3-0, 3-1, 3-0. Then the next time, we also, we have a lot of practice, and it's something that we work on, like not getting like this fatigue, the burnout, and all these things. And I think it's something that we can also take in our advantage because we're going with the momentum. Anyways, I think G2 is a strong contender. I think it's like a really good team. But anyways, I just want to face them, and also in an official game, playing here in the States, I think it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, do you think it's going to be a lot different? Obviously it is, because Supa, it's so close to you, you could almost touch it. But, if it was me, I would be sitting next to that trophy and being like, we're so close, like nobody believed in us, and now we're in the final. Like, how do you keep that under control, and who in your team does that for you?
I mean, for me, at least it's more beat G2, prove yourself that you can do it. It's the best team from 1 year. They have more practice. So it's not about the trophy. It's about to prove ourselves that we can do it. We are here to win.
Okay, I love it. We do also have Ibai's reaction, which I guess you could also see from where you were sitting, but maybe we'll look at it again. It's been so fun to watch. He was losing his mind yesterday already, but also the rest at Skane, but we made a little hyperbole of it. Can you see that like from the corner of your eye? The fans and the streamer booth, or do you not notice it?
Yeah, I mean, like Javi already said in the interview, Joya, I think it's like insane. All the fans, like Ibai, Ganecro, Quentin, everyone here is like cheering for us. I don't know, it's so hyped to play. And it feels like, for example, this kind of games, we didn't have it in Superliga because it was only like the finals. Yeah. But having it here every single time in playoffs, in officials, it's so good.
Yeah, it's been so much fun what you all have brought to the league, and it's so cool. In terms of kind of the stories that are the best, I think, for our region, it is the fact that it is young players, and I know you don't want to be called rookies, but it's, okay, what should we call you then? Because we need a name for someone who's new in the LEC, but we can't call you rookies. So.
You say Supa.
For me, it's fine, rookie. Like, it's, when a rookie wins you, it hits different.
It does. It hits different.
I like that.
I love that. But Oda, what I was about to say is that I think this is so cool for the league generally, because I think you light a fire under the asses of other players
like
present
me.
company in or excluded. And I think that's a really cool dynamic.
Yeah, definitely, because there is this sort of meta that is developing over the years, where is the veterans kind of not really, I wouldn't say controlling everything, but they kind of dictate the style and the pace of pretty much every team. And then, they come in and people write them off. And they're just so aggressive and creative. And they're kind of, breaking this mold that's been happening where everyone just kind of like building these identities of the team based on like the veterans. And then you have the rookies over here. They're just coming in and they're just like, yeah, we don't care about any of that. No. We're just going to do whatever we want. Go with the flow, which is still crazy to me, that it works, but it works. So yeah, it is definitely a very fresh take, and it's, I think, very, very beneficial for the whole league and for also, established players and teams that have been in the league for a while. For me, I can go as an example and say, why do we do things like this when you have these guys on Mad Lions, these rookies that come in, they do everything that they want, they play how they want. Why can't we do this anymore? Why do we have to fit in this stupid mold, you know, that's been happening. So yeah. So it's like, you know, we want to do that stuff, you know. So I think it's really good, and it's a good example for the whole league and region.
It's awesome. But of course, the work is not done yet. You are going up against G2 tomorrow. Very in the beginning of the winter split, we talked to Elyoya, and he said, my bot lane is the best bot lane in the LEC, and you're going to see it. Now, tomorrow, it's going to be very, very necessary, Supa, as you go up against Hans and Mickey in that bot lane. So how do you feel about it?
I mean, first of all, now I can say like we are top 2 of Europe.
Yeah.
Feels good. I'm not happy, you know. I'm just a bit, but it's the moment to prove. We played in a regular season a game that was kind of meh, not enough, let's say. And tomorrow I have the revenge. I'm hyped to play into 3 Dravens, 5 Dravens if he wants. And if in the moment like they see they can't beat us, we will have our momentum. If we lose, I mean, I think G2 bot lane is the key of the team. They play a lot around that, and I believe in Álvaro and me that we can make the difference.
Okay, Álvaro?
I mean, I just want to play mostly, of course, G2 is like the best team in Europe, has been this whole year, but especially into Mikix, because I think he's someone that is like really good player, and I want to prove myself into him. And there is not a better spot than playing in the finals in the States.
No, absolutely not. I'm looking forward to it, and I think that's a wonderful last note for this interview. Thank you so much for joining PGL. Congratulations, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Our finals is set here in the winter split. It is G2 Esports up versus Mad Lions Koi. Who would have expected it? Not me, but I'm very happy about it. Good night. See you tomorrow. Buenas noches.
Devour comes out, the charm still landing onto Lavrov. He has a flash, but the Weaver's wall will lock them in place as the damage comes down.
And now, realistically, we'll see the play. The response from Shea on this top side.
So much credit to MDK as the waller comes down. Nuke was tanking, the tower has to flash. Mirwin looking for the house in the back, but instead he uses the boomerang. And you have to watch that Nav as he gets in behind BDS. Nuke has the flash, Genex keeps Mirwin at bay, but Nuke is locked up. The Nav into the wall, doesn't even need to kill off Nuke. Now it's all on Ice and Genex, and Friskowie's diving in. Ice is on a rampage, Mirwin falls. Genex diving back forward as Elyoya falls low. Ice begins to open up in the bailout. Won't save you today. It's a triple for Ice. Give Genex one to boot, and BDS finally roar into life. Nuke still has the Emperor's Divide down towards the bottom side. Ice trading in. Alvaro falling low, he falls first. Red-white for Super though, dodges the True Shot barrage by stepping past it, and he should be able to get a counter kill, but he can't in time. To the backline, and now perhaps Genex can get in there as well. And they've caught out Super. The shutdown to Ice, Elyoya falls second, and BDS have finally find a team fight. And now we'll see if Genex is able to survive. He's not. Nuke has to do it all, but the Emperor has other plans as MDK wipe them away.
Mad Lions Koi will keep their dreams alive.